attendance roll call?
Yes, on the attendance roll call, Student Director Powell, Student Director Ramos, Director Ng,
Present.
Director Yee,
Here.
Director Williams,
Present.
Director Hutchinson, Director Hutchinson, Director Thompson,
Yes.
Vice President Davis,
Yes.
and President Gonzalez.
I'm here.
Quorum present.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. Welcome everybody to the January 13th Oakland Board of Education meeting. We are going to recess into closed session, but before we do, I understand we have a member of the audience who would like to make a public comment. Ms. Floyd or the appropriate staff member, can you call on our public speakers, I guess, who would like to speak on the closed session items?
I can do that, madam. Oh, Ms. Floyd, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I apologize. Go ahead.
Jim Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual, you are in violation of the Brown Act because there was no place on the agenda where you provided an opportunity for me to do what you just provided me an opportunity to do, which is make a public comment. I would ask all the board members who believe in the rule of law to leave this meeting, since you would be acting in violation of the law. Now, the comment that I wanted to make deals with you're going to be discussing the district's council and evaluation. And I want to remind everybody on the board that the way you have it set up by your bylaws, and I would ask you to change it, is that you have to share with the superintendent the hiring of your council. Now that works fine until you have a conflict with your superintendent and you're looking for legal advice. So you put your own lawyer in a difficult position. So I would ask you to go back to how it formerly was before it was changed, and that you as a board have sole discretion to hire the person that you want to get advice from as a lawyer without having to share that hiring with the superintendent of the schools. This is not to reflect on the quality of the superintendent. It's merely a structural item that I would ask you to pay attention to. And so when you go to your deliberations, please keep that in mind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. We are now going to recess into closed session. In closed session, we're going to be talking about labor matters, legal matters, public employee performance matters, pupil matters, and also real property matters. And we will reconvene at 5:30. At this time, the board is in recess, and colleagues, we will join each other in closed session. OUSD Board of Education meeting, we're going to reconvene from closed session. Mr. Rakestraw, can you give us an attendance roll call?
Certainly, I can give you a roll call. Grab that sheet. On the second attendance roll call. All right. Student Director Powell.
Present.
Student Director Ramos.
Present.
Director Ng.
Here.
Director Yee. Director Yee. Director Williams. Director Williams. Director Hutchinson.
Present.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
I'll go back once more. Director Yee. Director Williams. Vice President Davis,
Present.
and President Gonzalez.
I'm here.
Quorum present.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. So let's see, I want to start tonight by just welcoming our new board members, Vice President Davis, Director Williams, Director Hutchinson, Director Thompson, and our continuing board members, of course, Director Ng and Director Yee. And then I just want to also just acknowledge, that there's some really scary things happening in our country right now, and the insurrection on January 6th, and just the pervasive, white supremacy in our country and the way that it, anyways, I just want to say that on behalf of the board and the district, that insurrection and the people who want to uphold white supremacy in our country, just like all of you, my colleagues on the board, I took an oath to uphold the Constitution when I joined the board. I take that oath really seriously. We always have to prize our democracy and the good of our institutions over our own personal gain, however hard it can be to accept the outcome of an election that you disagree with. Also tonight, on another somber note, I want to adjourn tonight in memory of Carol Kwan, who passed away recently. She served our district in many different roles, including as the first Asian woman superintendent of our district, and I want to mark her passing and her many contributions to our district. So tonight we're going to always, as we do our introduction to interpreting. So I don't see any hands raised right now. And General Counsel, can you facilitate our interpreter stuff?
Sure. Ms. Vargas, you want to come on?
Sure.
And, all right, welcome.
Hi, and hello, everybody, and welcome, everybody. My name is Eva Vargas, and I will be interpreting with my colleague, Rebecca Walker-Marquez, into Spanish. We ask our presenters to please help us. We need you to speak loudly and clearly and at a natural pace. But if you are a fast speaker, please speak slowly so that we can keep up with you. Keep an eye on us so that we can, in case we need to send you a message about slowing down. And now I'm going to do the introduction into Spanish. Buenas noches, damas y caballeros, y bienvenidos a la Junta de la Mesa Directiva. Necesitamos saber si usted necesita nuestro servicio, y para indicárnoslo, usted puede levantar su mano en un botón que hay en la parte inferior de la pantalla que dice Raise Your Hand. De esta manera nosotros sabemos que usted necesita servicio de intérprete al español. Cualquier cosa que necesite también indíquenoslo a través del chat. Para activar el servicio, una vez que el servicio esté activo, que ya está activo en este momento, busque el símbolo del globo terráqueo que ve ahí en el punto número 1 y púlselo. Se va a desplegar un menú con diferentes idiomas. Seleccione el español. Una vez más, cualquier problema que tenga, avísenos a través del chat. Thank you. Gracias.
And now Ms. Ho for Cantonese.
I'm sorry, one moment, Ms. Ho. So I see there's no hands raised for Spanish, and so at this time we do not need Spanish interpreting. My apologies, Ms. Ho. Please proceed.
各位柯倫社區人士你好，呢度係柯倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你去聊天室度舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm finished, President Gonzalez.
Thank you. So let's see.
Madam President, no hands raised, and so no need for
Thank you,
Cantonese interpreting at this time. Sorry about that.
Great. So we're going to pause for interpretation at the beginning of each item. And if there hasn't been any interpretation needs by the time we get to item R, our public hearings, then we're not going to provide interpretation for the rest of the meeting, and we'll release our interpreters to go for the night. As always, if somebody says something that's inappropriate or shows something inappropriate, I'm going to do my best to address it quickly. I do not control all the mics and the videos and so forth, so just be aware that we're doing the best we can. We might not be able to stop everything that happens in time. So the usual basic instructions, all board members and the superintendent are going to be on video throughout the board meeting unless we must leave for urgent matters. Staff are only going to be on video if they're presenting or responding to board questions. If you have joined via computer, you can raise your hand. There's a raise your hand button. Typically it's at the bottom of the screen. And if you join by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing 9. You can also make an e-comment. You can access that via the Legislative Information Center on the OUSD website. And then if you speak another language, when you want to make a public comment, please just state, I need interpretation. And then we will do simultaneous translation, and we'll of course give extra time to allow that to happen so that everybody can hear what you would like to share with the board. And then make sure you're using a current version of Zoom, because if you have an older version of Zoom, you can't be, it's hard, we can't unmute you. And then if you want to just upgrade your Zoom, you can just Google Zoom update, and that should be a fairly simple process. Then reporting out a closed session tonight. On labor matters, C1, we received a report and we had a discussion and gave direction. On legal matters, we approved a settlement on item C2. We approved a settlement on item C3. We approved a settlement on item C4. We did not take up our public employee performance evaluation. We heard pupil matters and we're going to vote on them in public on section U. On real property matters, item C9, we received a report. On item C10, we received a report. So that is our report out of closed session for tonight. And, oh, let's see, I have a message from,
Madam President,
go ahead.
on the report out on closed session on the settlements, you're required to announce the vote. The vote was unanimous, all 7 members.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. All right, let's see here. Now we are going to, I believe, celebrations and recognitions. So colleagues, this is a time where we can recognize positive things that are happening in our district, particular staff members and their work. And I would ask at this time, Director Williams, would you like to kick us off with a land acknowledgement or an ancestor acknowledgement?
Thank you very much. As we are running into 2021, now that we are here, it's only right that we actually try to really heal some of the harms that have been done in the past. And so by doing so, we want to make sure that we acknowledge our particular First Peoples, original peoples, the Native Americans, with a native land acknowledgement. And so we know that the land that we're on is their land and that we are temporary stewards for that particular land. They have put in a lot of, they're the First Peoples of this particular space, the Ohlonies. We want to definitely give them their labor, their effort, as well as pay homage to our African ancestors whose labor and effort has gone unnoticed. And we just want to thank all the ancestors who have put themselves out there to make it possible for us to be here in the space today. So I just, from the bottom of my heart, from OUSD to the community, we definitely want to heal all wounds that have preceded us, and we'll continue to walk and speak in a righteous tone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Williams. Colleagues, any celebrations and recognitions you would like to share?
Yes, I would like to, if I might, I know I will not say everyone's name. I'm going to try my best to give recognitions to those who've helped me. But I want to say, first of all, thank you for accepting me and helping me to ascend to the Board of Education. It means a great deal to me. So I would like to mention a few names, if I will. Salaja, Jody, Killian, Kimmy, Josh, our former director, Jamoke, Julissa, Michael, Ebony, Javier, Felicitas, Maria, Carlos, Carla, and Dr. Yee and Edgar. Thank you very much, because it was very difficult getting to this point, and you've made my ascension to the board very, very palatable. So thank you very kindly.
It's beautiful, Director Thompson. Other celebrations and recognitions? Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Thank you. I'd be really remiss if I didn't give a big shout out to my mother, who actually took me to my first school board meeting while she was still pregnant with me, fighting for maternity rights for teachers in Oakland. And so this has been a lifetime engagement for me me and for my family. And it's really exciting to be. And lastly, I want to really give a big shout out to the 3 people who I wish were here to see this today, who unfortunately didn't make it to be here. And that's Sylvester Hodge, Tim White, and Alice Spearman, who were all very supportive in my work over the last few years and me even thinking about running for school board in the first place. So I'm standing on a lot of shoulders to be here, and it's really exciting. And I hope as a board collectively, we can really chart a new course for OUSD going forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Richard Hutchinson. Anybody else? Go ahead, Director Davis, Vice President Davis.
Thanks, President Gonzalez. I want to recognize the memory of Shirley Lee, who taught in Oakland Unified for 29 years on the Edward Shands campus. I'm sorry to say she passed away last week after a long illness, but she played a huge role in her many, many years at Edward Shands, and it's a sad coincidence that, of course, we're talking about the Shands properties tonight, but she taught English as a second language to adults, and she also was instrumental in creating the computer lab there and teaching computer literacy. And I really hope that her memory can be a blessing for not only her family, but also for all the many adults who in our community whose lives she touched over the years. And I did have the privilege of overlapping briefly with her there. And I also want to recognize the well-known documentary filmmaker, Peter Nix, who has a new documentary called Homeroom that focuses on the experience of students at Oakland High. And it was selected for the Sundance Film Festival. So it's going to bring a lot of attention to our district, and I can't wait to see it. I've heard it's a really great film, so I recommend that people learn more about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice President Davis. Anyone else? Oh, go ahead, Dr. Yee.
Thank you very much. I wanted to, I think we may have already done this, but tell me if we have. But I got a chance to watch Pixar's Soul over the holiday, and you know, was able to, which actually featured much of the work of the Brewer Middle School Jazz Band and Mr. Zach Pitts-Smith and his leadership there. And it was just tremendous. And if you go up on YouTube, you can watch the Brewer Middle School Jazz Band play actually, and then compare it with the work on Soul. So it's just a tremendous tribute to our middle school jazz group and music education in Oakland in general. And secondly, I just wanted to acknowledge, speaking of Brewer, that Brewer, Chabot, and Sequoia schools all began their work on the enrollment pilots, which we approved in our December board meeting. And I had a pleasure to meet with them and get an update of where they're going, and looking forward to the influence of the lessons learned there on our ongoing efforts to have a positive school assignment, school attendance policy.
Thanks, Dr. Yee. Let's see, so I just wanted to say a couple things. I don't know if all of you saw the email from the Oakland Public Education Fund, but 630 volunteers in Oakland are volunteering to help our students with distance learning. So that's very exciting, and I want to acknowledge those people. Oakland is full of just amazing, dedicated educators who, you know, just help our students in so many ways. I don't know if folks are aware that that Oakland Public Library is doing 40 days of service between January and February in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King. Really cool author readings and all kinds of amazing stuff. If you go to oaklandlibrary.org/events, amazing things happening that I encourage folks to check out, and of course, all virtual. I wanted to acknowledge the work of Nidia Baez and Justin Anderson, Fremont and Skyline, and other high schools that are working in collaboration on their enrollment efforts this year, so that it's not sort of pitting one school against each other, but they're trying to promote all of our high schools and get families to look at more than one high school, so that they're learning about all the things that our schools have to offer. So I'm really proud of that work and really want to commend them for really you know, trying to build sort of esprit de corps and interest in all of our schools rather than just their individual schools. So I'm really excited about that. And then I don't know who saw the email from Preston Thomas, Mr. Thomas, about how we've tripled our food provided to our community in the last year. It's really amazing work. In addition to tripling the food we provided, we're now delivering food to 12,000 families in Oakland. We've added diapers, pet food, produce boxes, and books to the things that are being provided to families. And so I just want to acknowledge the work of Mr. Thomas and the whole team that's working on those efforts, and our nutrition services staff for the amazing way that they've stepped up over the last year. And then finally, just acknowledge that our schools are adapting to the distance learning stuff, and Frick United is doing their school tours virtually. So families log on at a certain time, and I guess they're taking the computer around the school and showing all the different stuff. So just want to share some of the cool things that are happening, and just thank everybody for their really hard work. Go ahead, Director Williams.
Thank you. I have a long list. I'll see if I can make this real fast. I want to thank the Superintendent of Schools, California, Tony Thurman. Thank you very much for your support. Rob Bonta, Assemblyman, thank you very much. Councilperson Rebecca Kaplan, thank you. Carol Fife, thank you very much. Councilwoman Carol Fife. All the voters in D3, we really connected. One-on-one conversations really mean something. I've heard you, and definitely appreciate your support. I want to also thank Keith Brown. Great support and just being a great mentor as well. I also want to thank Kim Shree Mathis, great support as well. You're a diehard. All the public school teachers that actually stood and walked the lines, really want to appreciate you. All the classified educators in the house. If it wasn't for you, I would not be here. I just want to thank you, classifieds, for all your commitment and love and support. And just last but least, I think I said Kat Brooks. I want to thank you very much, Kat Brooks, 2 times. Cecily, my girls, give me a lot of good advice. Thank you, Cecily. And to EDS Wellstone, oh yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Director Williams. Okay, not seeing further hands. We can move on to our next item, which is future engagement opportunities. Are there board members who'd like to report on future engagement opportunities? Go ahead, Director Williams.
Yes, this coming up Friday, January 15th, 6 p.m. I'll be hosting a town hall. Town hall is a listening session to make sure that I am here and present. It will be a monthly town hall. Next month, we will do an reopening schools. So please come on out. We will put out the information for you this Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Listening session. I really want to hear what D3 wants me to do. I am here in service for you. Thank you very much.
And Director Williams, are the details on your website, or how do people find out about the details?
Yes, my details will be added to the website tomorrow morning.
All right.
Or my Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. I've put out all the information there. Thank you very much.
All right. Let's see. Go ahead, Director Thompson.
I also want to say that I am hosting a listening session, and that'll be happening for not only D7, but I'm going to actually send it out so that other individuals who in other districts who would like to hear what's going on in terms of reopening school, that's going to take place in February 9th. We thought we might be able to do it in January, but it conflicts with a couple of other things. So we had to move it to February. So I will have that time, like I said, established for not only D7, but all of the Oakland Unified School District. Right now, I do have an email that I send out often. And so it'll be there, and also it'll be on my website.
Okay, and just so you know, Ms. Talkington can also help you to get a message out to your district. I've done that before for events as well.
Great.
Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Yes, thank you. My first listening session is still a date to be determined. It's going to be in February. And once I get that scheduled, I will definitely make sure to blast it out to everyone ASAP. And I really want to encourage everyone to attend at least one of the OUSD listening sessions that's already been scheduled for the reopening plan that are ongoing. And so hopefully as we go forward, there will be listening sessions both held by the individual directors, but it's also going to be really important that everyone starts plugging into the district-wide engagements also as we try to move forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Director Hutchinson. Go ahead, Director Ng.
Thank you. We're in the process of scheduling our Budget and Finance Committee meetings for this coming year. Usually they'll be the Thursday after the first board meeting, the regular board meeting. So it wouldn't normally be tomorrow, but because of scheduling with the holidays, we're not able to hold it tomorrow. So we're looking for another date. Tentatively, it might be the 21st, although we know that there's a regional engagement happening also that day. But we're in the process of scheduling. It will likely be in the next couple of weeks, and it will be added to the future legislative calendar. But I do want to let folks know I did receive a couple emails already about scheduling for budget and finance, and the topics will be budget development calendar, and we'll have an opportunity to go deeper around what we're learning about the governor's budget as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ng. Director Davis, Vice President Davis, did I see you?
Yeah, just to announce, I'm hosting the district session on reopening schools next Thursday, the 21st at 5:30. And so if anyone doesn't have the information, I think it's on the district website, but if they want to get in touch, they can email me and I'll put them on the RSVP list.
Is it on your website as well, Vice President Davis?
It will be in the morning.
Okay, good. Go ahead, Director Yee.
Speaking of the district's website, since I believe many of us will be hosting these sessions, including myself on February 2nd, but hopefully they'll be posted on the thread on the front page of the OUSD, the new and improved OUSD front page. It's really, I want to compliment whoever has been working on it, but it's much more functional now. And I appreciate the opportunity for us to get the blast out. As Dr. Thompson said, you may not be able to attend the meeting that each of us are hosting in our district, but I think it's quite acceptable to join in on the listening session in one of the others. And secondly, the Facilities Committee is having its Facilities Committee retreat, much like Director Ng's. Ours is going to be at 8 o'clock on February 5th, where we also are creating our work schedule calendar and updating the new Facilities Committee members, Director Thompson and Vice President Davis, on the wealth of information and opportunities and resources that the district has compiled over the years around facilities. So anybody other than board members are welcome to join us at the Facilities Committee retreat on Friday, February 5th at 8 o'clock.
AM.
AM.
Okay, thanks colleagues. The District 6 engagement meeting on school reopening is going to be on January 25th, and I'll get an email out to all the parents in District 6 about that, and it will also be on the website, my website, in the morning. It's not there now. And then I'm holding office hours for this month on January 28th at 4 p.m. That'll be on my website as well. Anything else, colleagues, before we move on? Okay, we are going to move on to public comment on all non-agenda items. So this is a time to comment on things that are not on our agenda for tonight, but that you would like to share feedback with the board on. We're going to do 30 minutes. Let me see the number of hands and we can decide whether we're going to do 1 or 2 minutes. Okay. Let's do 1 minute each. And Ms. Floyd, can you give us a call out to our first speaker?
Our first speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Go ahead, Mr. Mordecai. Mr. Mordecai, are you able to unmute?
I may need to ask General Counsel for some assistance here.
Oh, my apologies, Ms. Floyd. Give me a moment here. Try now, Ms. Floyd. My apologies for the delay.
Okay.
Sorry, colleagues, I actually jumped the gun here. We actually need to do any modifications to the agenda before we take public comments on non-agenda items. Are there any modifications to the agenda for this meeting? Go ahead, Director Ng.
Yes, I actually wanted to lift up Mr. Mordecai was listening into the inauguration and noted that there was a request to close the city inauguration in honor of Ms. Del Logan Patterson, and there was a really nice obituary that was sent to us about her life and leadership and service to Oakland. And we neglected to adjourn that meeting in her honor. So I wanted to make sure that in addition to Ms. Carol Kwan, that we adjourn tonight's meeting in her honor.
Thank you, Director Ng. It's actually on the agenda. So when we get to adjournment, we can make sure to honor them.
Great, thank you.
Any other changes to the agenda for tonight?
Is this the time that we should request items to be pulled from the consent, or is that going to come later? So if that's the case, I have 3 items that I'd like to pull. And I just really want to make it clear, it's just to highlight 3 practices that have been ongoing that hopefully we can address going forward. So hopefully it won't take too long. But the 3 items are V1, which is 2018-22, V6, which is 20-22-74, and V31, which is 20-24-77. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Director Hutchinson. Those will come up at the end of the meeting. Are there any other modifications to the agenda? Okay, we will move on to public comment on non-agenda items. Ms. Floyd, can you call our first speaker?
Our first speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual. This meeting is being run under the laws of various types, and one of them is state law called the Brown Act. And you are right now out of compliance with the Brown Act because you covered items and you didn't allow the public to talk. So the public gets to talk, but their right to talk, and this is a right, this is not up to the chair. This is the right of the public to talk at every open meeting, and you didn't allow that. So what happened was that the chair allowed me to talk on one item, but I get to, not me or anybody in the public gets to talk on all the items. So you had some items that you decided that you wouldn't let the public talk. I want you to stop that practice. And if it continues, I want the members of the board to stop showing up to an illegal meeting. Do not come to the meeting again if you're not willing to follow the Brown Act. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Hutchinson. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Gary Jimenez.
President, that was Jim Mordecai.
This is Gary Jimenez.
Go ahead, Mr. Jimenez.
Hi, I'm the field rep for SCA Local 10-1. And I'm here to speak on the fact that we've been in negotiations with the district for some time now. The George Floyd Act resolution was passed, and in that, the district decided to shut down the Oakland School Police Department. But my understanding is the intention of that resolution was not to remove people that were civilians, but to remove the sworn officers. In that, we've run into the position that we have about 50 or so, 50 to 60 SSOs, school security officers, who we've been trying to negotiate with the district to move them into another department to save those jobs and not put them out on the street. These are people that have done restorative justice. Many of them have worked for decades with the district, And what we're asking is for the district to come back to the table with us on that issue, because we believe that we need to save those jobs. Many of them are women and women of color, and they're going to be put out on the street potentially without a job. We need to do something about that. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Jimenez.
Our next speaker is Carol Dilton.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the new board members. I would like to mention 2 items that I wish were on the agenda at this meeting or previous meetings. And one of them is budget solutions. There is nothing that I have seen coming up at the Budget and Finance Committee meetings. It's of deep concern because of proposed cuts. You might not even need cuts this year, but the staff needs to help cost out the items for the board to make that decision. Secondly, the Facilities Committee meeting last December made a very clear request to staff to cost out what it would look like for central office staff to be at sites. And that was not brought to the meeting in January. That was never fully presented to the public back in 2019 when there was a vote on coal. And people, the public is very interested in knowing the details of what that would look like.
Thank you, Ms. Delton. That's your time. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Kaiten Kratzer.
Welcome, Mr. Kratzner.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kaiten Kratzer. I'm the director for the education unit for SEIU Local 1021. I am here today to say welcome to all of the new members of the board, and also to speak on the same issue that our field staff already spoke about. We saw the George Floyd resolution and we supported as a union the George Floyd resolution, as well as many community folks, as well as other groups. And at no point it was intended to literally decimate civilians that are under that budget that have nothing to do with being sworn police officers. And so as a result of that, we're watching negotiations where the district is intent of not honoring our contract and demanding that our folks serve probation again for whatever reason, when the contract is clear in regards to some of these matters. And I believe that it's actually quite damaging to watch groups of people being threatened now with layoffs, and to have folks spend the Christmas or the holidays thinking that they don't have.
That's your time. Thank you for coming and sharing. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Terry McIntosh.
Hello.
Go ahead, Ms. McIntosh.
Hi. Yes, I just want to say that I've been an SSO over 20 years. I love my job. I love what I do. I love the kids. And I think this is really unfair that they're trying to lay us off. We are of very value to these kids and to the schools. And I love what I do. I mean, even now I'm at work and I help the kids every day. I get them in class, you know, and everything. We do a lot for these kids. We're their kids' parents, we're their counselors. We do everything for these kids. And I think it's really wrong that they're trying to lay us off, because we need our jobs. We have families ourselves that we have to take care of too. And it's a pandemic and it's hard to find a job right now, and you're gonna lay us off right now. And I think that they shouldn't do that. I think it's wrong. And I mean, it's not fair to us.
Thank you, Ms. McIntosh. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ms. Bumpus.
Good evening, this is Megan Bumpus. I am a Reach Academy teacher and a Manzanita Seed parent and a member of Oakland Public Education Network. I want to welcome the new board directors. The community is really counting on you to help set a new tone this year. It was unfortunate to see the almost unanimous support for Director Gonzalez as board president without acknowledgement of the harm that she has done to students, families, and staff as the author of the blueprint policy of school closures, under the guise of saving the district enough money to make a real difference for our students. Our organization, Open, has been holding general meetings And we recently asked our participants what it would take to rebuild trust between the district and the community. People want to be heard and not feel like they're just talking to a board that ignores our voices. We want to be actual partners in decision making and for the district's community engagement process to reflect that. And we want transparency and honesty as we work together for our students and families. So we're counting on you, new board directors, to set a new tone and to transform this board so that we actually can get work done to make sure students are thriving and we're maintaining quality staff.
Our next speaker is Joel Velasquez.
Hi, this is Joel Velasquez, parent of two Oakland Tech grads and a current, my youngest daughter at Edna Brewer. I want to echo what Ms. Bumpus said and direct towards Director Gonzalez that how the vote went was outside of the bylaws and the Brown Act was violated. So I would suggest that vote be redone regardless of the outcomes. Number two, that Ms. Bumpus said to the new school board members, Director Williams, Thompson, and Davis, there's an optic here that you are supporting a sitting school board member that drafted the blueprint process on school closures, and all of you, or most of you, ran on no more school cuts or closures. So it may seem like a small move and you may not be aware of it, but the public is definitely already having concerns on how you're positioning yourself. Director Gonzalez should not be leading this board moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Velasquez. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Point of clarification, where's the clock, please? Where's the clock?
I see a blue clock in the middle of the screen. I'm looking at the gallery view.
The public I don't see a clock. I cannot speak with you just at your will saying your time is up. I have to be able to discern when it's appropriate for me to cut off. I need to see the clock, please.
Ms. Olubala, maybe try clicking on the gallery view in the top right-hand corner of your screen.
No, the clock is always visible. I've been in several meetings today. The clock has been visible. I've always seen the clock before. How much time do I have? I don't want to hold your meeting up. If you don't have the clock for some reason, I'll just move on. How much time do I have to speak?
You have a minute. Mr. Sato, can we reset the timer?
Thank you. And sorry to disturb your meeting. I want to speak on the fact that in October, you had members of the Oakland Education Association, African American teachers, who came before you to talk about the need for reparations in a sanctuary city for Black students. Reading from that document, over the past 16 years, OUSD has lost nearly 20,000 Black students as a result of anti-Black racism in the educational system, as well as target gentrification, causing a mass exodus of Black people from Oakland. I just came out of a meeting of the Parks and Recreation Department of Oakland, and there is an ordinance called the City of Oakland Protected Tree Ordinance. And we don't have an ordinance to protect children, particularly Black children in this city. Something has to be done to address the issues of disparity of African American students. It's a disgrace when you have a school that's 92%, an alternative school, that's 92% Latino and only 8% Black. That's just one example. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Olubala. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Carlos Rodriguez.
Can you guys hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay, hi, my name is Carlos Rodriguez. I'm a senior at Lighthouse. I'm here to talk about the new enrollment plan that is being drafted. I'm opposed to it because I feel it will bring confusion towards parents, especially in a pandemic. I feel that this will also bring harm towards families who their first or native language is in English, as they have already become accustomed to an enrollment system, and switching it now will only bring confusion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Nida Khalil.
Hello, my name is pronounced Nadat. Thank you. Welcome to the new board members. I thank you already for your service that you guys will do. I am just worried that we as a community are not thinking about the SSOs the way we would our own selves. And our six-figure salaries, if they were to be taken away from us, how would we in turn want to be treated? So I just want to say to the board, as well as Superintendent Johnson Trammell, if you guys, when making these decisions about people who live and work for our kids in this community, about taking their livelihood away and then making them start all over from scratch after years and years of dedication and service to our students, we really need to take the time to create a better solution for the SSO situation. Thank you so much for your time. Good night and Happy New Year, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Khalil. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Dirk Tillotson.
Greetings and thank you. I actually want to agree with Mr. Mordecai around the people being able to speak on each item. I wanted to speak on the closed session items and particularly the use of OUSD facilities for housing, and to thank you all for using a precious public resource and potentially turning that into affordable housing that's been sitting vacant. The community wants you to do that and wants you to do more of that. To the brother who talked about the native land, let's talk with AICRC and Native American Health Center and Native folks about how we can do the same thing for them if we want to make that real. But we need to do more of that. We're one of the largest landowners, and that land sits vacant and as a cost, not as a benefit to the community. If we want to do enrollment better, respond to families. We have a whole set of Yemeni families, 1,000 Yemeni families that want their language to be honored, and they want to see that as a part of the program. That would attract kids and families from throughout the region back to OUSD. We need to respond to families.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Humphrey Garrett. Humphrey Garrett.
Yes, good evening. I would like to take a moment to let it be known what the SSOs do. We are the glue of the operation. We provide safety, preventing unsafe situations. We break up fights. We do mediations. We keep people off the campus that don't belong. We are an extension of the parents because we have expectations of the students too. We build relationships with students, staff, and parents, and we restore relationships too. We listen to our students with no interruptions. The students share with us what troubles them the most, and we're able to refer them to services when needed. We support the adults on campus too. When teachers are overwhelmed, sometimes in tears, we remind them of the purpose to get them back into the classroom. Our admin sometimes can't get through to our students because of our prior relationship building. We're able to come in and make the connection so the communication happens. When there are clear barriers between adults and we restore relationships, keep our culture and climate healthy. We are a collaborative teams, and we are community leaders, coaches, athletic directors, mentors, critical thinkers. We totally agree with the upward movement financially because of what we do for the school's culture and climate, and the documentation of the duties we already perform. We do not agree that we should have to reapply for the jobs we already do and go through a probationary period. We believe it is unfair to us, and we have dedicated a large amount of our adult life to our students in the district. So please grandfather our entire team over to be culture and climate ambassadors, and let us continue to support our schools preparing.
Next speaker is Corrine Todd.
Hello, thank you. So real quick, my son attends Oakland High School. He was a junior in spring 2020, and somehow you guys decided to only give credit, no credit instead of actual grades, which was not fair to juniors who are now seniors and who are applying for colleges and scholarships. A 3.0 3.5 versus a 3.85 or something is a difference between a $3,000 scholarship and a $5,000 scholarship, and it's just not fair. You're always talking about parent engagement and student engagement, but you didn't one time ask parents or students what they wanted. And so now my son wants to go to UCLA. He applied for USC, but he may not be able to get in because he needed a 3.5 and he only had a 3.4. And if he had those spring grades where he had 4 A's and 1 B, it would have boosted his GPA. And I'm just really upset because I've emailed the superintendent, I've talked to the schools, I've talked to the union reps, and nobody can help me. And it's just not fair. You didn't take time to think about the students. You know, the charter schools got to choose. The private schools got to choose. Oakland Unified School District didn't get to choose. And it's not fair. You're not taking the students into consideration.
That's your time. Superintendent, do you have a recommendation for this parent about how she can resolve this?
Yes, I will follow up. I apologize if I have not responded. I'm happy to meet with that parent directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ismael Almendarez.
Hello, everybody. And again, welcome to the new board and congratulations to our new president, Shanti Gonzalez, and our vice president, Sam Davis. We look forward to working with you. I just rise today just to support our SEIU brothers and sisters and siblings. The intention of the George Floyd resolution was not to union bust, but to reimagine the roles of our SSOs. And as we start to do this work about reimagining how we police and reimagine our world, we have to bring workers along in order for this work to be successful. And so I rise again, supporting them, and hopefully we can keep their jobs and also support them in developing new skills as we create the new positions around the ambassadors.
Thank you, Mr. Almendarez. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Deneva Reed.
Yes, good evening, board, and congratulations to the new board. Clifton Thomas, Sam Davis, Mike Hitchison, Van Cedric. Thank you for the wonderful shout out for SEIU Classified. This evening, we're here talking about the SSOs. And the OUSD board is refusing to transition the non-sworn SSOs into cultural assistant climate ambassadors. This is unacceptable, and it undermines the work that was led by the BOP project to create safer schools for students. Harming Black and Brown people is not a compassionate way to have public safety and create safer schools. Harming Black and Brown people is not the answer. Removing school officers from school will also remove the support, the mentoring, and the counseling and safety that students need to thrive. We have more to say, but unfortunately we only have a minute. So thank you for your time, but this conversation will definitely go on, and we look for your support in resolving this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Next speaker.
Next speaker is David.
Hi, good evening, David Castillo. I'm going to change things up a little bit. I mean, I definitely want to echo the comments of Mr. Mordecai earlier about us not being able to speak on specific items. But what I'd like to focus your attention on tonight, not talking about jobs, not talking about the union, not talking about reopening schools or Director Gonzalez's appointment, talking about children. In Oakland, if you are low income, Black, African American, and have an IEP, you are nearly 30 times more likely to be suspended. Our district is suspending kindergartners, right? So we're having this conversation tonight. Most of it is focused on adults, and I just want to really ask the returning and new board directors and superintendent to focus your energy on the children. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Castillo. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Stephen Miller.
Good evening, school board members and everybody else. This is really old business, but the current OUSD plan is to close 23 schools Now, in the middle of a pandemic, this is business that is on your table. Everybody knows that this must be repudiated. In the last 2 years, hundreds of people have spoke against this. Nobody spoke for it except school board members. Not one person from the community spoke for that. Schools are the anchors of the communities. By closing them, you open them up to what we see, the invasion of flatland communities with high-rise housing that is deliberately kept empty. And the school district with this plan is totally complicit with that. You must reject this plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Manisha Patel.
Good evening, board members. So good to see all of you. As some of you may know, I was a longtime staff member at OUC for nearly 17 years. And in my last 3 years, I actually led the work around enrollment improvements, which included system, policy, and processes, and wonderful conversations with our new board president. I'm here because I applaud a couple of things that are written in this new policy and some things that are questionable for me. I think it's wonderful to dedicate central staff to positions to support schools to reach out to families. That to me is about meeting the needs of the families. There's no shortage of data out there, and I would encourage you to look at the past board presentations. There's several years of them that talk about the root causes of the enrollment. And it doesn't really start with application. When there's a language in the policy about making strategic choices, and you really need to think about, well, the need is really about increasing the number of on-time applicants. That has nothing to do with the way resources are spent at OUSD. And you also have to look at the number of families that are getting into their top choice schools.
Thank
Those
you,
are the
Ms.
driver.
That's your time. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Phoebe Nguyen.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. I couldn't get it unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Phoebe Nguyen. I support special education students as an occupational therapist, and I'm here to just communicate that I'm just really disappointed and dismayed to hear that the board is refusing to transition the SSOs into the culture and assistant climate ambassadors, but rather lay them off. This directly undermines the goal of creating safer schools for our children, and it removes critical mentoring and counseling support that our students need to learn and thrive. And layoffs at this particular time is especially dehumanizing and brutal, considering the global pandemic that's taking thousands of lives every day. As an itinerant therapist who goes to multiple schools in any given day, I've seen firsthand the important role that the SSOs play in the lives of our kids, and both their physical safety and their mental health.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Gloria Broussard.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Congratulations to the board members. I'm speaking on behalf of our SEIU leadership. I'm in agreement with them, and I'm asking you to reconsider laying off of the SSOs and to consider grandfathering them into their positions. Those people have been on those jobs too long to have to restart a new position. Training is ongoing every year, every month at the school. So reconsider grandfathering the SSOs into their positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Broussard. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Rich Harrison.
Good evening, Rich Harrison, CEO of Lighthouse Community Public Schools. The enrollment stabilization policy is clearly a move to erect artificial barriers in front of families who want to evaluate all their public education options that they are legally entitled to, both district and charter. Our Oakland families vote with their feet and when they enroll in a school. And this proposed policy is a form of voter suppression targeting Black and brown families. To bring this policy forward during a pandemic, and one of the first items on the board's legislative agenda docket, is very problematic as it centers on a political agenda rather than building fair and equitable systems for families. Over the past 4 years, the district and charter schools have worked cooperatively to create an equitable system for families who want to choose the best school for their children with a simple enrollment process. Stacey Abrams writes, "We are strongest when we see the most vulnerable in our society bear witness to their struggles and then work to create systems to make it better. I urge the board to stop playing district and charter politics, stop targeting our families with policies rooted in restricting and suppressing parent choice and agency." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Orlando Gray. Oh, I won't be able to bring Mr. Gray aboard, President Gonzalez. Next speaker is Melvin Phillips.
Welcome, Mr. Phillips.
Good afternoon, board members, and congratulations to the new board members that was sworn in on the 4th. My name is Melvin Phillips, and I'm the SEIU president for the school chapter and also a lead SSO. Just a little background over my 28 years of working for the school district. I've seen all types of crime on the campus, and without being able to have relationships with students and stuff, I wouldn't have been able to take at least 7 guns off of individuals, keep your sons and daughters and grandbabies from getting jacked in the restrooms, the smoking of marijuana openly on campuses, relationships and getting students in class to bring their GPA up from below a 1.0 up to at least a 2 or better. I mean, we did all these things, and to take us out of schools is something that's going to be very harmful to our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I believe that concludes public comment, Ms. Floyd.
Yes, it does, President Gonzalez.
Great, thank you. We will now move on to public comment on agenda items. So if you are hoping to speak on an item that's on the agenda tonight, you can speak now.
I'm sorry, Madam President, before we do that, we need to do interpreting.
Right, okay, sorry. Go ahead, interpreters.
All right, if everyone could lower their hands, thank you, Ms. Delton, I appreciate it. Let's do reverse order. Ms. Hill, if you wouldn't mind starting out.
I couldn't really hear. Did you mean my name?
No, Ms. Vargas, I was gonna do with Cantonese first.
Okay.
Ms. Ho, are you available?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
各位 Oakland 社區人士你好，呢度係 Oakland 聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊你一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你喺熒屏上舉一舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, President
Hello?
Gonzalez.
I have no idea, Gene. When I finally clicked on.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. No Cantonese.
Muy bien, pues buenas noches y bienvenidos otra vez a la Junta de la Mesa Directiva del Distrito Escolar Unificado de Oakland. Queremos ver si usted necesita nuestro servicio de interpretación al español y para indicárnoslo usted necesita levantar la mano utilizando el símbolo de Raise Your Hand que está en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Por favor avísenos si necesita el servicio y para activarlo solo necesita pulsar el botón de interpretación y seleccionar el canal de español. Si necesita cualquier cosa o ayuda técnica, avísenos a través del chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas. No hands are raised. Madam President, no Cantonese or Spanish interpreting is needed for this item.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to go out of order. I asked that our public hearings be scheduled for 8, but they're scheduled for 6:15. So I guess we're gonna have to go to public hearings. So we'll move now to item R. To do the public hearings, and then we'll come back to public comment on agenda items. Is that you, Ms. Talkington?
Yes, I was, do you have a slide presentation for this item? I was waiting for that
to be projected, but I can introduce myself.
President, you need to open public hearings.
Sorry, what was that?
We'll now open the public hearing on item R1. This is selection of Eagle Environmental Construction and Development for, yeah, it's a public hearing on potential uses of this property.
Great. I'll get started. Good evening, Superintendent and Board Directors. My name is Jody Talkington, Senior Director of Strategic Projects for the Superintendent Office, and I will be giving some background information about the properties being discussed tonight before we hear from the community, their concerns and comments. So just checking in with the board office, is it possible to project the slide presentation for the Tilden property? Assume, oh, there we go. So we'll be discussing two properties tonight. We'll begin by discussing the former Tilden CDC, which is at 4551 Steele Street in East Oakland. Next slide. I want to start tonight by sharing some background on actions the board has previously taken to get us to the place where we're at tonight. In June 2019, the Board of Education directed the superintendent to convene a 7-Eleven committee to review 5 properties that have been vacant for 5 to 10 years. The 7-Eleven committee is a citizen committee made up of 7 to 11 people. Our committee had 11 participants, each with specific roles and representation of the district that is required by the Ed Code. This is a requirement to review any properties being considered by a surplus by a school district. That 7-Eleven committee met the entire fall of 2019, August through December, to review the properties to understand if in fact they should be declared surplus, and to hold public hearings to meet with community members that lived in the vicinity of each of the properties. They submitted a final report to the board on January 2020 with their recommendations on which sites should be surplused and the list of priority uses for each site based on their community hearings. They recommended 2 of the 5 properties to be surplus, which are the ones we're discussing tonight in public hearings, the former Tilden CDC, which is the one we're talking about first, and also the former Edward Chan's Adult School. The top uses, which I'll share more a bit in the upcoming slides, for the Tilden CDC was a community park or affordable workforce housing. The top uses for the Edward Chan's Adult School was a mixed use site for affordable or workforce housing and workforce development support for the community. In February 2020, the board passed resolutions that were aligned with what the 7-Eleven committee report recommended to officially surplus Tilden and Edward Chan's properties, specifically identifying that they to pursue long-term leases and not sales of those properties. Next slide. On this slide, I will describe the process we have taken so far in selecting proposals to begin negotiations. Each of the steps that are listed here are required by the Ed Code and conditions set by the State Board of Education for us to follow. On October 19th, we posted requests for proposals for the former Tilden CDC and the former Edward Chan's Adult Education Center. Those requests for proposals did indicate our priority uses, and were attached the entire community notes for the recommendation for those uses. The request for proposal was posted for 30 days, as is standard practice, and all proposals were due on November 9th, 2020. On November 18th, as required by the State Board of Education, the board announced acceptance of the proposals that were submitted on time. And on December 9th, the board reviewed the proposals in depth in closed session. And on December 18th, which is 30 days from the acceptance of the proposals, also part of the Ed Code. The board did select Eagle Environmental and Construction and Development for the developers for both the former Edward Shands and Tilden site. It is important to note that these selections do not constitute leases at this point. That still needs to be selected, or it still needs to be negotiated. And before negotiations can begin, the board is holding the public hearings tonight. That should say January 13th, 2021, not 2020. And the purpose of the hearing is to allow for the public to comment on possible uses for the two properties and share concerns regarding any impact on the community. After the public hearings tonight, the board will direct staff and the real estate consultants on the terms to negotiate with the proposed developers in closed sessions. If the negotiations result in a lease agreement with the authorized range provided by the board, the details will be shared at a public meeting when the lease agreement is brought to the board for the vote. And once the negotiations are final, a potential lease will, that's where we'll have all the details for the public to see. Next slide. The selections by Eagle Environmental I'll start with for Tilden, that's the focus of the first public hearing, are based on benefit for the community and in alignment with the recommendations of the use proposed by the 7-Eleven committee. You can see on this side language pulled directly from the 7-Eleven committee final report in their recommended use. As I mentioned before, they're very interested in a community park. They were also very concerned of the property being abandoned and really looking forward to something being placed in the property so that it was no longer being unused. And they also saw the potential for low-income housing associated with, there's some recent housing nearby the property as well. Again, I will repeat the selection of this proposal. Well, I should say one other factor in the decision for this selection was the availability of stable or non-contingent financing for the proposed project. This proposal, Eagle Environmental, in our review had the most stable financing. And again, I'll repeat, these selections do not constitute a lease with Eagle Environmental at this point. Those still have to be negotiated, and negotiations will begin after this hearing. Next slide. This slide is a summary of the proposal so the community can share concerns or impact on the property. The proposal shared, this is a high-level summary, what I can share with you. The full proposal is shared with board members in closed session, and details, I will share. The summary here is about the former Tilden CDC, and I first want to point out on the picture you see in red the part of the property that is highlighted. Some of you may recognize Tilden property as where we currently have, it currently is in use with a school, Urban Montessori Charter School, and that is not the property that is up for negotiation, but rather the portables on the sloping hill towards the east that are highlighted in that photo. The proposal from Eagle Environmental includes demolishing those structures that are in very poor condition at the moment and turned into new townhomes as affordable or workforce housing. The intent to serve the East Oakland community. It also includes a collaboration with Cypress Mandela Training Facility to establish support and training job creation. And so the intent is to, in the construction of the property, that jobs will be created for East Oakland communities. The details on the number of the proposals that were submitted and the number of units and the projected revenue for lease are not shared in open session today as to not negatively impact negotiations or place the district at an disadvantage in negotiations, but they will be shared in full to the board, and the board will direct staff on the range of negotiations. And if the negotiations result in a lease within the authorized range provided by the board, the details will be shared at a public meeting when the lease is brought for a vote. We do ask the public to comment on any impacts that they see from the summary of this proposal, or any considerations about the impact of the community of a use being brought to the space that has been vacant, so that the board can direct staff on terms that are aligned with the community's comments. Next slide. And that concludes the presentation for the Tilden property. So I believe President will take comment on this property and then move to the next property.
Yeah, so let's take public comments and then we'll come back to the board. If you would like to comment on this item, again, we are not discussing terms right now. The only question is, are we going to negotiate with this firm about possible uses for the Tilden property? Ms. Floyd, can you call the public speakers?
Yes, our first speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai speaking as individual. My concern is when you establish a lease, can the company that establishes you blow you off in the sense that they sublease for something, the community, because we've gone through a process, and Jody Tarkington has done a fantastic job of trying to reach out to the community. The 7-Eleven committee did a fantastic job. They did all that work. Can the company just, shuck and jive you and just say, oh yeah, we're gonna do this, we got this financing, and when they don't have it, either the financing part of it, or they really have something else in mind, and they're gonna sublease it to somebody else, and then what do you do? So that's a legal question. Have you discussed that with your lawyer in terms of, yeah, I understand you haven't written it out yet, but that's my worry. My worry is that your mission is education.
That's good time. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Nadak Khalil.
Thank you. It's Nadat Khalil. Thank you. My concern, as many of you know, teachers and staff at OUSD are some of the lowest paid teachers and staff of any educational district in the Bay Area. When you say that you are coming to negotiations with these companies and you say low income housing, are you specifically saying this is low income housing for OUSD employees and families? Because OUSD teachers need housing more than ever, and it's harder and harder these days. So I'm wondering if you guys are specifically putting language in this negotiation about housing and benefits to OUSD employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khalil. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Joel Velasquez.
Hi, this is Joel Velasquez, parent of 3 kids, Oakland Tech, Edna Brewer, and co-founder of Open, and J4J, co-founder, National Alliance. I just want to make, this might seem general, but this is specific to Tilden. I attended those meetings, at many of the community meetings, spoke with Jody Talkington. I'm not really sure, I wouldn't agree with the way everything's being presented. At every site, people were talking about to benefit the community in and around that school site. And I think whether it's intentional or unintentional, the way it's being presented right now, I would strongly disagree. And like the prior speaker just said, there was a lot of talk about creating affordable housing at some of these sites, specifically for OUSD teachers. So that was a great point. So I'll kind of park it there. I'm running out of time, but I just want to be careful that we're not really, the school board members are not being presented really what the community members were saying at those meetings. It seems twisted.
Thank you, Mr. Velasquez. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Brian Quevedo.
Good evening, board. This is Brian Quevedo. I was a member of the 7-Eleven committee and was honored to serve Really want to congratulate the board and the and district staff for taking what was a large set of very active community conversations that the 7-Eleven committee initiated in these communities and making something of it. I wish it could happen faster. I wish we could do more for these communities. This particular facility, I drive by quite often. It's near my neighborhood. And, you know, I see children scaling the fence to play basketball in a dilapidated area. The 7-Eleven committee, I think, is really a vital tool that I would encourage the board to use going forward to help take a critical look at the whether our facilities for the district match the demographic needs of the district going forward, and how we can reasonably use the 7-Eleven committee to address those needs going forward. USD's capital. Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Keith Brown.
Good evening, Keith Brown, Oakland Education.
We lost you, Mr. Brown. Are you still there?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. OEA objected to the sale of surplus property due to a lack of a comprehensive plan to utilize OUSD facilities for early childhood and adult education, but we do acknowledge that this proposal is a lease. Just some concerns I want to raise, that OUSD properties are public lands and should be used for public good, which may include affordable housing or community benefits groups. And we just need more information to tell, will these leases truly be a benefit to the community and will not fuel the gentrification, which is driving families out of Oakland and hurting our students? And also, how will OUSD ensure that any commercial space tenants or subtenants are community beneficial and responsive? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Ms. Olubala looks like is next.
Next speaker is Asada Olubala.
Yes, I hope consideration was given to the prioritization order for use of property. Number one in that order is learning and recreation space for students. Then the next category, there are 5 of the orders. The next category was consideration for use of properties. Number 1, long-term leases over sale of properties. Number 2, specific to students with special needs. And under that list is six subject matters. So I hope that the process followed the prioritization order and the consideration for use of property in making the final decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olubala. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Veronica Martinez.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for taking my message. I'm Veronica Martinez. I was also honored to be a member of the 7-Eleven committee back in 2019, and it was really it was a very good experience, very educational experience to serve the community in this way. And now it's turning into a gratifying experience, because knowing that the report that we prepared and submitted is not sitting on a shelf somewhere for somebody to revisit it 10 years from now, it's just that is very gratifying. Knowing that progress is being made toward the recommendations we made. So I want to thank the board and the district for the work that you have put into these RFPs and the negotiation of these leases coming forward. If I remember, one thing from those meetings was the request from the community for something to be done. So that's what you're doing, and I appreciate you, and thank you for that. Something to be done so that these sites don't stay there empty and creating just blight for the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez, and the other members of the 7-Eleven committee. It was a lot of work. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Manisha Patel.
Yes, regarding the enrollment policy. So the last time Director Gonzalez had asked the staff members of the district to make a change and remove the district schools from School Finder, we informed her and the board that the cost would be $100,000 to $150,000, and it would take about 3 months. And at the end of the day, it's about the impact of families. That does zero to help OUSD's enrollment. Families do not choose schools based on what they see in Oakland School Finder. They choose it based on word of mouth, and that data has been captured year after year about what drives family choice. The other thing that drives family choice is the number of families that get into
moment for this.
the other thing that drives family choice is the number of families that get into their first choice school.
Items. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Asa. Asa.
Oh, okay, I see it there. I see the unmute button. Great, welcome. It's great to see some new faces here. I really appreciate these new folks here. I just don't want to start calling out anybody's name because I don't want to do that, but I really appreciate you being on the board. And I think that's really wonderful. I'm very happy about that. I'm an African-American man. I was involved with the African-American Male Achievement Task Force and on and on and on. So I'm really grateful for that. What's important is that America functions as an ahistorical country generally. It's like we don't want to know anything that happened 50 or 100 years ago, even though those were the values that determine how the layout of the land is, who lives where and who lives where there. We all know about redlining and on and on and on. I think the district has to take the effort of reversing that ideology. Just because things are a certain way, they're that way because we live in a white supremacist racist society. You know, there's Oakland Tech and then there's McClymonds. They're not very far apart from each other, but they're racially segregated.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, that's your time.
Oh, thank you.
The last speaker on this item is a call-in listener, area code 415, and the last 3 numbers are 963.
*6 to unmute, I believe, caller. Go ahead. Caller, would you like to make a comment? Okay, board colleagues, would you like to make comments on this item? Again, we are not discussing the terms of the negotiation. That is a conversation that we will have probably in closed session because it's about negotiations. This is simply a question of, do you agree that we're going to go forward with this firm? Go ahead, Mr. Hutchinson, Director Hutchinson.
Yes, thank you. I'm very opposed to this, and I'm actually very disappointed that at the first meeting with the new board, that's when this was brought up. I went to all of the 7-Eleven committee meetings. I participated in the process, and we as a board need to be careful lifting up 2 committee members and thinking that was the will of the committee. These were the only 2 properties out of the 5 that the committee voted to surplus, and it was a very close vote. And so this was contentious from day one. We need to look at the timing of this, where this was put out to bid in October by the previous board. And I think now, when we're in a pandemic, when we're looking at social distancing and new facility uses going forward for this next year, this is not the time to be disposing of our property. And lastly, with this property in particular, this is the CDC from a larger campus. We as a district have never divided up our campuses into these ever smaller parcels. And since this first went through the process, there's actually a different charter school at the Tilden campus. So all of the conditions have changed. And so why is this being pushed forward and why now? I would ask us as a board to focus on creating a plan for social distancing and a hybrid plan going forward before we permanently dispose of our property. And lastly, just so the community knows, when we use the term long-term lease, legally that allows up to a 99-year lease. And I, as a board member, am philosophically opposed to leasing out our public resources for 99 years. So I'm going to be working against this, and hopefully we as a board can pick a different direction going forward. Thank you.
Ms. Talkington, can you just clarify how many years the lease is for? You are on mute, Ms. Talkington.
The term of the lease will be decided in negotiations. The Ed Code does allow a long-term lease for a surplus property to be up to 99 years. I do want to clarify, though, the vote for the 7-Eleven committee, and this is on the report that is on our website, and I can share with all the board members. For Edward Chan's, it was actually a 9 vote. There were 10 members voting that night. 9 people voted to surplus, 1 person opposed. And for the Steel Street property, 6 members voted to surplus the property and 4 opposed.
Thank you, Ms. Talkington. Colleagues, are there any other comments before we close this public hearing? Go ahead, Director Williams. You are on mute, Director Williams. Director Williams, you are still on mute. Director Williams, there you go. Now we can hear you. We didn't hear anything that you said.
Excellent. So I'm in a position for affordable housing. Oakland has affordable housing crisis. And so we really have to be really true to the fact that our teachers need housing. Is this going to be an opportunity for our teachers to have housing? I think that's so important. This is the first step of that, is to really ask those questions. I'm opposed to selling any land. A lease is not bad at all. I think that we have to ask questions, though, is can this development provide opportunities for our lower income community members who live in the neighborhood? What are the community benefits that will occur in the neighborhood? And if we actually going to allow educators and anybody who meets the affordable housing median income standard to actually apply, or are these particular units going to be out of touch? And if it's out of touch, then I'm not for it. But if it is affordable housing that our members are able to afford, our classified paraeducators should be able to afford, then we need to talk about it. Thank you very much.
Thanks. And just colleagues, we're going to talk about all of those terms in closed session. We're not going to talk about specific terms that we want to see included in the agreements right now. Director Eng, did you have a question?
No, I was just, I know we're not voting tonight, I don't believe, right? It's just a public hearing, but I just wanted to say in general, having gone through this long process from the 7-Eleven, the many, many hours that the committee, so great to hear from a couple committee members tonight, the many hours that they spent really interrogating the data, asking questions, going through the information, and having been out to both sites and seeing the cost of what it would take for us to get either of those facilities up into a condition that would be viable for students. I am definitely supportive of doing something with both sites, and I believe that with our existing facilities that we have sufficient facilities to be able to meet the needs of this new pandemic environment. And so I definitely hear Director Hutchinson's concerns around wanting to make sure that we have adequate facilities for our students and our staff, but we do have other sites that are available that we can also utilize. So I just wanted to just offer support in terms of continuing this direction. It has been a long haul in terms of this process, from the 7-Eleven committee to surplus to now the public hearing for entering into agreement. But I do want to continue to support the process and the utilization of these two sites for the benefit of the surrounding communities, and also for affordable housing and workforce housing as the 7-Eleven recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ng. Any other board member questions? Go ahead, Vice President Davis. Did I see your hand?
Yes, you did. And I just want to echo Director Ng's gratitude to the 7-Eleven committee members, because I know that was a lot of work. And I wanted to just verify, the reason for this hearing is because of the waiver process, from what I understand. Is that right, Ms. Talkington, that in order to be able to not just send the properties to the highest bidder, but to actually take into account community benefits and our larger community goals for these properties, we needed to go through this waiver process. And as part of that, that's the reason for having a hearing when we don't actually have any details yet on, the details have yet to be negotiated. So just to clarify that for the community, because I got some questions from the community of, are you having a hearing? Then what's the deal? And that the deal hasn't actually been made yet, but we're preparing negotiations. The second piece was just in terms of using those properties, because I did hear from Director Hutchinson and from some members of the community, why not use those properties for educational use, but they're actually also severely blighted, and so they're not in the condition to be used right now. It would take a significant amount of funding to get them into a usable state. So that's another reason why, I think the 7-Eleven committee saw them as a situation where they should be surplus. And finally, just one question, what happens to any income that comes as a result of this long-term lease? Does it go into the general fund, or does it have to be used for facilities uses?
It is allowed to be used for the general fund.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, any other questions before we close the public hearing?
Aren't we going to do another round for the other property that still needs to be heard?
It's a separate item that we're going to get to in a second. Any other questions about this item? Okay, we're going to close this public hearing, and we will open the public hearing on item, I think it's R2. Ms. Talkington, do you have to do the presentation over again, or can we just take public comment and then question?
I would like to give this.
I'm sorry, we need to do, it's the next item, we need to do a interpreting check.
Go ahead, Director, General Counsel.
Okay, Ms. Vargas, if you could come off of mute, if you are there. And
Sure. Muy bien. Buenas noches otra vez y bienvenidos a la Junta. Si es que apenas acaba de conectarse, vamos a empezar un nuevo tema y necesitamos saber si necesita usted el servicio de interpretación. Para hacérnoslo saber, por favor, levante la mano. Es el icono que está aquí en la parte de abajo en las herramientas. Dice Raise Hand. Y a través de ese sistema, ya veo una manita por ahí. Muchas gracias. Entonces vamos a dar el servicio de interpretación. Y para activarlo, pulse el botón de Interpretation. Es uno que tiene un globo terráqueo ahí abajo y selecciona el canal de español. Cualquier cosa nos avisa a través del chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Mr. Mordecai, I don't believe you need translation, so if you could take down your hand at this time so we can get the translation done.
Interpreting is live. And ask, please interpret. Let me, Mr. Yuan, okay, Mr.
Okay, General Counsel, your Your internet is really poor right now. I think we're waiting for Ms. Ho or her counterpart to do the Cantonese, the call for Cantonese interpretation.
各位歐倫社區人士，你好，呢度係歐倫樂校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你喺熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你喺熒屏上邊舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, President Gonzalez.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. I don't see any.
President, can you hear me better now?
I don't see any hands up for Cantonese, so I think we can move forward and open the public hearing on item R2.
And Director Gonzalez, I do need to share a summary of the specific proposal for this site.
Okay.
So if staff could project the deck, and I'll tell you which side to move forward on. So all the background and the process for proposal selection is the same as the Tilden site. If you could move to slide, that one, stop there. So first, just wanted to highlight, this is also a snapshot from the report from the 7-11 committee for Edward Shands. You can also hear that the community really wants something done to revitalize the neighborhood, and wants to ensure that there's a mixed use for low income, affordable housing, also with workforce development opportunities. And you see the very last line, active resistance to market rate housing, strip commercial or non-community serving uses of the property. Next slide. So for this property, you see in the red line on the photo, it includes multiple buildings. And so the proposal here would include the soft demolition of the main buildings, meaning the interior would be demolished, but the exterior would stay intact, and they would be turned into residential units, affordable residential units. You see that there is I don't know if you can see my arrow, but there is a one-story building also on the property, and that would be completely demolished and turned into a mixed-use space for the community to provide community job training, resources, and other health services to the community. And like the other proposal at Tilden, this also includes a collaboration with Cypress Mandela training for job creation in the construction process. And next slide, I believe that's it. So we'll take feedback from any concerns on this property.
Okay, we'll do public comments, Ms. Floyd.
Our first speaker is Melvin Phillips.
Superintendent and board, my name is Melvin Phillips, SEIU president for the school chapters. And back in the day when 7-11 first came up with the scheme for the properties, it was sent out a survey and SEIU was against it for any sales. We still think that property should be used for our children since it is public property. Way back on this side of the flood, before they moved even down to 1000 Broadway, I had made suggestions that you should use Edward Shands for the executive office. There's plenty of room out there. Instead of gutting it out, making it, and fixing it up for apartments, gut it out and make office space in there for the superintendent and her staff and all. There's plenty of parking out there in Eastmont Mall, so I don't see why it can't be used for that.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Mordecai speaking as an individual. The thing that's happening here is When you're dealing with property, you're dealing with it in the community. Now, the 7-Eleven committee did a fantastic job of reaching out to the community and allowing them to have input. But what is missing is the city of Oakland. If you're going to be dealing with the community, why aren't you dealing with the city of Oakland? The city of Oakland has like advertising billboards they get an income on that they can use to build community centers, which they sometimes do. So why aren't you not reaching out to the city of Oakland on these projects? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mordecai. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Brian Quevedo.
Thank you again. Of all the properties we toured with the 7-Eleven committee, I couldn't be happier to see the district moving forward on what seems to be, what I'm hoping to be is a robust plan to transform this particular site. It is quite a blight on the community. You know, in terms of possibility to repurpose this for any educational purpose, you know, looking at the tour and the discussions with facilities indicated that, you know, ADA concerns were so severe in this antiquated layout that reactivating this space, which is going to cost more money and require more remediation than the educational use you may be able to extract from it. So I'm very supportive of seeing this project go forward. I really want to, again, applaud all of the work of the district in moving forward with this. And again, want to reiterate that I think the district will always need to repurpose its spaces. And when it no longer serves an educational use due to the demographics of the community, I encourage you to activate that 7-Eleven and,
Thanks, Mr.
bring the community in. Thank you all so much.
Thanks for your service. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Joel Velasquez.
Hello, everyone. Joel Velasquez. I just also want to reiterate, I think it's important for me being part of those meetings to share with the current school board that may have not been in those rooms. Again, how these properties were selected and how the communities were suggesting that these properties be used is the most important thing right now. We know that developers are not going to do this for free. So all of us trying to say that we're going to hold a developer accountable for what we wanted in these spaces, it's probably not going to happen because it's not going to make them any money. And to Keith Brown, OEA's president, and other commenters, public speakers, these properties are for us, for OUSD, the students, the families, and teachers, for us to use them, not for the city outside of that. And once we sell them, these properties are gone. And that's more of what we need to understand here. It's not the work the 7-Eleven committee did or directly to Mrs. Talkington. These properties are ours. We need to use them for what we need to do. And one last thing, the CDCs were closed during Tony Smith, and the reason they got in that condition is because of OUSD. This is backwards.
Thanks, Mr. Velasquez. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Asa.
I think it's really important that there be community. I don't feel community here. I feel like you guys are blocking us out. We can't see each other. And you're blocking out this whole thing with this developer this and this developer that. You know, I'm a highly educated person, and I've read some of the contracts that you guys have, that the district has signed, and sometimes the printing on the paper wasn't even clear. You know, so I mean, why should we trust this process, you guys? I mean, look at your record. Oh my God. So you're going to shroud this and you're going to say it's 100-year this, it's 100-year that, whatever. You know, I unfortunately have zero faith in all of this because 11 seconds left. We have a right to be seen. We should not be shrouded. We should not be whatever. You guys here on the board are blocking us out and making us look like we don't exist. I don't appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Brown. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Veronica Martinez.
Hi, good night again, good evening. I just wanted to express my support for the
public hearing and just to encourage, and I know that you have all the best intentions to the board and to the staff of OUSD to really work on really a strong lease agreement with these entities, because again, to repeat myself, something needs to be done. That site in particular, Edward Shantz, if I recall correctly, it was something like 11 years empty. So to think that we don't do anything now, or you don't do anything now, and something may happen in the next 6 to 8 months, in the next 2 years, that's delusional. So I really applaud you for going forward with this process and really do something with those sites, because it just needs to be done. And if you don't do it now, I don't know when it's going to happen. So thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Martinez. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson, for being prepared to deal with the subject matter based on you are not dependent on just a recommendation from the 7-Eleven committee, but you have vested yourself into learning facts related to the best interests of the district and the children. Having said that, this is a recommendation from the 7-Eleven committee. You have to be able to discern whether that recommendation is adequate or sufficient, fair to our community. Lastly, the building was deplorable. It was horrible. Failure to maintain that building has caused us to not get the value that we could get out of that building. What happened to maintaining that property so that we could use it efficiently and effectively? That question has to be dealt with. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Olubala. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Dirk Tillotson.
We need to use our properties for the public. Those again, Shands, the people in the neighborhood have been very clear about what they want to be done with that property. It sat there for a decade. It's been a shooting gallery. It's been fires have been set there. The police are called there. This is property of the people. The Housing for All initiative that OUSD passed focused on youth that are unhoused. Why can't we do something with these properties? I'm not saying with this property. I think we got to do what we can with these properties right now, but we need to focus on the most underserved families. But we also need to just do something. OUSD for so many years just sits on these 1025 Second Ave just sat empty across from Laney. Like, these are public properties that need to be used for the public. And we have a public process to get that input, 7-Eleven committee. I feel like that was a vigorous process this year that involved the community, and if people missed it, that's because they weren't paying attention to it. You can talk to folks on the committee about it. It was imperfect, but it brought out what the community wanted these sites. And they let them sit empty again, where Black families sleep on the freaking streets of Oakland, and we have acres of unused properties and buildings that empty makes no sense.
Next speaker.
Our final speaker on this matter is Sharon Rose.
Thank you. So I want to agree with the person who pointed out that it is the fault of OUSD that these properties are in the situation they're in. When I started teaching as an adult ESL teacher in 2004, Shands was a thriving school that gave high school diplomas to people who had aged out of high school. And so if we're going to build affordable housing on that site, what I want to know is, where are we going to house the needed adult school to provide, to give people a second chance who have dropped out of high school right now? We have lost at least 20% of our high school students. And it would be really nice to have a place for them to go to get their high school diploma after they age, because they can't go back to high school because they're too old. And I haven't heard that. I don't know why can't we talk about what will replace Shands?
Thank you, Ms. Rose. I do believe there's going to be a conversation about adult ed and alt ed in a few months. Is that right, Ms. Talkington?
Yeah, if it's on the board calendar, I believe we do have plans for both alt ed and adult ed directed by the board previously, and so we can bring that back to the board. Yes.
President Gonzalez, we have one additional speaker who would like.
Okay, last speaker on this item.
Gloria Broussard.
Hello, board. I'm in agreement with everything that everyone is saying about these buildings and empty spaces and renovations. And why can't personnel, human resources, superintendent, and everybody use the buildings that's already paid for instead of downtown paying all this extra money, which probably could help OUSD staff in other areas? It doesn't make sense for you to sell this property when you have property that can be used, renovated, use it for something, and come from downtown. Give us easy access to you. Stop hiding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Broussard. General Counsel, do we have to do interpretation announcement again, or can we move back to public comment on agenda items?
Another round for the board, please.
Oh, thank you, Director Hutchinson. Yes, colleagues, comments, questions. Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
I'll lead it off then. You know, again, one of the comments that really resonated with me there was from Asa, who spoke about how OUSD is ahistorical. And I think that's one of the problems we really have with a lot of these issues, where we have no institutional memory left. And so proposing a project at Edward Shands is very different than at the Tilden CDC. The Tilden CDC is carving out part of the Tilden campus that's always been a part of the Tilden campus and selling off a small part. For Edward Shands, we are talking about an entire campus and a separate property. But I think it's very ironic that in Oakland and OUSD, we lost our CDCs in the adult ed program when the state came and took us over. And they're the ones who closed these facilities. And now here we are 17 years later, and there's a discussion about having a private developer do workforce and job training. That's what Edward Shands used to provide through our adult ed. You know, I just said a little while ago for the last project that maybe we should wait until we make some decisions about how we're going to go forward before we dispose of our properties. And now for this, I hear that there's going to be a discussion in 3 months about adult ed. Well, where are we going to put adult ed? Shouldn't it be back in our signature center that we used to use as an East Oakland hub for adult ed? But I don't want to be lost in this, that I totally agree with the community. The district has failed the community for almost 20 years for making Edward Shands look like that and keeping it in that condition. And I think it's up to us as a board not to fall for an easy answer, but to restore to the community what they want, which is an educational purpose for our resources. We should not be moving our resources to private developers. And I also want to encourage the board, I know we're not going to talk about this now, but the community needs to understand that this is a legal requirement. And from this day forward is when negotiations around length of lease and price are going to be happening. So I encourage the community that even if you're in favor of one of these projects, to let the board know what your parameters are. Are you okay with this project if they bring in $5,000 a year for OUSD? Does it need to bring in $2 million a year to qualify for your support? Like, this is real. And lastly, I find it a little insulting to try to make a distinction between sale and a 99-year lease. So a lease that's gonna outlive me and probably 2 more generations might as well be a sale because it's disposing of the property for our lifetime. So hopefully we can bring the community together and come up with a plan that's gonna work for all of us. Thanks.
Great. Colleagues, any other comments or questions before we move on? Go ahead, Vice President Davis.
I just wanted to speak to some of the history because I taught part-time at Edward Shands for many years. And I remember very well the very first day that I taught there, one of the veteran teachers, Pat Jensen, talked to me about how it was an oasis for learning in East Oakland. And it was well known in the community. Anytime you told anybody that you taught at Edward Shands, everyone always had a cousin or an uncle or an aunt who had gone there. It was formed as an adult school. I think it was the first adult school built as an adult school in California, because Eastmont Mall used to be a Chevy plant. And so it was actually built to educate the workers at the plant. So just in terms of bringing some of the history, it was heartbreaking. It was 9.5 years ago when it closed. It was a heartbreaking moment for me and for everybody who worked there and for everyone who had studied there. And it was, again, heartbreaking to see it fall into disrepair over the years and just sit vacant. And yet we do have to recognize that there are so many properties like that belong to the district, and we need to figure out what to do with them. And we do have a city where we have a lot of school buildings and we don't have enough housing. And so I do think that the community wants more housing. I've heard that from community members at schools in my district and all over Oakland, that people want more houses, more apartments built. In terms of the parking, it actually was always a difficult place to park because you got the Taco Bell right there. So I don't think it would be a good site for administration housing offices, because you could say, oh, there's lots of parking at Eastmont Mall, but you actually have to walk for about 5 minutes from parking your car to get into the Shands property. And I do have to say, one of the things I appreciate about the proposal, as Ms. Talkington described it, is that we get to preserve the bones of those old buildings, that the structures are still good. And so that for those of us who had meaningful experiences there in the past, we will actually be able to go past and see those same buildings in place, even though they've been renovated for housing instead of schools, and get to see that site being used productively to serve the neighborhood again. And it's such a transportation hub, community services hub with Eastmont right there. So there's a lot for community members to be able to use that site as housing. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice President Davis. As somebody who lives not far from there and wants that property to become a productive use to the community again, well said. And I think our neighbors in District 6 will be very grateful when that site is something attractive and useful again. Colleagues, any other questions or comments before we move on? Okay, General Counsel, do we need to do the interpretation announcement again?
We do, Madam President. We do have a few more items. Or I believe we're moving on to, sorry, the agenda didn't pulled up. Is the next item K, Madam President? Mr. Rickshaw?
Yeah, Madam President, please formally close the
Or item L.
Close this public hearing.
All right, thank you.
All right, so yeah, we would do Spanish check. Ms. Vargas, you mind checking for Spanish? Oh, I need to let you, sorry, yep, hold on one moment, sorry. I gotta take you off the translator. Okay, Ms. Vargas, go ahead.
Muy bien, pues buenas noches y bienvenidos una vez más. Si usted se está conectando apenas, estamos ofreciéndole el servicio de interpretación para que usted pueda participar en el siguiente tema que tenemos en la agenda. Si necesita el servicio, por favor avísenos levantando la manita. Ahí en la parte de abajo en sus controles hay una manita que dice Raise Hand. De esta manera nos puede avisar que necesita intérprete. Si no vemos manitas, no vamos a estar dando el servicio. Y una vez que esté activado el servicio, busque el globo terráqueo que dice Interpretation y seleccione el canal en español. Ya vemos ahí una manita de la señora Flores. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Okay, there is a hand. So give me one moment. And while I'm doing it, Ms. Ho, if you would do Cantonese, please.
各位歐倫社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後你選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你喺熒屏上面舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, President Gonzalez.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. I believe, go ahead, Director General.
I'm sorry, Madam President. There'll be no Cantonese interpreting for this item, but of course there is Spanish. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. We're going to return now to item L, which is public comment on all agenda items. Vice President Davis is going to take over facilitation for a little bit. And Ms. Floyd, so if you want to speak on something that's on the agenda for tonight, raise your hand. And we will look and see how many hands we have, and then determine how long we want to give each speaker. Okay, I only see a few hands, so let's do 2 minutes, Mr. Seychow. And Mr. Davis, take it away.
Thank you. Ms. Floyd, can you call the next speaker, please?
Yes, our first speaker is Maria Flores. Okay, I'm not sure what happened to Maria. We'll go on to Lisa Gach.
Hi, good evening and welcome to the new members of the board. I'm Lisa Gach, Executive Director of Oakland Enrolls. This comment is regarding the enrollment stabilization policy. Oakland needs to continue improving upon its current enrollment system that allows all families equitable access to all of their public school options. This policy would be a step backwards, and there's no guarantee that dividing the enrollment experience for families will increase OUSD enrollment. In fact, it could inadvertently undermine district enrollment by adding complexity to the system for our most vulnerable families. As written, the policy will create a wall between enrollment systems, which is going to make it more difficult for Oakland Enrolls to support families, including those applying to OUSD schools. We currently run community outreach campaigns, pay for citywide marketing, run a call center, and an in-person help desk to support public school enrollment. 80% of the families we surveyed last year applied to both district and charter schools with our support. Without a shared platform, it will only become more difficult to guide families that are seeking assistance. This is not to mention the major fiscal impact of OUSD taking on thousands of dollars in enrollment system management and support, staffing, and marketing outreach that Oakland Enrolls has subsidized these past 5 years. This policy would mean OUSD would need to absorb the significant cost of all of this. Most importantly, this change will cause access gaps for Oakland families. Why do this in the middle of a pandemic? How were our most vulnerable families engaged in developing this legislation that will disproportionately affect them? Uniting, not dividing, is the goal. This policy undermines the board's belief that all Oakland students and families should be equally served. Our current enrollment system reflects the spirit of the board's community of schools policy, which states that as a community of district and charter schools, we do not operate in silos. We are interdependent in our efforts to serve all students and families, and we need to act with consideration of the larger community of schools. Building a wall between public school options will move us away from this vision and deepen the information gap for families. This will have major equity implications. Oakland families deserve a simple system that everyone can navigate. Having two separate systems will allow for inequity to creep in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Degak. Can you call the next speaker, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, next speaker is Betty Olson-Jones.
Hi, my name is Betty Olson-Jones. I'm a retired teacher. I taught at Allendale and Sequoia and under Kyla Johnson-Trammell at one point, and also was the president of the Oakland Education Association for 6 years. I want to welcome all the new board members. It's exciting to see all of you here, and I really look forward to good things in the next few years. I want to speak in support of the draft enrollment stabilization policy. I really agree with the importance of the OUSD focusing on increasing enrollment in our public schools. When I started teaching, there were over 52,000 students in the schools, in our public schools. We've lost over 16,000 students over the past 20 plus years, primarily to charter schools. Charters are not public schools. Several years ago, I sat on the Common Enrollment Committee, and by the end of it, I was the only member to vote against the proposal to create a common enrollment system for both public and charter schools. Charters have never been shy about using OUSD resources to advertise, and the district already subsidizes charter schools in any number of areas, including special education primarily. I want to point something out that I don't know if you all know. Oakland United Charter, OUSD charter schools received paycheck protection funds that were supposed to go to small businesses to the tune of $23,868,751. That was divided among all the charter schools, not to mention revenue from billboards that are on port property that go to Jerry Brown's Oakland School of the Arts. charter schools have a lot of funds that district schools don't get. They are not public schools, and I strongly support having an enrollment policy that focuses on our district schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olson-Jones. Can you call the next speaker, Ms. Cole?
Yes, the next speaker is Julia Judge.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Go ahead.
Great, thanks so much. I'm Julia. I'm speaking as well to the proposed enrollment stabilization policy. I work for the nonprofit Oakland Enrolls, and as someone who helps families submit applications to schools on a daily basis, I see the undeniable way that having joint enrollment resources positively impacts the experience. The fact is that as it stands, many different kinds of public school options do currently exist in the Oakland landscape, and many families are unaware of those options. So using a co-managed enrollment tools is a common sense practice in this landscape. The main purpose of joint resources is to simplify the process and increase equity of access. And OUSD's own community of schools ethos lends itself to this very kind of symbiotic support with families' best interests at the forefront, not politics. The timing of this policy also feels really difficult because the normal ways families can access schools and information through in-person tours and info sessions and the like have been completely disrupted by the global pandemic. So joint resources, especially online resources, are critically important, and to totally dismantle a tool that's been universally embraced by Oakland families, if not Oakland politics, is alarming. You know, we also want to see OUSD's enrollment increase. Enrollment decrease is not the goal, but removing or changing this tool right now will create an access gap for families who most need the gap to be closed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Judge.
Next speaker is Asana Olabala.
Point of clarification. Am I speaking on item V, T, W, and Y at the same time for 2 minutes?
That's right. That's my understanding. It's any item on
That's impossible. That's impossible for me to weigh in on all these items in 2 minutes. You're not affording me the opportunity to credibly weigh in on these items. So when are we going to give people a chance to have a valid way to participate in this process? Are you as new board members going to continue to support the fact that we're being locked out of having a voice at these meetings? Yes or no, sir? I'm waiting for an answer. Yes or no? Are we going to continue with this process?
And if you want to start your comment, that I would advise you that you have 2
Could
minutes.
you respectfully answer my question? Are we going to continue to have this process where you have only 2 minutes to speak to over 50-something items on the agenda? Yes or no?
Madam, Mr. Vice President, if I may, Ms. Olugbala, this is the policy of the board.
I understand
and
that.
now is the time for you.
These new board members are to continue to support this process so I can deal with it. Are you
Ms.
going to
Olugbala,
continue to
this is the policy.
support this process?
You can continue the time.
Your comments during your time. I just would advise you
Oh,
to
God.
use your time. Please.
Start the clock. I know where you're coming from. Item V, very important that we deal with items V 45, 46, 47, and 48. Notice release from positions. You're going to rubber stamp giving people the opportunity to lose their jobs without any discussion, as well as reassigning people with no discussion, as well as hiring people with no discussion. Rubber stamping, that's what you're doing. You have items on this agenda that deal with the opportunity to have walking to school. We can't walk to school and bike to school right now, but you're approving it through the Safe Passage program. You have group therapy, in-person therapy for kids, for mental health. You can't do that right now. You have to have a discussion how you're going to do that. You have support for listening for kids in situations where they are having reading tutoring in person. That can't happen. You have an agenda where you have contracts that have already started, some cases in June, and you approve them. You new people got to stop these practices of rubber stamping things. You have an agenda where you have Black Lives Matters being discussed. I can't deal with that. That's important to me. I want to have a voice on Black Lives Matter. But you have a resolution that I don't have time to have any input into it. You have a resolution where you're looking at a school year work plan. That's important. You can't do it in a couple of seconds. Stop devaluing the opportunity of public participation at these meetings. I take the time to look into these issues, study these issues. I'm not giving you some emotional thing. I'm looking at the substance of what we need to do to make this school district have value. You are blocking me. I don't participate as, I don't appreciate the person that's been a part of
Thank you,
Jim Crow coming to these school board meetings and having Jim Crow enacted on me. Don't tell me nothing about thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. That's your time.
Don't tell me nothing.
And just to clarify for the public that the consent items regarding layoffs or reassignments are just general notices. They're not any specific items that would affect individuals would come before the board. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual. Now, the previous speaker very articulately pointed out that your process is all screwed up, and it's recently screwed up. It was in December that you changed from allowing everybody to be able to discuss with the board and give their point of view. But now you got like 2 minutes to speak to, pages and pages. On page 43 is everybody's talking about the enrollment stabilization, and that's what I wanted to talk to. Instead, I'm talking about your process. Your process is screwed up. You have to deal with it now or later. I prefer you deal with it as soon as possible, ASAP. Now let's go back to the basic thing. That is the war between charter schools and public schools, which is a total war. It's total warfare. And the reason it exists is there's a competition like between Pepsi and Coca-Cola. And nobody would ever see, and you would get fired if you worked for Pepsi and you were bending over backwards for Coca-Cola. Well, that's what's happening in the charter school issue. And that's what happens about enrollment. Enrollment's about getting advantage of one side or the other. And why is that set up? You didn't do it. That was when the state created in the 90s charter schools as competition. So everybody on the other side tries to pretend we're all one. Well, you're not Catholic schools. You're not Protestant schools. You are public schools that brings in competition with the Catholic schools and with the Protestant schools and with this new creature, this evil creature.
Next speaker is Carol Delton.
Good evening, everyone. I want to address at least 2 items in my time. First of all, V45, item 20-2481, and the following items which represent the layoff notices. It's very ironic that you also have an item on the agenda about teacher retention. And I congratulate the district on achieving parity, national parity, with a 16% loss rate, which is down from previous years. But if you blanket pink slip, that is not going to stay. I've been that person watching colleagues receive pink slips. And then even when some of those were rolled back, people had found other jobs, or after a couple of years, they simply couldn't take it and they went elsewhere. It should be the policy of this district to pink slip, especially certificated teachers, as little as possible. I'd also like to address an aspect of the enrollment policy that has not been mentioned either from the committee report that Director Yee gave a few meetings ago or tonight's agenda item, and that is placement of special education students and programs. Those programs need to be throughout the city, throughout the neighborhoods, to make them accessible for families, And there needs to be a policy in place so that siblings can also attend the school site and the family can be part of the community. Those need to be basic parts of any enrollment policy, as well as counting SDC students in school enrollments and district enrollments. And please include that whenever you promulgate any type of policy regarding enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. And just to clarify again for the public, there are no specific layoffs on the consent calendar. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jaime Coley.
Good evening, board. How are you? This is Dr. Jamie Colley from CCSA, also a former Oakland Unified School teacher of more than a decade and a parent of 5. And I am calling in regards to the item for enrollment stabilization. I think I'm leaning more into my parent side as a person who had 5 kids with 5 very different needs. They've been to every school. They've been to charter schools, they've been to private schools, and they've been to public schools. And I just think that I'm a little disappointed that they would like to dismantle this because it gives families an opportunity to look at all of the choices that can best suit the needs of their kids. There was no cookie cutter school for my kid. I had one that needed a special IEP service that just was not met by OUSD, but then I had another student that thrived at Skyline. So it really is about parent choice and having access to all the choices available in Oakland. And I love Betty, but charter schools are public schools too. And I am a former OEA member and still have a lot of brothers and sisters there, and I feel you. And I understand that the enrollment needs to be stabilized, but we also need to understand that kids need to be serviced in the way that fits their needs and not the needs of the adults. I'll yield the rest of my time. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you, Dr. Colley. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Rich Harrison.
Hi, Rich Harrison, CEO, Lighthouse. I'm speaking on the fiscal legislative platform as it's my understanding that there's pressure on the board of directors and superintendent to force charter schools to join the SELPA. Each charter school has the legal responsibility to manage our resources prudently and responsibly and to be able to direct as much funding as possible to our classrooms and our students. Our parents, particularly parents of students with disabilities, have trusted our schools to provide these services. Lighthouse Community Public Schools and all other charter schools in Oakland have the right and legal responsibility to select a high-quality SELPA aligned to our needs. We will work with legal representation to make sure we continue to have that right. A high-quality SELPA allows us to responsibly provide special education services to our students and ensures that we maintain adequate funding for our programs and instruction that allows us to provide high-quality public school option to some of Oakland's most underserved students. President Gonzalez, I know earlier this fall during our charter renewal process, we went back and forth over email to set up a visit for you to see our special education program in action. And I personally invited you on multiple occasions to see our distance learning program, as well as our in-person cohort supports that we provide for our special education students today. That invitation is still open, and that invitation is open to Directors Thompson, Davis, Hutchinson, and Williams. Before you make any formal decisions this year, I highly urge all directors to step away from the district and charter politics that previous callers are elevating and take the time to see in person to see how charter schools provide support for our students with disabilities during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Joel Velasquez.
Hi, good evening again. I just want to echo a couple of quick things to a couple speakers' comments. I hope that Director Davis, Thompson, and Williams can work with Director Hutchinson to change this process around public comment moving forward. And I'm sure there is a plan that all of you can be together and set a new tone at OUSD board meetings. I do want to talk or make a comment to Superintendent Johnson. I really appreciate the brief message that was sent out regarding the reopening plan. I know you're limited on what you can say, so hopefully I wasn't reading too much between the lines, but I want to talk about the reopening or some of the PowerPoint that was put out by you. We're not ready to reopening. I don't understand why Director Gonzalez is not focused on one thing and one thing only, our children. and our teachers at sites during this pandemic. We should not be talking about anything else but that. Just to give you some context, and all the board members here in OUSD, in my circle alone, community alone, I have students at the age 10, 11, 12, 14, talking about suicide, trying to commit suicide, admitted on suicide twice, one particular student. So this is serious. I'm not sure and don't understand why we're focused on so many other things right now. I would like to hear, we just had a meeting through Open, and we heard a lot of wonderful ideas around the reopening plan and distance learning. I would love to see the district move to a pass, no fail type of system. Grades are kind of ridiculous at this point. Clarify the Zoom, the amount of Zoom. None of us can sit 3 to 4 to 5 hours a day as adults, 5 days a week. That's absurd. And we need to move to psychological therapy counselors for students every single week as part of what we're doing. We're missing it right now. Refocus and focus on what's happening, the emergency for our students and teachers now, please.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Maria Flores.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hi. I'm going to actually be speaking in Spanish. So if I could get the translator.
One moment. Ms. Vargas, should it be you? Or Rebecca? Okay, one moment.
Okay.
Ms. Vargas, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Okay.
Hola, estimados miembros de la mesa directiva. Mi nombre es María Flores. Soy organizadora con Familias en Acción.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Maria Flores, and I am a community organizer with Familias en Acción, or Families in Action.
Quiero hablar en representación de muchos padres de habla hispana. Queremos que el sistema de inscripción siga igual.
I'm speaking on behalf of many parents that speak Spanish, and we want the enrollment system to remain the same.
Este sistema de inscripción ya es conocido con padres y son familiarizados con este sistema.
That system is well known by the parents, and parents are very familiar with that system.
No es justo que se les quite este sistema, cual ha mejorado año tras año.
It is not fair that that system is taken away, even though it has improved year after year.
Muchos de nuestros padres cuales usan esta plataforma no son tan amigables con la tecnología.
Many of our parents using this platform are not very familiar with technology.
So, por eso es importante que esta plataforma siga igual y no haya otro cambio.
That's why it's important to keep this platform the same and that there shouldn't be any changes.
La pregunta es, ¿dónde está la voz de los padres en esta resolución?
And my question is, where is the parents' voice in this resolution?
Si se trata que el distrito obtenga más estudiantes, sería mejor invertir los fondos a sus escuelas en lugar de gastarlos en un sistema nuevo, la cual no hay necesidad.
If the goal is to have more students, I think it's better if we invest the funds in the schools and not into a new system that is not needed.
Y por último, queremos decir que las escuelas charter son escuelas públicas. Por eso ese sistema de registración incluye a todas las escuelas públicas, que es una buena opción para los papás.
And lastly, I would like to say that charter schools are public schools, and that's why it's good that we have this system of enrollment, because this system includes all the schools, and all schools are public schools.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next speaker, please.
Just 1 second. Our next speaker is Kristen Zimmerman.
Hello.
Can you unmute yourself?
Trying. Okay, there you go. Go ahead.
My name is Jonah Zimmerman Block. I am a CAC member. I go to Oakland Tech. I support all of the ideas, the thank you letters,
Included.
The one I want to talk about is number 5, asking the United States government to give 40% of the IDEA cost like they promised. We need this money. What's this word again?
You said for good teachers?
For good teachers to support kids and for
You said inclusion.
inclusion. I am proud to be a CC member. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Dirk Tillotson.
So I wanted to speak to, obviously there's a lot of issues here. Again, I know sometimes the district has to give these kind of notices to folks. It's just where it doesn't really happen. But if the SSOs are laid off as a George Floyd initiative, that completely perverts what folks were thinking about that. And I'd love to hear how Bob feels about that. On the enrollment stuff, I think the district's key is to just make its schools more attractive. Like we've said, there are schools, Melrose, NetWest, CCPA, that you guys have been growing that have been successful. Elmhurst, and we have other schools that should be growing and really supporting those principals, taking that enrollment. And there's also a set of families that I talked about before that have been clamoring for with the district, the Yemeni family, consider themselves the leftovers in the district whose needs are always addressed after everyone else's are. They are working to try to create a community in West Oakland, and I hope that the district would support creating communities that families want to come to, that drive enrollment. It's not about like demonizing another sector or one side or the other. If you're a parent fighting between a Black parent, looking between the two dumpster fires of OUSD and the charter sector, where neither one can promise that 1 in 5 kids can really read, there's nothing there for you. You look for the best you can find. And to try to restrict that does not help folks. We should actually be trying to increase access to the schools that kids and families want to go to and create the schools that families want to go to. I live in the Melrose These families in my neighborhood cannot get into Melrose. There's families of newcomers who want and need now Melrose who cannot get into Melrose. Like, we need to build on what works. We need to really cater to families that have been left behind historically and build programs around them. But to think that there's like a public school wars, there's no war. There's desolation with certain communities. And there's not, for them, the war, they're the disarray left from the war. That's all I got to say. And if you look at it as a war, I don't know who you are or what you think about who you talk to, but that's not how our families see it. They're struggling to find something that works for them. And that's often not a charter or the district or the private or homeschool or anything. So I hope we look at who we serve here. And
Vice President Davis, you're on mute, so we can't hear you.
Next speaker is Kim Davis.
Good evening, Kim Davis, parent. I wanted to echo what Jonah said earlier and ask you all to to look at the letter that the CAC approved. We do need to continually put pressure on our state and federal legislators to increase the amount of special education funding so that students are receiving the services that they need. And I fully endorse that. And thank you, Yona, for your comment. I wanted to speak really quickly. I attended last night's reopening panel. There was some discussion about, the preparedness and the readiness and something about the COVID capacity study that OUSD had done. I have seen that on the OUSD data website, and I appreciate that you all are thinking proactively about what it's going to be like when our students do get back on campus in terms of not, actually continuing to social distance. I read a very disturbing article today that indicates that, even with vaccine, our way of life is going to be impacted for a long time. As a high school parent, I am very anxious that my daughter should be able to get back into school in August in some kind of meaningful way. I'm not expecting it will happen before that. So I would love for us to actually be investing in the things that we need to do, including making sure that we have that 6 feet of space for students, that we're decreasing the density of classrooms. We should also be using that when we're making our Prop 39 offers this fall, because we cannot be increasing density on campuses during a pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Our next speaker is Michael McDaniel Jr.
Members of the board, my name is Michael McDaniel Jr. I am a
De la mesa
organizer with
directiva.
TIA, as well as a father of 3 children in Oakland. My children go to both traditional and non-traditional schools in Oakland. And I can't stress enough, like the people have been saying, that all schools, both districts and charter, are both public schools. And the system that has been cultivated as of now has become easier to navigate through the years. It allowed me to make an educated and informed decision on where to send my kids. It gave me all of the data points I needed to have them so they could have access to both sides of the schools, and adding in a division where there needs to be none, where there needs to be more unification, where we need to be coming together to try and actually have conducive solutions to the problems in Oakland. It just unnecessarily adds a layer of division where there needs to be none. We're all Oakland public schools, and all we really want for our children is the best opportunity at an equitable education so that they have a fair chance, the same as everybody else. I'm a Black man, I'm an Oakland native, and it wasn't easy for me when I grew up here to get an education. There wasn't equitable access across the board. We don't need to go back to those days. We need our children to have equal opportunities to compete with everybody else in the same way, something that they have been denied for years and years and years. So an enrollment stabilization policy would be a step back, not a step forward, for a system where we need to be moving together in the same direction, united in a common goal, which is to best service Oakland. We all want our city to be great again. And the only way we can do that is if we stop pointing fingers at the other side and we work together to make this great again. Thank you again, esteemed members of the board, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McDaniel. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Asa.
Trauma. Can you hear me? I hear other voices. Trauma. Failing to meet the social and emotional psychological needs of traumatized children, particularly Black and brown children during this horrible pandemic, is a complete failure. And history is going to show what you guys really did. Substitutes have been cut out of the process. We don't have jobs. We're not eating. They put us in these positions. They give us a job number and then they cancel on us. I sent a letter to Lynette telling her that you guys are probably trying to balance the budget on not using substitutes. but you're failing to use these highly experienced substitutes strategically. Your failure this is a great loss. I don't know who's running this district and who's in control of this, what kind of games you guys are playing, you guys, excuse that language, with regard to substitutes, but you need to be using these people. These kids, if you have no idea how it feels to sit in front of a group of kids who are deeply depressed, hurt. I mean, they can't turn on their screens. I talk to many teachers. These kids are so traumatized. And I don't know what you're doing with this after school money. You paid all this money for this. You pay all this money for that. You announce something at the beginning. You're giving money to these people. But we substitutes, many of us, like myself, I work full time. Many of us are retired. Many of us have, but you guys have dumped us. And the union, Keith Brown is not to be found. The union office is closed and they're not responding to anything. And when I do substitute, I can't even get the administrators. I can't get anyone. Lynette doesn't answer her phone. This is a big joke. And you know who's at the bottom of the totem pole? People, substitute teachers who are waiting on food lines, trying to feed their families, trying to do these things. And we can't do it because you guys refuse it. We don't have no jobs no more. We ain't got no jobs. Is that my time? Yes, okay. Sir. Okay.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
We've reached 30 minutes of public comment, so we're going to take 2 more speakers and then we'll wrap up public comment and move on to the next item.
Okay, the next speaker is Manisha Patel.
Thank you. I wanted to share some stories that I learned from the enrollment office in my time there with them. When they talked about what was the most difficult time period of their work, it wasn't actually now. It wasn't when families were applying, even though it's busy and there's lots of phone calls. It was actually when families get their offers. It's when families get their offers. And it was difficult for them, not because it's hard to click buttons or to help them accept their offer. It was because they had to deal with emotions of families that were so upset about what they were offered. And so you could absolutely choose to keep this policy as is with this language that is a Trojan horse about limited resources. You can take all the OSD schools out of Oakland School Finder and you still will not see in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or 5 years, an increase or stabilization to your enrollment. You would have to stop Google and Great Schools and Niche from also displaying information about OUSD schools and charter schools. That is not what is driving the decrease in enrollment. And that's really what this policy is about. You're not achieving anything and you're not helping families. If you want to help families, keep helping them apply to schools on time. Keep helping them have more options to better schools in their neighborhood. The majority of families in Oakland apply to OUSD schools and they also apply to charter schools because they don't get their top choice OUSD school. Keep making the schools better. There isn't a single person on the OUSD side, charter side, or anybody that cares about kids and education that doesn't want every kid in Oakland to get a great education. The majority of us don't care what school they go to. I am a former OUSD staff member, 17 years, and I now proudly work at Lighthouse Community Public Schools, which is a charter school. And I don't care where this child goes to school. I want them to get a good education. Removing OUSD schools from Oakland School Finder does nothing for anybody. It just makes things harder for families.
Thank you so much. Ms. Floyd, can you call the last speaker?
Okay, our last speaker on this item is Alan Purcell.
Hello. As a parent of a child with an IEP, I can firmly say that Oakland Enrolls did not support me. They did not help my child, and they in fact made our process more confusing and challenging. When the district first entered their contract with Oakland Enrolls, there was no classification for student of IEPs. There was no accommodation for special education. There was no accommodation for special services. For shits and giggles, sorry for the language, I actually enrolled my child as a new student. And when I tried to put in that he needed IEP services, it wasn't offered. So Oakland Enrolls is not equitable and is lying when it says that. And finally, if charter schools are public schools, then why do they have a CEO? If they are public schools, why do they all repeat the same talking points verbatim in English and in Spanish? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell. That concludes public comment on agenda items.
President Gonzalez, I would respectfully request that we extend the time and allow the last 5 or 6 people to comment, especially since there is no other time for people to give public comments scheduled in this meeting. And it's an extreme Brown Act violation to not allow them to comment at all and then decide these items. So as a practice, I would respectfully request we at least let the last people comment in this one opportunity.
So it's not accurate that there will not be opportunities for public comment. We will also take public comment on our new business items, and there is always time for public comment at the end of the meeting. We did a lot of public comment tonight, and we're going to move on to our student board member reports because there are no special orders today. Students, do you guys have a report you'd like to give?
Yes, President Gonzalez, I think our presentation is being pulled up. Staff, is it under our, okay. All right, thank you. Good afternoon to the community, board members, and congratulating the new board members. Looking forward to working with all of you. Again, thank you to all the students who have been working so hard. Again, this quarter now that we enter and this new year that we're entering. We're gonna go ahead and start with our report. We're going to start with listening to our families, the Family Central, listening to our student voices, and then student leadership and events. The ACC meeting with the superintendent. Listening to our families. Just again, reminding all the families in our communities that the family resources are still available. You can also go to familycentral.ousd.org. The food distribution is every Monday and Thursday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. All children under 18 years old and younger are eligible to get food. For more information, you can go to ousd.org or nutrition or call 510-879-1700. The technology, the Oakland Divided is still giving out computers and hotspots. If you have not filled out the survey, please complete the survey. Now, student, principal, and check-ins. I have been personally checking in with principals and students across Oakland, and also been checking in with a lot of teachers. I think it's come to the point that a lot of our community members are seeing and valuing that our students' mental health is not being assured, especially with a lot of suicide rates going up and a lot of homicide rates involving a lot of teens from Oakland losing their lives. Students are needing that they need support. It's too much work, and students really feel burned out. Students want to return to school, but they feel like the buildings are not safe enough or especially clean, especially since we know our bathrooms have not been clean with our facilities. That should show how students do not feel safe. Some schools are having challenges in contacting students, and especially since the dropout rate is kind of dropping down. I mean, it's going up, especially with a lot of high schools. A lot of students are taking different routes. Some students are impacted by growing violence in the city. Some students are not feeling safe at home. Especially with the poverty rate going up in Oakland, a lot of people are getting their house broken into. There are a lot of robberies, a lot of burgers. I cannot talk today. Basically, there's a lot of things going on that's affecting a lot of students and putting a lot of trauma into students' lives as we speak. I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to my student director, Sam.
So some of the suggestions for supports that we've been hearing from students and also the student directors ourselves, both Jessica and I. And so talking about mental health a little bit, we need to pursue partnership for mental health supports in the evening time, and also focusing on credit recovery over the summer. We need to create a plan and communicate how the buildings will be clean initially and over time. And so when we talk about wanting to reopen our schools, whether it's safe enough to let our students be back, and share more information about how the learning pods are going and how they can be a support to more students, because that is information that a lot of students have been requesting over time. And so if we can go to the next slide, student leadership and events. Some of the upcoming and focus areas that we've been focusing on is that some exciting news. On Thursday, December 10th, 45 plus students and adult allies attended the second high school meeting. Delegates and representatives from Ojai, Oakland Tech, Skyline, Life Academy, CCPA, Madison, Youth Together, Oakland Kids First, APAL, Office of Equity and Restorative Justice. And so shout out to all the delegates and representatives from these areas. Some of the activities were community buildings, discussions and celebrations of Oakland Youth Vote. Some upcoming news. On Tuesday, January 26th from 4 to 6 p.m., ACC will host the third middle school meeting. We will discuss the theme and plan for this year's middle school peer resource ethnic studies conference. And so to save the date for the ethnic studies conference, it will be Tuesday, May 18th, 4 to 7 p.m. On Thursday, February 25th, 4 to 6 p.m., ACC will also be hosting the third high school meeting. ACC is also working with the Marcus A. Foster Institute with Making A through G Real multimedia scholarships. And so to all the seniors, applications are open until February 1st, and we recommend that seniors apply right now. And so also saving another date for this year's High School Youth Action Summit, Saturday, April 24th, 1 to 4 p.m. Any high school students that are interested in running for governing board position within All City Council, please reach out to ACC. And so with all of this, this has been a lot that we've been focusing on, and there's gonna be more information that will be coming as dates get sooner. And so just be sure to reach out to any of the student directors, or be sure to reach out to ACC. And if we could go to the next slide. And that just concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ramos, Director Powell. Could we stop sharing the slides so that I can see everybody? Colleagues, are there comments or questions for our student directors?
I have a quick question.
Go ahead, Dr. Thompson.
And I need point of clarification, please. Am I correct that we could have commented on the last presentations? We had public comments just a few moments ago, and then I thought we would have comments as board members. I thought we could have comments after the public comments that happened a few moments ago.
We don't typically do that because if we respond to one person's comment, but not all 30 of them, no, I don't mean that. I mean, if the board members could actually make a comment on the group of things that were actually presented. We don't typically do that.
Okay.
If you want to have that conversation, let's have that conversation. I think Mr. Hutchinson, Director Hutchinson, to bring forward a proposal to change the meeting agenda again. So that would be an opportunity to have that conversation if we wanted to do that.
Okay, thank you. I just want a clarification. Thank you very much.
Yep. Director Hutchinson, go ahead.
Yeah, and before my question, I just want to say I agree with Director Thompson. It's very confusing when the ground rules aren't laid down ahead of the meeting. And I could just tell from a lot of the public comment, like it hasn't been determined for new legislative matters. Is there going to be a discussion? I assume there's not going to be a vote involved. And so it'd be informative to let the community who's shown up, especially to speak on those issues, to inform them of what the process is going to be so they know. And I just want to say directly to the students, I am very happy to be on the board with the student directors. And I really look forward to a chance for us to get to know each other and to see if there's ways that we can work together going forward. As a OUSD alum myself, this is a really valued seat here on the board for student directors. And with this last election cycle where students really organized to vote to lift up student voice, hopefully we can do some of that work on the board also. And so please, student directors and all city council, feel free to reach out to me. I would love to sit down and talk with you and figure out how we can bring people together to really work on our collective issues. So hopefully this is a start of a really strong year for all of us together. But I really appreciate that I can be here with the students.
Go ahead, Director Thompson.
Yeah, I would also like to appreciate the students and what they brought forth, because it seemed to me that they wanted to pass the binary discussion between charter and public, and actually broke something that's really important, and that's to really face the elephant in the room and let us not go through political posturing, but actually look at what families and students are looking for and what could make it more facile for them as families and also students to achieve what we want as board members. We want the educational process to actually move forward to maximize the educational access of all students. So student board members, thank you very kindly for bringing up what your colleagues, your students in your schools have actually talked about. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Director Yee.
Thank you, and thank you for the report, Director Ramos. I had a couple of questions that maybe you could answer, or maybe for a future time. One is, are the high school kids feeling anxious about graduation, especially meeting their graduation requirements? And do you see any interest or push or desire to have some kind of summer makeup for any kind of learning loss, especially for our high school seniors? And secondly, is there any kind of a planning for virtual commencements in case we don't have a chance to honor you at a graduation, as we weren't able to do last year? And there seems to me there's still time for those kinds of things. And I'm just curious if those ever come up as topics, and would that be stuff that you might be interested in?
Absolutely, I can just run those three questions real quick. Starting with, I think the first one was, how are students finding out about the graduation requirements? I'm right now working with Skyline's leadership team. I'm also part of the senior cabinet, and also coordinating right now senior assembly, especially since seniors are dropping their grades down. Right. It has been shown in studies that right now, like, seniors are just don't have the motivation to continue. So there is an anxious of graduating, but the grades are lowering as we progress time. So I do recommend each school to start looking into their seniors who are failing, start checking in. Also recommend to start doing senior assemblies to notify them how they can get their grades up in the next 2 semesters or quarters. But the second thing I would say about recovering grades and credits, I have been working with schools in Mexico, which they are already started that process. And basically what they are doing is doing summer recovery, but they're also doing it during TV. They're trying to somehow use television, since in Mexico there's not much television out there, and using the TV, any type of digital device, that they can restart their school year. They are also looking to reopening schools out there. Even though it's a difficult process in Mexico City, they're still looking for that. I'm also working with that, but I'm also trying to see how we can incorporate in that those actions into Oakland. As cases still continue to go up, we're trying to find out how to find a way to bring that back. And then the third question, I believe, was commencement. Yes, I'm also working again with trying to find out if we can meet up with all the students from different leadership teams, especially all around Oakland schools, to see how we can do as a district a graduation in case the actual in-person does not work out. And then there is a talk about prom, since a lot of seniors are looking forward to the prom, and we don't see that quite happening. But if there is, how the district is going to handle that, which will be brought up soon. And I do believe that may not happen. So it's like, what are the virtual ways that we can cooperate the senior class and be able to have them that nice ending to their senior year? So hopefully it happens.
Thank you so much.
Other comments or questions for us? Go ahead, Director Williams.
Right. Director Ramos and Director Powell, I just want to thank you for that report. I think that's great. I have a couple questions in regards. I think mental health is very important. I'm glad that you touched upon it. I've been hearing a lot about mental health for our young folks. My question about that is, what are we going to do about it, right? Like, I love that you did the report, but I want to either work with you to create a resolution to ask you OUSD to actually do something about it, right? Like it's, how do we expand our wellness checks? You know, who do we have that is consistently checking on the students that are having some physical challenges? I really want to work with y'all on that, if you're really down to do that. The second part is the all city council, right? I think that's going to be a great space for y'all to start like talking together as leaders to create policy to actually move that, to make this happen. Because I think your report is good. For me, I'm thinking, okay, who's going to do something about that? Now, who's going to do something about that? That was good. Okay, cool. Which one of the directors is going to step up and say, let's do something about it, right? So when we start putting stuff forward, we want to actually have a remedy or a solution to start moving this. This is for the young folks to challenge us as adults to actually show our support for you. So I really want to, come together, partner with y'all, partner with the AOC and start moving some stuff. We have some serious challenges going on. Our unhoused youth, our young folks that are having challenges. Let's do something. So I really just want to shout you out. Thank you for bringing it out. Now let's take it to the next level and really do something about it. You want to do something? Let me know. I'm ready to do something. All right. So y'all have a good evening. Appreciate you.
President Gonzalez, can I speak to that real quick? I believe that's in there.
I think President Gonzalez's internet is acting up, so I'll take on for a moment. But yeah, please do. Please answer the question.
Yeah, basically, I would love to sit down with you, Director Williams and Director Hutchinson, because I do believe Director Hutchinson is on the mental health board, I believe, and especially working on state legislation for students. And I know that Director Williams, you are working with the state and finding different ways. I would like to go nationwide on a different campaign. There is a campaign opening up soon, so launching soon. So I would love to bring the mental health and how we can work together to find a different way for Oakland students, and seeing how that can work out with our mental health and see what services we can provide to students, especially since everything's virtual, how we can include special ed students and include students of color who are really suffering and going through a lot of gun violence, mental health, need mental health properties right now.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions for our students? I'm always impressed by you all, especially your transnational investigations about reopening. It's pretty impressive. With that, I'm not seeing any hands raised. So
one last,
go ahead, Director. Go ahead, Vice President.
Yeah, I just wanted to really also chime in on the mental health piece. I've heard some interesting information about how, the state of California could encourage more use of Medi-Cal and Medicaid funds to support mental health services on campuses. So I definitely would love to be part of that conversation when you have it. And I was just curious as a question, because I've never heard of all city council being at middle schools before. So is that something new that's this year, or has it been around for a while?
I can say that it's been around for a while. I've been involved with ACC since my 6th grade year, and I'm a junior now. And so ACC has been working closely with middle schools, especially around restorative justice.
That's great. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to hear that.
I do have one question for you both. I know that your staff support member has left or is leaving. Do you all know when you're going to be getting, and do you guys get to be involved in the selection of your replacement staff support?
Right now we are in the middle of looking for a new staff person. We are, I guess we're in the interviews, but we're at the end of the interviews process. So we're looking at mid-February, I believe, if I'm correct.
I'm glad you guys get to be involved. That's awesome.
We're welcoming. I believe we found and we settled on one person. And this is something that we spoke about in today's meeting with the governing board. but we should be welcoming her in soon, I hope.
Great. Okay, I'm not seeing other hands, so we'll move on. I do not have a president's report tonight. General Counsel, do we have to do the interpretation check again real quick?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay.
Let me, Ms. Ho, if you would start, and then I will unmute Ms. Vargas for the next one.
各位歐倫社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你喺熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。I'm done, President Gonzalez.
Thank you, Ms. Ho.
Madam President, are you able to hear me?
Yep. Yes, I can hear you.
My audio is here, but my video got shut off. So I believe I had enough time to unmute Ms. Vargas, if she's able to come on and ask for Spanish
Okay, it
translation.
looks like it's Ms. Walker Marquez.
I don't believe she can. She needs to, why don't we just keep doing Spanish translation, Madam President? Because we're having some technical issues, and that way you can keep going with the meeting and not get sidetracked.
Okay, sounds good. Superintendent, it is time for your report, item P. Colleagues, what we typically do, we have been moving toward written reports in order to get to our business items a little sooner. And so the superintendent has actually this time submitted quite a lengthy report. So I do believe she would like to actually make a few points, but mainly this time is for us to ask questions. So Superintendent, would you like to share a couple highlights?
Sure. Thank you, Board President Gonzalez, and good evening, everyone. Happy New Year. I just want to point out just some of the topics, the components of the report. I did go a little crazy on the details, but there's so much going on that I did want everybody to have all of the information. So one, you will find, we've been talking about the fall survey that focused both on reopening, but also distance learning, because we've heard a lot from educators and students. The students just kind of brought up some of these issues actually, and parents in terms of how we can improve the quality of distance learning. And I want us to think beyond this moment. I'm always a proponent of saying this global pandemic is an era. It's not just a moment. And we need to think about the impacts of what we're experiencing now for multiple years. In some form or another, virtual learning will probably be with us for a while. And some of the practices virtually, we know we want to bring into in person. So that's been a big piece of feedback, is there's tons of things to consider in terms of safety. And both for Sam and Jessica, I just pinged our Chief Systems and Services, Preston Thomas, so he can connect with you all to get your feedback around custodial services, cleanliness, what we have planned to have your feedback. So you guys should be expecting some outreach there. But also wanted to focus on the learning piece. So in the report, you will see by all parents and then disaggregated by race, parents' feelings about quality of live instruction, quantity of live instruction, and quality of independent learning. And who is dissatisfied, who's indifferent, and who's satisfied. And I want to note satisfaction, given the fact that we are under less than ideal circumstances, isn't this is great. It's considering all the challenges, I'm satisfied with what I'm getting. So I just want to make that point clear. And so the range is in the 23 to 24 percentile range in terms of dissatisfied, and about 50% satisfied, with the difference being in the middle. And so that tells us that there's still a lot of work that we need to do as a district, as all districts, in terms of improving the quality of virtual learning. And so I just want to hit on some of the themes that popped up which is what we intend to focus on for the remainder of this year and thinking about next year. And wanting to tag this too, we know there's more stimulus. I'm just kind of highlighting some of the one-time funds that we know we're going to have, that we want to think about how do we strategically use this as a district and as a community to improve some of these areas. So one is, to the student's point, really thinking about, given that the time, right, for instruction is just different and short, how do we stay focused on the key standards so there's not such an overwhelm of topics, and the support that our teachers are going to need in terms of curriculum and planning. And so that was one big area. The need to improve targeted instruction, small group instruction, particularly in the areas of literacy, language, and special education. Those are themes that we have heard over and over again, particularly from our Black students, our Brown students, and our English language learners. And within those groups, that's the highest percentage of our unhoused and foster youth students. And then thirdly, continuing to expand the learning hubs, both the community hubs and the school hubs. In terms of the socio-emotional learning supports, providing more supports for classroom meetings, which tend to be the elementary structure, and hearing from our adolescents in middle and high school, the need to have more advisory time that's not so structured and focused on academics, but giving kids an opportunity to connect and build more peer-to-peer relationships. And the need around mental health, that came up from students, from teachers, from parents. And so I do think it's an opportunity with board leadership, staff, and our students to think about how we smartly provide these services. I was recently at Fremont, and a lot of the feedback I heard from that community is who provides the services matters, right? If there isn't that relationship and connection with the student, it may not be likely that that service is going to be maximized. So I think it's really going to be important to hear from school communities and students which providers, which models are going to be the most effective. And then lastly, the need to increase translation to be able to make sure we're connecting with all of our parents and improving some of the models we put in place through Family Navigators, which has been a vision really from the Office of Equity, and how we can continue to build on that to make sure that our parents are getting the outreach so we know what's going on the homes to connect to services that are needed. So I could go on and on and on. There's information about where we are with attendance, learning hubs, and just some data in terms of early literacy, as well as kids in terms of being on track to graduate, and a slide that aligns to some of the pieces that Jessica brought up in terms of where we want to improve support for our high school students and 12th graders in particular. Lastly, in the spirit of students, I want to end with giving a shout out to Ahmed Muhammad, who is an Oakland Tech student. He was actually written up in CNN. He is first generation student. He will be going to Stanford in all of this COVID crisis, a first generation college student. I think his GPA was like 4.6 something, but the coolest piece, besides tutoring kids, being on the varsity basketball team, is he created a nonprofit to really engage with elementary school students around science, and was distributing science kits. So again, these are just wonderful student leaders in our own community. This is one of thousands of kids who are just showing incredible resilience, and just wanted to shout him out and appreciate him and all of the other students, and just the work that everyone is doing in this incredible time. So that concludes my report, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Superintendent. Colleagues, questions? Go ahead, Director Yee.
Thank you, and thank you for the extensive report. There were two things that came up that I wish I checked with you earlier, but I took the liberty of looking at the Family Central website. I hadn't looked at it for actually a couple of months now. And I'm just really pleased and excited about the complexity that you've got. That resource is actually expanding and more usable. I see President Gonzalez nodding her head. I wonder how many of our schools and our families actually steer our students and our families to that site because of the wealth of resource it is. Do we have any idea of the utility of it? I know at my grandkids' school, there's a sign that says, go see Family Central, but are we actually using it? I'm sure there's a tremendous amount of investment of professional capacity in the building out of that site.
I can work to get you more of just some usage data. Happy to do that and share that with the board. But I will say that's something that we're always talking about, and it's come up in some of our recent reopening conversations, which is, to your point, what we're trying to communicate is very complex. So we're trying to find, and this has just been feedback from parents and school communities, where it makes sense to have videos, where it makes sense to have sound bites in addition to everything that's on the website. So I think that process is iterative as people use it and give us feedback. So I'm happy to follow up and give you some more information.
I would encourage any of the community that's watching this to go up to Family Central, our website, and take a look at it.
Thanks, Director Yee. Other questions for the superintendent? Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Thank you. I would actually, I think this is a question for everyone. I would actually request that the board consider and the superintendent consider moving a COVID report out of the superintendent's report and having it as a standalone issue, given as much attention as that's getting, and that is kind of our current emergency. And so I would really love to see that as a separate item, and maybe even a standing special order of the day, so we can really highlight that work and work on it directly. I really appreciated the setup of the listening sessions, and I think I've had some positive feedback from people. I just want us to consider, when we call it a listening session, that hopefully we can do a little bit better with embedding a listening component in it. On the one I attended, people were asking questions and then getting those questions answered, and it didn't fully feel like there was a listening component. But I really like the improvement and the direction it's going. And then I have a third question, and I didn't quite know where to ask it, so I figured this is the best place publicly. I got an order or an offer from volunteers who have been making their own hand sanitizer and masks to give up to $100,000 worth of PPE that they've been making for District 5 and for the Fruit Bale. I would love to do this in conjunction with OUSD. I don't know if there's a process set up. I don't know if there's certain safety standards we need to look into. And so I would really like if there's a point person that I could talk to about it and really look at this, and hopefully as a model to expand as we're bringing in more resources and even more donations, that we start to build this capacity within OUSD to then be able to disperse it and deliver it. So I'm going to be following up directly, Superintendent Johnson-Trammell, but I wanted to put that out here for everyone. And my fingers are crossed, if things go well and we get the go ahead, there should be enough PPE to really help support a lot of Oakland. And I would love to do it, if possible, in conjunction with the grab and go, and really fill in that missing component for our families.
I'd love to connect you to staff. Thank you for sharing that.
Colleagues, other questions for our superintendent? Go ahead, Vice President Davis.
Yeah, thank you. This is just a comment, not a question, but I really appreciated your description of, the pandemic era rather than a moment. And we are in a very dark moment in terms of the case rates and, everything we're seeing across the country, but we're also in this hopeful moment where the vaccine is coming out. And I was really struck by something that Ms. Suresh said to me earlier today when we were meeting about, planning for the reopening session, that we shouldn't be thinking of it. There's still, I think, in the public's mind, or even in my mind, schools are closed or schools are open, but it's actually, we're on a pathway now because we do have these facilitated learning pods open at a few of our schools, and the plan is to ramp those up. And so we're on a path to reopening, and now we're on this journey together. So it's not schools are closed or open. It's going to take a long time before we're completely back to normal, but we are already in a moment where it's not just that everything's shut down. And so the question is, how can we move that forward? How can we expand? And I know that you're working on this with staff to expand the facilitated learning pods at sites, whether they're supervised by other staff like non-teaching staff, or by nonprofit partners like after-school providers. And so we really are on this path together. And so we can stop having these it's not safe to open yet. It is safe to open yet, and start thinking about how to learn how to do it together. So I just wanted to say that was helpful for me to hear that from her, and I hope it's helpful for all of you.
Any other questions for the superintendent or comments? Go ahead, Director Williams.
I just have a quick comment. Just want to let the superintendent know that was the best report of the year. Thank you very much. I think you did a pretty good job on that one. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Williams. Superintendent, my question, I guess it's more feedback that I'm disappointed that the special education pods are going away. I understand that participation has not been as high as we had hoped. And I think part of the analysis was that families didn't want to go to another site that wasn't their typical site. And so my feedback on that is well, can we figure out where to do it that will get families to participate? I understand we're going to do more home provided services, which obviously is going to be more convenient for them. But I'm just disappointed because I really feel like a lot of students are just really losing out on their learning right now. So anyways, it's more feedback. I know we're going to figure out how to serve our students, but I know that there's a lot of frustration and impatience of people feeling like they're not getting the services that their students need. So just want to offer that.
Thank you. Yeah, and that's something that we're in the process of trying to redesign within the expansion of the school hubs. So thank you for the feedback.
All right, colleagues, any other questions or feedback for the superintendent on her report? Okay, if not, we will move to item Q, which is comments by our collective bargaining unit partners. And if we could lower the hands, folks are not speaking on behalf of their unions. I see Mr. Phillips and Mr. Brown. I don't know if the other three people with their hands raised are, okay. Okay, so Ms. Floyd, can you call on our collective bargaining partners?
Okay, our first collective bargaining partner is Melvin Phillips.
Melvin Phillips, president of SEIU, Chittenden 1 School Chapter. Once again, I thank you for your time and your effort in this time that we're going through. And I understand how tedious it could be trying to figure out ways of reopening schools. But again, for my members, they are really afraid at this point in time about reopening schools, even though I know the superintendent sent out the letter that schools will not be opening January the 25th. And I really appreciate that. But some of my concerns is that moving forward, as we know that the governor had allocated monies to the Oakland Unified School District, that I'm asking that you manage that money in a wise way, that we will be able to make sure that we have the resources in place for when or the time schools do open. Of course, we know in times past, money was always mismanaged by the district. So I'm just hoping that you would use a wise mind to be good stewards over the public monies that has been allocated during this pandemic time. Plus, I also want to say that, you know, we are really struggling in the communities with our people of color, especially the Black and brown. Over many years, I have heard conversations about how down in West Oakland we have no feeder schools. My mom stayed down on Wood Street in 10th, and we still have a lot of children down in that area. So I still don't understand why there wasn't feeder schools to lead up to MAC. That probably could be some of the reasons why we're losing students, because the OUSD is not providing buildings for our students with teachers in there so they can learn and move from one school to another all the way up through my climates. We do have some very intelligent individuals down there. I hate to see them go to other places when we do have the means, we do have the teachers, and we do have the resources. We just can't be giving everything up to the schools up on the hill, but we have students in the flatlands that need the same type of resources that they are getting up on the hill. And I'm really upset when we are not looking at what we have to cultivate and educate our students of color that is in the flatlands, and always thinking about the ones on the hill. So I'm just hoping that you will put the resources where they need to be with our children of color, so that they may be able to thrive, and to help our individuals who are down there who have to go to school but is homeless. If you ever been down there on Wood Street and see the homeless camps, the dirt, the junk, and everything down there, some of those students who are down there, they have to go to school. They go to school dirty, smelly, and they really don't like to go. Even before we had this pandemic, they really didn't like to go, because I used to see them just down there playing in the street instead of being in school. We have to make ways that we can get our children who are deprived of getting an education back into the classroom once they open, so that they can get the education they need. They can be nurtured by the adults that love them in a school district that care for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Ms. Floyd, can you come?
Next speaker, Keith Brown.
Good evening, members of the board and superintendent. I want to welcome and congratulate our newly elected board members, Director Thompson, Hutchinson, Williams, and Davis. Thank you for stepping up to serve our community, especially in this moment. As a product of the Oakland Public Schools and a longtime newcomer teacher, I have never been both more worried for our students and more optimistic than ever about their future. At this moment, we are in the worst surge of COVID-19, where 4,406 people died just yesterday. That's almost 50% more than died on 9/11. Yet there is light at the end of the tunnel with safe and effective vaccines, which must be available to every person who wants one. Last week, we witnessed a mob of white supremacists terrorize and ransack the Capitol and just do horrendous things such as smear feces on the wall while lawmakers hid in fear for their lives. Oakland families and teachers began the hard work of helping students process these events last week against the backdrop of trauma experienced by many of our youth. And despite of this, I'm hopeful because our district is in the middle of dismantling oppressive structures and rethinking about how we support safety in our schools. And I also want to lift up the important role that our family in SEIU plays in providing safety for our students. While millions of people are unemployed, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk are richer than ever before. The contrast is sickening. But in Oakland, voters soundly rejected the agenda of billionaire Mike Bloomberg. This is not the world that we want to live in, but we are not powerless. I am worried for our students and our community, and I believe that OUSD has never been in a stronger position to lead the change for the world we do want to live in. During the election, Oakland teachers and educators lifted the 8 pillars for community schools and a responsive school board. Those pillars are strong, culturally relevant curriculum, high quality teaching, inclusive shared leadership, community support services, restorative school culture, family, student, and community engagement, equitable schools, and an effective, accountable school board. We could be proud that the elements of each of these pillars already exist in OUSD, but we have to recognize that the community overwhelmingly expects us to do better. If we let these 8 pillars guide our decision-making in the new year, I firmly believe that OUSD can become the school district our students deserve. On behalf of 3,000 certificated educators, thank you, board.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Can we get our next speaker?
Next speaker is Militia Lindsay.
Good evening, everyone. So good evening, Superintendent Kyla Johnson-Tramiel and President Gonzalez and board directors. Also, I'd like to send a special welcome to the new directors, Van Cedric, as I've known to call you Van now, and Mike, Sam, and Clifford. My name is Militia Lindsay, and I am a paraeducator and the president of ASME. ASME is one of the signatories union within the OUSD and have approximately 745 members. The members clearly represent Oakland. We are the 504 technicians, the LVNs, the paraeducators, nutrition workers, and custodians. I just want to start off by saying thank you. Thank you for taking this role as our leader. Thank you and thank you. I know firsthand that this line of work is not easy, but if you remain steadfast in your beliefs and just constantly remind yourself, why did I choose this work? I trust you. It will get easier. Also, don't forget to keep your integrity intact. That is most important. Some of you guys I have watched speak. Mike, I've been watching you for a while, and you have remained the same since I met you from the very beginning. But one thing I do want to share is that OUSD is a community school, but often the decision makers forget about classified staff. I don't really want to go into a lot of details about that tonight. And the reason why, because I do like to start off on a positive note. I like to start off positive, letting you know who I am and what I represent. Then if I see anything change from there, then that's the other side that comes out. I see Carla laughing because she knows. But that is actually my game plan. Just think about when you are approving outside contractors to do the same work that our members perform, it is very disheartening for us. It's very disheartening to work with someone who, as I am a paraeducator, to work with someone as a outside agency, and I asked this person, well, what type of schooling do you have? And this person tells me, oh, I just graduated from high school. But this person is working as a outside agency person, a special assignment. It's very disheartening to me for someone who has a college degree. Also, I just want to add that I saw on the agenda regarding nutrition services. Now this part, it wasn't on my note to talk, but when I saw that you're going to approve, or I saw it on the agenda to approve Leslie Fowler or with our services for $84,000. Have you guys been to that site? Have you guys saw the blight around there? But you want to approve a contractor, and we only have a half a custodian to clean that building. That whole center, a half a custodian. That custodian goes there for 3 hours a day. Mind you, I raised this up to the leaders. I'm not gonna say no name because I'm gonna keep it positive. But we need to fix this. We need to come to the table and figure out how we can get some custodians over there to clean this building. This is COVID. That place is not COVID clean. I have the pictures. They don't have adequate fire extinguishers in a boiler room. How do you not have that? So I just want to introduce myself, keep it positive, and just welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. General Counsel, it is 9 o'clock. I believe we can release our interpreters unless translation services. Is that correct?
Yes, let's do one more check, Madam President. So if Ms. Ho could go, and then I will bring back Ms. Vargas. So Ms. Ho, if you could start.
各位奧聯社區人士你好，呢度係奧倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方點擊一個地球形狀嘅符號，然後選中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你喺熒屏上舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。Okay, I'm done, President Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Okay. No Cantonese.
Mr. Castillo, I don't believe you need interpretation services. Is that correct? You can lower your hand for now.
So then, no one. Oh. Sorry, okay. Madam President.
Go ahead, General Counsel.
So no Cantonese interpreting has been requested, and so with our appreciation, we are released the Cantonese interpreters for the evening. And now, Ms. Vargas, go ahead.
Buenas noches una vez más. Queremos checar si usted necesita el servicio de interpretación y nos puede indicar que lo necesita levantando la manita. Es un botón que hay aquí abajo en los controles que dice Raise Hand. Si no vemos manitas en la lista, vamos a terminar los servicios de interpretación por esta noche. Gracias. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vargas. No hands have been requested for this item, and so with appreciations, we will release our Spanish interpreters for the evening as well.
Thank you, interpreters. See you next time. With that, we will move on to item T. We do not have any unfinished business items for tonight, so we'll take up new business. Tonight, I believe there's a lot of people who want to speak to the state legislative priorities. So colleagues, unless anyone has any very strong objections, I suggest that we take up item T2 first. I think there are people who are waiting to speak, and we will take public comments on each item under new business. So with that, let's start with our state legislative priorities. And I'll just frame this up by saying that this is the first of a couple documents that we're going to be bringing forward. Because we have so many new board members, we felt like it was important to have a larger conversation about our legislative priorities. These are simply our budget legislative priorities because the budget conversation is happening now with this at the state level. So with that, I don't know, Director Ng, you've been on the legislative committee longer than me. Maybe you'd like to say some about how we arrive at these priorities and then bring them forward to the board for discussion. But I'll leave it there and let Director Ng weigh in if she would like to say more.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. I think you did a good job in framing it. Generally, in the beginning of the year, we do pass or update a legislative platform. Sometimes we actually even have a retreat where we go over in more detail. But this year, the recommendation, just like President Gonzalez said, was to split the budget item from the larger legislative platform
so that we could more directly be impacting budget conversations that we know impact us greatly, particularly in our current context. So that's what is before the board today. I believe it's a first read. Is that right? It's a first read and not a vote. So there still is an opportunity to make edits and changes if desired before it comes back to the board to vote on the end of January. And in this new committee structure, I believe it's President Gonzalez, myself, and Vice President Davis, who are on our legislative committee, and will continue to provide updates as needed to this to the board during board meetings as there's as relevant. Obviously, this year is a very different year in terms of legislative work and visits and everything like that. But the most active we get is generally with the legislative platform and weighing in on high level priorities. And then I guess the one other thing I would say is that once we do adopt the actual platform, we often will support bills that we believe are aligned to the values that have set forth in the platform. And so we will come back to the board with a consolidated list of recommendations on particular bills that we would like to support. And if any of you come across, if any of our colleagues come across bills that you would like us to consider, please bring those forward as recommendations as well to us as bills start circulating later this spring. But that you'll see those on agendas later on in the spring as well.
Thank you.
With that, I will move. Oh no, we're not voting. Never mind.
Yeah. So thank you, Director Ng. Colleagues, do you have comments or questions about this, the budgetary legislative priorities? Director Hutchinson, is that you indicating you would like to speak? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Just two things. Director Ng, you said to just bring it forward. So either email me or what is going to be the process for that? I would assume that means bring it forward to this committee to be addressed there. But just either now or in the future, just if you can lay out for us what exactly we mean by bringing it forward and what that process will be.
Great. So thank you. So what I would say is that if there are certain bills that you're really interested in supporting, you can email the committee members, and then we will consider, or you can bring it up in a public session as well. But what we do is, because there are so many bills, obviously, once we adopt the legislation, we'll bring like a consolidated list of, yes, we would support this, maybe we'll hold off on for now. And so we'll consolidate the list for the board for consideration. And if there's not a bill on there that you would like to consider, you can also at that time raise it. And usually it comes to the board at least several times, because it's an ongoing process.
And Curtis Siricki is the staff support for that committee, Director Hutchinson, so you can also let him know that that's something you'd like to see considered as well.
Great. And so I heard go through the committee first, so that works for me. The other thing I brought up in the 2x2 that I had for the legislative priorities is it would be nice if in the future we could line up some of the schedules together. And so some of it we don't have a choice for, with like the budget schedule and how that works yearly, but to line up deciding on the work plan is kind of in conjunction with the legislative priorities. And so these different plans can build off of each other, and there's less cognitive dissonance between them. And so I know it's a little hard this year because we're stepping in halfway through the school year, and it makes it even more confusing. But it would be nice to have a more logical plan or cohesion between the school board's work plan, legislative priorities, and even the budget development work, and to see if we can explicitly work on aligning not just the policies, but even the timelines of those different processes a little better going forward.
Okay, General Counsel, I think you wanted to say something.
Yep, just given the number of board members on the Leg Committee, want to raise a potential sort of Brown Act consideration. So Directors Ng and Hutchinson, I'll follow up with you to make sure that we can find a way to make that work consistent with the Brown Act.
And I don't need to attend the meeting. Just tell me where to send it that I don't violate the Brown Act. Yes.
Yes, sir. I will definitely do that.
Okay, colleagues, other questions or comments on the budgetary legislative platform? Okay, we'll take public comments. Ms. Floyd, now is the time to raise your hand if you would like to speak on this budgetary legislative platform.
Okay, our first speaker is David Castillo.
Hi, good evening, OUSD Board and Superintendent. The agenda tonight and the way that public comment is happening is again a bit confusing. I'm having a hard time tracking it, so I'm going to go ahead and give it my best shot. What I'd like to talk about now is equity and social justice and some data that I raised earlier about African American students being 30 times more likely to be suspended in OUSD if they are African American, have an IEP, and also are low income. If you look at being in middle school and having an emotional disturbance, the data just goes up. So again, this is not about school reopening or SSOs, eliminating parent choice, reparations for Black students, delivery of school meals, surplus property, charter schools, federal funding, millionaires, billionaires. This is about real children and basic matters of teaching and instruction. This is about teachers, support staff, and administrators that are doing the work, and in too many cases, not doing the work. Issuing suspensions for kindergarten students in our district. Way too many. As a former school leader, I just don't understand how this happens, why we're not talking about this front and center. This is where the real prison to pipeline, school to prison pipeline begins. We're going to eventually return to in-person learning. And so how will we address this alarming trend? In my opinion, as an individual, this is what we need to be focusing on here and now. Everything else is a distraction. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Castillo. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Hey, Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual. One of the, I was raised in a Christian home. Others have been raised in other religious homes. And wait. And then as you get older, some of the values that your religion holds are forgotten or moved away from. And one of my values is that if you're going to have when I pay my taxes, I'm expecting education dollars to be used for education dollars. Instead, you're going to pay a lobbyist. You're going to hire a lobbyist to advocate, and then other districts will do it. Now, if they're a smaller district, they don't have as many dollars because we're in a capitalistic system. The whole system sucks, but then you as board members are endorsing the system when you go along with it. Because there'll be the justification that says, oh, okay, we're not spending our money, we're spending the federal money. Well, I pay federal taxes and I pay state taxes, so you're spending my money. And how are you spending it? Is that really about education, or is that maximizing capitalistic return on money? This is an immoral system that you are contributing to. Face up to it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mordecai. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Carol Delton.
Good evening, everyone. I'm speaking as a representative of the CAC. You all got our correspondence about 3 budgetary priorities that we would like the board to adopt. They impact the education of special education students. They impact the OUSD budget, and through that, the education of all OUSD students. And the 3 areas are, as Yona Zimmerman mentioned earlier, asking that the federal government pay its 40% share. That's already mentioned in the governor's budget. Asking for specialized funding for the students who have the most specialized needs. That was in your legislative proposal last year. And then in 2019, you adopted, or the board at the time adopted, a statement that to ask that the law be changed back essentially to what it was in 2010, so that charter schools would contribute to the cost of educating special education students. All of these items have a budgetary nexus. All of them are well documented. There were 3 reports that came out around 2018 that demonstrated that the disproportionality in services in Oakland between the charter schools and the district schools ended up impacting the district schools, the cost, and what district schools have been able to do for students. We want to do the best for students, so the CAC hopes that you will adopt these parts of the platform, and we welcome dialogue with directors and staff if you want to refine those. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Delton. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Alan Purcell.
Before I begin, I want to say that the 5 members of the public in the public comment that didn't get to speak, several members of the CAC. And I'm using my voice to help raise theirs. I know that they have also raised their hand to speak now. The Community Advisory Committee, CAC, for the Oakland Special Education Local Plan Area, SELPA, covers all OUSD schools as well as 5 charters. American Indian Charter Schools, which are 3 schools serving K through 12, Civic Corps Academy, which is a young adult program, and the Conservatory of Vocal and Instrumental Arts High School based on the Lake Merritt campus, Merritt campus, which is 9 to 12. Funding special education has always been challenging and beyond the base dollars. OUSD serves almost 6,000 students with extra needs requiring multiple services. I ask this board again to recognize that they are OUSD students with as much a right to education as any other student and access to the same level and variety of programs. In support of Kara Dalton's letter that she wrote on behalf of the CAC, I asked that other charter schools in Oakland join their community and not an abstract virtual community with its office based in North Tahoe. That the state recognizes diverse needs require diverse funding, and a one-size-fits-all approach hurts all our students. And finally, that the federal government be held to its commitment to fully fund the Individuals with Disability Act for free appropriate public education as promised. And lastly, I'd also like to raise up what our newest member brought up concerning suspension rates. And this is something that the CAC has been working on for years. And this is something that the CAC has been working on to get data from the district. And these numbers are actually provided by the district themselves at the CAC's request. We are aware of this problem. We are holding the district accountable, and we speak at these meetings. And our next one is February 8th. The information is available on the OUSD website, and you can approach us then and raise your voices to that then. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Purcell. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, I want to reference the statement related to school finances, where we're requesting support for students who need additional instructional and non-instructional support. Having said that, if that is accomplished, how would it help to resolve the issue of 72% of African-American students are not high school ready? 69% of African-American students in OUSD are reading below grade level. 87% of African-American students in OUSD are below grade level in math. The other thing that I'm concerned about is the prioritization of changing the legislation for charter schools that says you can use priorities to have admissions to those schools. True chartered schools do not use prioritization. You keep saying that every child has a right to choose. The way it's set up now, you don't choose. You get on the priority list, and then you are given the opportunity to fall into some category where you may get into a charter school or not. So we need to work on eliminating the legislation that says prioritization will be used for admission. It is not choice when you have prioritization. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olugbala. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Saruri Valenza.
Hello, my name is Sayuri Sakamoto Valenza, and I am a, forgive my voice, I'm not feeling super great. I'm a teacher at Bret Harte Middle School. It's my 8th year, my 17th year teaching. I'm a moderate intensive special ed teacher, special day class. And I just wanted to speak in support of Ms. Dalton's letter. I'm also a CAC voting member. I wanted to lift up the part that said, further require that applications for new or renewing charter schools include an explicit plan for employing or contracting staff with moderate severe teaching credentials. That's the credential I hold. The reason that's being lifted up is because currently there aren't programs for our students. So every time someone speaks and talks about equity and access and best, choice, I have so many families who my students' older siblings go to charter schools, and their children that I teach cannot go to those same charter schools because the programs do not exist. And so when we talk about equity and access, that doesn't exist. It's a two-tiered system that has been created. And we talk about the percentage of schools that are charters now that don't receive our students. It's totally inequitable, and it's a lack of access issue. And we need to make sure that people are aware of that. They might have some special ed students, and come visit our classes so you can see what we're talking about. We're talking about the medically fragile, the non-diploma track kids, right? And so, yeah, please keep that in mind when we talk about these issues, especially when we're talking about the enrollment process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valenza. Next speaker.
Excuse me. Next speaker is Patty Jurgens.
Hi there, my name's Patty Jurgens. I was just elected co-chair of the CAC the other night with Kelly Bresso. I'm the parent of a 17-year-old kid with an IEP. His qualifying criteria is emotional disability. It has been a fight from day one with OUSD to get the services that he needs to succeed in school. The other option is the big mental health institution of the criminal justice system for him. So I have been fighting hard to get what he needs in order to graduate. I do not want anything to stand in his way of graduating with a diploma. I would like to challenge you guys and to ask and to beg you guys to please put all of our kids with disabilities at the center of all of your decisions, of all of your financial decisions, of all of your school site decisions, of all of the decisions that impact families. Families that have kids with special needs or with challenges, disability challenges, have a lot more stressors on them than gen ed families. So I would love it if you guys could just put us at the center and consider the whole family as part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jurgens. Next speaker.
Next speaker is a call-in listener. Area code 510, and the last three numbers are 726.
Caller, you need to unmute. Okay, let's keep moving, Ms. Floyd.
Okay. Our next speaker is Asa.
Hi, this is Asa, and I'm part of the substitute committee of the OEA. And can I speak?
You're already speaking.
Okay. Again, I just really want to point out that like the person said before, the decisions that need to be made really have to take into consideration the 400 years of oppression that African Americans have experienced in this society. The fact that African Americans came to Oakland as refugees. We did not come here as immigrants. We came here as refugees from what is now the Proud Boys, which was then the KKK. This is what Black people have been undergoing. 70% of the prison population, for some strange reason, is African-American people, because this system is very, very oppressive. So that's what really needs to be taken into consideration. I asked my students in 8th grade, I said, where are you going to go to school? And I said, well, where are you going to high school? Well, how about McClymonds? They say, my parents will move out of the district. They will send me to private school. When I was at San Francisco State, did a lot of work, a lot of surveys in the educational department. And let me tell you something, these parents are not going to send their kids to a school that they don't like, and they will find a way. And when I was teaching at Oakland Tech, the students there told me, and in fact, the secretaries would come to me and say, oh, look, these parents talk to this person, and that's how they get in. So the system is scammed, and those people with money know how to scam a system, whether it's Harvard, Princeton, and Yale, which we saw, the lies that people told to get into Harvard, Princeton, and Yale, saying that they were playing football, basketball, which they weren't. So the truth of the matter is the rich get richer and the poor have what little they have taken away from them. That's in the Bible. Thank you.
I'm gonna go back to the call-in listener again, area code 510. The last 3 numbers are 726. Okay, our next speaker is Kristen Zimmerman.
Hi, good evening. It's me this time. I'm the other Zimmerman on the CAC. I'm calling to join the other voices. I'm a voting CAC member, a former co-chair, and just very excited that we have a really strong CAC this point, a really large membership too. We have at least 50, sometimes close to 75 people on our calls lately. And there's just both a lot of engagement, but I think a lot of need too. Like people are really needing connection and talking about some really profound things that people already mentioned tonight. Like the rate of suspensions for both students with disabilities and IEPs and African-American students, and the way those really come together. So I'm hoping, like Patty said, that we can, with this new board, continue to think about planning and how we put students with disabilities, students of color at the center when we're starting to plan things, like everything from the blueprint to how to return back to school. I also want to support the legislative priorities that we outlined. And we started at a charter school, and it did not work for us. The charter school, as well as the intention it didn't have the practices, it didn't have the personnel. So the 2 things that we're talking about on there, both like to have charters continue to be in our SELPA is actually really important, to not be able to escape being part of the funding pool, but also to actually invest in and have staff that can actually serve all students who apply to them if they choose to apply. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman. Colleagues, I certainly support the platform put forward by the CAC. Director Hutchinson, as the liaison to the CAC, would you be willing to work with our general counsel to revise that platform when it comes back for board adoption?
Yes, and in that same, since I had my first CAC meeting on Monday, and actually one of my other assignments was G1, which I had yesterday, I would also like us as a board to, and maybe it exists and I don't know it, what the process is going to be to liaison. And so, yes, I would love to be the conduit between the CAC and the board. and really expand that so I can really serve my committee assignments well. So I will talk to General Counsel Daniels about it and the CAC, and yes, I would definitely love to help provide that role.
Great. In general, the liaisons would just report during board member reports if there's something, you know, that they feel is important that's coming out of those meetings.
Can I just, because I'm going to have one today. So typically, at least for now, we should just, and that's what I was doing anyway, we should just wait to our board member reports and include committee reports in with that. Great.
That's right. And then, so some things that might happen, for example, if you're on the Budget and Finance Committee, when the Budget and Finance Committee passes something for consideration by the full board, then that'll be a separate agenda item. Otherwise, just liaison reports, yeah, you can just do them during your board member report. Colleagues, other questions, comments before we move on? Okay, seeing none. We will move on to the retention report from Ms. Gard, I believe, so item T1.
Good evening. Just waiting for our slides. Thank you. Good evening to Superintendent Johnson Trammell, President Gonzalez, and all the directors, community, and staff. Today, I am going to present an update on organizational wellness, go through highlights of our priorities and our goals, the current work, and discuss teacher retention at the national and local level, and also just provide how we will continue this work. So we can move on to slide 2. Teacher turnover is a crisis that has impacted districts across the nation and globally, and has a direct impact on student achievement. It's been determined that about 260,000 teachers leave the profession each year across, and in equal numbers. They also leave for other districts. Nationally, the teacher retention attrition rate is about 16%, and it grows substantially if you look at teachers between years 1 and 5 of teaching. So we have seen at OUSD an increase in our teacher retention rate, which has lent itself to a decrease in our attrition rate. And you can see that right now in OUSD, we have a teacher attrition rate of 16%, which is matching the national average. And just 4 years ago, we were at 22%. Now, I say that to let you know that we have improved in our teacher turnover numbers, but I also know that that's not good enough, and we need to continue to improve through our work. Next slide. If you take a look at the lack of diversity of teachers nationally, I really wanted to lift up this slide because oftentimes when we talk about the diversity of teachers in Oakland, we tend to make it an Oakland issue. And I believe if we're going to make real impact, then we have to recognize that this is a national issue. And according to the National Center for Education Statistics, in 2017-18, 79% of teachers who are credentialed nationally identify themselves as white. At OUSD, we do have a much diverse staff. If you compare it nationally, you can see 47% of our teaching staff identifies as white, and then you can see our other percentages where we have 17% Latinx and 20% African-American teachers in Oakland. What's also important to know is if you look at the credentialed teachers in Alameda County, you'll find that at OUSD, we're employing 49% of the teachers who identify as African-American that are credentialed in Alameda County, and 27% of the Latinx teachers in Alameda County. So it is critical that our community and board are grounded in this data. This data shows how important the work within organizational wellness is for our students and staff, including our Grow Our Own initiatives that are targeted strategies to increase the diversity of our teaching workforce.
Ms. Gard, are these clear credentials only?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for asking. No, excuse me, let me correct myself. No, this is not just clear credentials. These are preliminary credentials, but these are credentialed teachers. So it does not include teachers who are working on emergency permits, if that, I just want to. I want to give an example. If you look at our dashboard on our classified staff, you'll see that we have a very diverse classified staff, where 45% of our classified staff identifies as African-American, 25% Latinx, 14% white, 13% Asian. Why that's important is because much of our programs that I'll continue to talk about, that's where we are pushing in to help diversify our teaching staff by, tapping into our classified staff, providing for growth opportunities so that they hopefully will move into a teaching position at Oakland. And although we have reached, and again, I've said this, the national average, and I want to say it again, I know that there is still a lot of work to be done. And why? Because what we do also know is that many of the turnover numbers that you'll see in Oakland are at our schools where it's more Black and Brown students that are impacted by the turnover. So it's just critical that we continue to work towards this. Next slide. So I just here want to highlight our superintendent's priorities, which I'm sure the board knows as well. Thriving students, thriving schools, and thriving district. And our work shows up under thriving district. We have prioritized employee retention and diversity in thriving district that calls for a citywide effort to address affordable housing, mentorship, professional development, competitive compensation, certificated pathways, partnerships with colleges and universities. That is all named in thriving districts, and that's what led us to organizational wellness. Next slide. So just to give you a backdrop on organizational wellness, in the spring of 2018, and I actually, let me just pause and say I have 3 colleagues on this call right now with me. One of them is Mara Larson Fleming, and she is the Director of Wellness in Community Schools. And Mara led the charge in the Wellness Office to work with the Talent Division. And we convened a cross-departmental staff wellness subcommittee to build upon and align efforts that were already underway to seek to improve employee well-being at OUSD. The subcommittee used data and employee survey response feedback to understand the key issues impacting staff wellness. Additionally, the subcommittee engaged a listening campaign with principals, teachers, and central office staff to better understand wellness needs and to lift up the highest leverage strategies in a shared mission and vision of staff wellness work, which is listed here for you. I want to make sure to add some of the departments that took, that were in those subcommittees and key stakeholders to help design our wellness strategies. And that includes our health and wellness unit, behavioral health unit, a talent division, social emotional learning unit, risk management, some of our labor unions and community partners, including the Teaching Well and Californians for Justice, were all part of this work when we started out. Staff wellness is our collective work so that all staff can be present and do their jobs well over the long term. We have continued to build upon, better align, and scale all of the important efforts already underway to support staff wellness, sustainability, and retention. This work has continued even while we've been working under the pandemic, and we've moved a lot of our programs virtually. Next slide. Under org wellness, we have 4 priority areas, and I'll dive into each priority area as we go forward. The first is to attract, keep and grow our own. And that really is about attracting, keeping, and growing OUSD employees while building a staff that mirrors OUSD students. Effective employee training and feedback is building on an array of innovative programs, peer mentorship, and leadership development programs in OUSD. Building a culture of engagement and appreciation, meaningful and consistent recognition of staff, and increased engagement that informs programs. And lastly, our 4th priority being healthy workplace, engaging in practices leading to a healthy workplace for employees. Next slide. So the first priority, attract, keep, and grow our own, includes 4 goal areas: strong educator pipelines, sustainable teacher residency, increased tuition support, and retention incentives. And I'm just going to give you some updates on our work. So we currently have 9 pipelines in OUSD that serve, this year we're serving 428 employees, of which 68% identify as a diverse employee. Our OUSD pipelines are funded by grants from the state and philanthropic dollars. The Talent Retention and Recruitment Division department, which is led by Sarah Glassband, who's also on this meeting right now, worked closely with our philanthropic funders, excuse me, and helped to raise over $7.5 million to support these pipelines. And I will quickly say the pipelines that we're working with right now is the after school to teacher pipeline, bringing after school workers into teaching profession, Maestros, which is really started out of the Office of Equity. We work closely with the Office of Equity to bring Latinx teachers into Oakland. Local Solutions. The Local Solutions is a state grant, and it is for special ed and STEM. And we actually partnered with our teachers union to build out the Local Solutions pipeline. We've got a lot of work around this pipeline. There's a Reign-In early literacy pipeline for teachers of color, Reach newcomer teacher, classified to teacher, Salesforce, which is supporting middle school employees, and the Reach admin cohort. And again, we've worked very closely with our teachers union around the Local Solutions, special ed and STEM. We worked with them on a joint committee and still continue to do that work with our union. 100% of the employees served through these pipelines programs receive individualized career counseling and mentorship. And 95% of the funds allocated for the pipeline goes directly to support our employees. We're not using it for administrative costs. We're really using it to help fund and support the things that our employees need to become teachers. And our pipeline work has been getting more recognition locally, statewide, and nationally. Recently, the Silver Giving Foundation reached out to us to be a recipient of their grant funding to teach.org, who is subsidizing us to build a navigation website for high school students and paraeducators interested in teaching and education careers. We're in the initial phases of building out the platform that will allow us to track high school students over time, stay in contact with them while they're in their teacher prep programs and our paras, and to ultimately to support them in coming back to the district to be teachers. We are currently surveying our relationship with local Hispanic serving institutions to ensure we're working to recruit and support more educators who identify as Latinx, and I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to our retention numbers. And we've built very strong relationships with Cal State East Bay, Holy Names, UC Berkeley, LMU, Mills College, Stanford, and more. And the reason I want to make sure to say that is because it's those relationships that's helped us to continue these pipelines and to grow them. This school year, we began a research practice partnership with UC Berkeley. Some of you might be familiar with Dr. Travis Bristol. He is a UC Berkeley graduate and a professor at the Graduate Institute, UC Berkeley. And Dr. Bristol will be working with our team to begin research to help examine the push and pull retention factors for our Black and Latinx staff, as well as the efficacy of our pipeline programs for long-term retention of educators of color. And this is important because we really wanted some research done outside of our internal research to make sure that we're getting all of the right feedback so we can make these programs sustainable. Next slide. Our second priority, effective training and feedback, includes 4 goals: comprehensive new teacher development, innovative mentorship programs, leadership growth and development, classified growth and development. So many of you, when you hear of new teacher support, probably think of BITSA. And BITSA is no longer. In 2016-17, BITSA ended, and the Commission on Teacher Credentialing rewrote induction standards in 2017 to it's now called New Teacher Induction. And the goal is making the clearing of credentials less about compliance and more about competency. Our new teacher induction team is led by Lisa Rothbard, who's also here tonight. And Lisa worked closely with a pilot program with a New Teacher Center. And I'm not sure if you are familiar with New Teacher Center, but they've been doing great work on building the effectiveness of induction programs. Not many districts have their own induction program. A lot of other districts, teachers have to pay to clear their credentials. If you're an employee in Oakland, you don't. You can go through our induction program. Under Lisa's leadership, New Teacher Induction has gone from serving 100 new teachers and 40 mentors in 2018-19. And this year, they are supporting 550 teachers with 200 mentors by year 3. The work of New Teacher Induction has been, again, shifting from compliance-oriented to competency-based models. We found that mentors and teachers co-assess new teacher practice using our Oakland Effective Teaching Framework. So we kept that framework with New Teacher Center. Teachers are showing average growth on the OETF rubric from developing to effective each year of our partnership with New Teacher Center. And we do surveys of our new teachers and of our mentors. 80% of our mentors agree that they have been provided strong and valuable training in order to be better mentors to their mentees. And mentors are all trained by the New Teacher Center. The other thing that we've done here is included interns as well into our New Teacher Induction Program. And talk a little bit about teachers with emergency credentials, which is part of this work. And it made me think of believe it was Director Williams earlier said, okay, he was listening to our student director's presentation. He said, okay, so now what are you going to do about it? And it made me think a lot about what we're doing with our teachers with emergency permits, because every board meeting you'll see us bring teachers to the board for approval with emergency credentials. And we know that we've looked at the data. We know that many of them are working in Deep East and West Oakland schools. We know that. We know that there's a teacher shortage. We know that it's a lot of districts are increasing on the teachers with emergency permits. But what we are doing about it is we made a decision to take some of our dollars that we had in talent and move it to provide training and mentorship for our teachers with emergency permits. So we have now, at this year, 77% of our teachers with emergency permits are receiving training and mentorship from our teachers or our retired teachers. And we're also giving them test prep and other supports to help them through learning, help them through the process of teaching and getting their credentials. So we're seeing some improvements on the outcomes for our teachers with emergency credentials. Finally, in this work, we cannot forget about classified staff. It's very important to me that our paraeducators, our food service workers are included. And through our surveys, we learned from our classified staff that what they are looking for is more training. So, this year we launched classified leadership training. We've trained about 100 classified employees. Many of them are with AFSCME, and we're going to continue to work and build on that program. And we have also coordinated and had 159 school leaders and others going through what we called together group trainings to help support with project management, leadership, and effective feedback, which is helping during this challenging time. Next slide. Our third priority, culture of engagement and appreciation, includes 3 goals: staff feedback, communication, recognition, activities. We would not be able to do this work without direct staff feedback. All of the work under the org wellness plan has come from feedback received through our annual staff retention surveys, exit surveys, and current COVID staff surveys, which I'd be more than happy to share with the board. We have worked over the course of several years to build trust with our staff, and we're still working towards building trust. That's going to take a while, right? But we're still working towards that, and we see that we're getting more responses to our survey, more open text, more employees sharing with us how they're feeling and what they need. And it's our responsibility to make sure that they see actionable outcomes from the surveys and the feedback that they're giving us. We are working to normalize our OUSD employee surveys, and also to look at the data, as we talked about. We've been integrating skill building around staff recognition and appreciation into our professional development, and are working towards integrating into our evaluation process as well. And then we continue to do recognition activities that you may or may not be familiar with, but are honoring our own Teachers of the Year, Classified Employees of the Year. But this year, we're also doing our best to highlight, and we've asked employees to give us feedback on highlights in their departments or how they felt supported over this time. And we've gotten a lot of those bright spots that we'll be lifting up and letting others know. Next slide. Okay, our fourth and final priority, healthy workplace, includes 3 goal areas: healthy spaces and facilities for employees, benefits awareness, and staff wellness. Here, I want to talk about our Wellness Champions, which is also led by Mara Larson Fleming in community schools. In 2016-17, there's a board policy on wellness, and we launched the Wellness Champions, which was a program that served about 25 school sites. And at that time, Wellness Champions were focused strictly on student wellness. And last year, we worked together on creating a staff wellness champion as being part of those wellness champions at school sites. The staff wellness champion is a school site teacher or classified staff member who is passionate about making a culture shift at their school site around health and wellness for their colleagues. In this stipended role, the staff wellness champion works to promote the well-being of staff at their school through key activities and programs mostly supported by Kaiser Permanente. We now have wellness champions, including staff wellness champions, at 60 school sites across the district. So our goal is to have them at every school site, but we are at 60. And I want to actually just here name that I heard Student Director Ramos talk about mental health, which is real, and that is a challenge for our staff as well. So I would love to connect with you and see what we could do around our Wellness Champion work.
Ms. Gard, if you could pause for just a moment. It's 10 o'clock, colleagues, so we need to move to extend the meeting because our meetings are supposed to end at 10, although they never do. I will move to extend the meeting to 11:30. Can I have a second?
Seconded.
Great. Mr. Rakestraw, can you call the roll?
On the roll call to extend the meeting, did you say until 11 a.m.?
11:30.
11:30 p.m. please. Okay. Student Director Powell, Student Director Ramos.
Present.
Pardon me?
Present.
Are you giving an advisory vote on the extension of the meeting?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, yes. Okay, all right. Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
Yes, for 11:30 p.m. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Director Thompson? Director Thompson? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
All right, okay. Vice President Davis?
Yes.
President Gonzalez?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Gard, please continue. Let's see, let's try and, can we do 5 minutes longer for your presentation?
Yes, I got 3 more slides. I got it. And just to add here, I'll end on Educator Friendly City, which is a partnership with the city of Oakland to make Oakland an educator friendly city. So we've been working on lifting up our benefits. And part of that work is will come out through Generations Thrive, and there'll be more to say about that. I'll just move on to the next slide. Okay, so here, I again wanted to highlight our retention numbers. I do believe through this work that is a shared, even though I have the privilege of leading the talent division, this is shared work. And these retention numbers is not just about what we're doing in talent, but about what we're doing as an organization in supporting our employees better. We still have work to do, but we have increased our retention rates over the last 5 years. We've seen a 5.5% increase on our retention for teachers. Next slide. We still, again, have a lot of work to do on our diversity of our teaching staff. We can see we have some great gains. But particularly with the Latinx community, probably furthest away from our students, and it's unstable. So we're focused there. And so our next slide. Okay, so here I'm going to wrap up. I tried to give you an update on each priority area within the timeline here, where we're headed next. The top of mind for us is how are we going to sustain the programs that we've been working towards? Because you've heard me mention a lot is grant funded or through local or state grants. So we're working on how we'll sustain that and prioritize, hopefully in our budget going forward, and then regrouping on our best practices and what's working and what's not working. We survey our employees who take part in these pipelines who get services through the organizational wellness work, and we listen not just to positive feedback, but to negative feedback or feedback that we can grow and learn from. So we'll continue to do that as we move forward. And I'm going to be sending out a From the Desk of in, I believe, 2 weeks' time. And there will also include a town hall for each priority. And the people who are leading this work also with me, that is Sarah Glassband, Lisa, Mara, and someone who works on data, will be at those town halls where, and we would love for the board to attend, but so that we can dive further into the data and the programs for each priority. So again, thank you for listening and taking the time to hear organizational wellness work tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Gard. I'm so glad we did that presentation. We've made a lot of progress, and I didn't realize that. Colleagues, questions, comments? I see you shaking your head, Mr. Hutchinson. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't like always going first, so I'm trying to wait to let somebody else go first. I kind of just have, I don't know if they're really questions, but just comments, especially on the report and some of the data and just kind of how it's organized. And so, I think as we continue this conversation with a goal of teacher retention and increased diversity, we also need to have the explicit conversation where, we've lost half of our Black population in OUSD and in our schools. And so at the first one, when it was just the percentages of teachers by ethnic category, the percentage of Black teachers is fairly close to now our percentage of Black students in OUSD. But if you go to a lot of the community, there is still a desire for increasing the numbers and the rates of Black teachers. And if you look at it now, the least represented is actually Latinx, where, it's almost a factor of 3 that they're falling behind. And so I think we need to be kind of intentional and explicit in some of these conversations going forward and really address some of the elephants in the room. Just my other thing, just real quickly as a checklist, I'm always going to be asking, how is COVID affecting these things either in this year, or what is the anticipated impact for next year, especially on things like teacher retention. I would much rather see OUSD move towards having onboarding and some of these teacher support services done in-house instead of contracting with an outside provider. We used to do a lot more of this in-house, and it's something I would like to see us move to. And just lastly, 2 kind of maybe even pet peeves. When the report's given, kind of teacher and staff was used interchangeably, and they're really different things. And so it would be helpful to have a clearer distinction instead of kind of just these moving categories sometimes that we all do. So just so we're all sure that we're talking about the same thing. And lastly, when we're doing especially teacher data or staff data and percentages, I would like to see also some aggregation by gender. because especially for African Americans, we've had a very low percentage of African American male teachers, and many of the African American teachers have been female. And so as we're talking about diversity, I would like to see that included sometimes too, because there's a lot of powerful studies about the impact of Black male teachers or brown male teachers on their communities also. So hopefully, I'm not trying to nitpick the report. I would really like us to kind of just work on always upping the game a little bit with these reports. And that's kind of what I'm focused on for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Hutchinson. Ms. Ramos, Director Ramos, I see you're still here and you're on camera, so maybe you would like to speak before you go to bed.
I don't go to bed until 2 a.m. because of these college apps. But basically, I do want to bring up 3 points real quick. One of the things, thank you so much for the report again. One of the things I did want to bring up for the high schoolers, because there's a lot of high schoolers who are interested in being teachers, especially African-American students, and we are kind of neglecting that, and the fact that teachers don't really know about these programs and organizations that can help African-American and brown students become teachers. One of the things I do want to shout out is Taji, who is like the Men of Color Literacy Project, he has been very, very involved trying to get students at Skyline to become educators. And I just want to shout out that and seeing hopefully that there can be something involving students more in becoming into educators. And one of the things that I've just been noticing that surveys for like teachers and staff are usually just in English. And we do have a lot of instruction aides, custodians, who don't have the first language as English. It's usually Spanish or Cantonese, Mandarin. And I would love to see the surveys, if can, just a recommendation in different languages. And for my last one, it would be to see, I know the awards are coming up for teachers, especially the Teacher of the Year. It's usually at the end of the year. But seeing students being able to vote for their teachers and show why they have a passion and love for teachers. But I know we will usually have that only 1 week to show passion for teachers. But I think at the end of the day, they're like teachers are going beyond what they're getting paid this whole year, especially during COVID, to show their appreciation for students. So I would love to see more student engagement for teachers and hopefully creating a student award for teachers. So hopefully that's one of the things that we could see for 2021. But thank you again for the report.
Thank you.
Thanks, Director Ramos. Go ahead, Director Thompson.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you very much for that report. In one of my one-on-one sessions, I was really interested in knowing, I talked about the fact that years ago we had mentors and we worked together in order to promote retention of teachers in our district, and then also mentors for administrators. And so it really made my ears prick up when you said that there are mentors that you have for the new teachers. So veteran teachers are helping, and I'm helping those new teachers, and I'm pretty sure that's helping to retain teachers in our district. So thank you very much for lifting that up. I'll probably want to have a further discussion with you, and we'll talk about some specifics.
Thanks, Director Thompson. Vice President Davis.
Yeah, thank you so much. Great report. It's good to see progress being made. And I do want to just shout out something that Student Director Ramos said to me when I was talking to her, just that her experience at Skyline has been that students are feeling more invested in the school, in part because they're seeing more diversity among the staff. And so I think we really do see the results of all of that work. And I also wanted to echo something that Student Director Ramos said, that students are very interested in these careers. And I know that at Skyline, we do have the Education and Community Health Academy. And I wonder if there's been any exploration of adding education pathways at any of the other high schools. And then I wanted to ask about, I know Oakland International High School supports a credentialing program or a connection with a credentialing program to kind of grow their own teachers, and that a lot of the newcomer assistants at Oakland International have been, enrolled in that credentialing program and gone on to become teachers. I think that was one of the programs you were referring to. And then the two other things, just a couple other things. I mean, I think I'd be interested to see the results of the surveys that you're doing with staff, because, I know in my experience as a teacher, and I'm sure a lot of people's experience in any job, a lot of it has to do with your the experience with your manager, right? And so what kind of training are we providing to principals and other supervisors to help them become better managers, because that so often impacts your desire to stay or not at a job of any kind. And of course, the other thing that I think has impacted our retention has been, you know, the contract that we negotiated with OEA recently with other bargaining units to increase salary, and that makes people more able financially to stay longer, because I know so many teachers have been driven from the district just for financial reasons. And the last piece I wanted to say was just a best practice I saw at Mr. Mayer at Claremont Middle School instituting, which was recognizing staff once they hit their 5-year anniversary or 10-year anniversary, and kind of creating that expectation at the school that, hey, you're going to stay for 5 years, right? Because that's, you know, the bare minimum of what, you know, you should be staying for. And I thought that was a great practice, you know, and then to even recognize the people who've been there 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, but really to create that culture of like, you know, make it to 5 years at least. So that was a great practice I saw.
Thanks, Vice President Davis. I see Director Yee, go ahead.
This is very short because I also was very interested in the Education Academy and wondered, Ms. Gard, and I sent you a note, whether we actually have any current teachers now who are graduates of the Skyline Education Academy. At one time, we had 2 administrators who graduated from the class of 2000 who came back to Skyline, one as a counselor and one as a vice principal. But I just wanted to highlight, if I look at this Zoom, this is a historic moment for the Oakland Public Schools Board of Education. Since I'm counting here, 4 public school educators, public school teachers on the board now, and Mr. Hutchinson, Director Hutchinson, who worked as a youth development ally at a couple of our schools. So this is really quite unprecedented for a school board ever to have this. And I just want to celebrate the fact that this is a real focus on educational practice, becoming policymakers. So congratulations to all of my new board colleagues who spent their time in the schools.
Thanks, Director Yee. I saw Ms. Rothbard pop up on video. Did you want to say something about the Skyline Education Academy or something else?
I was just going to share that I know of at least one who's currently teaching at Roosevelt, and she was my student in the Education Academy at Skyline.
Nice,
so,
that's awesome.
But and I think we have data on more, not handily available today, but just made me smile.
Great, thank you, Ms. Rothbard.
And I want to shout out Ms. Rothbard as a great teacher at Skyline High School. Thank you.
Okay, Director Williams or Director Ng, I don't believe you two have spoken. Would you like to?
Yeah, I can get in and say some things. Go ahead, Ms. Terragard, do your thing. You did a great job on that presentation for sure. I thank you for just really lifting up, listening, and just, it was such a powerful presentation. I'm just so happy to see the care, nurturing, thoughtfulness that you put into the program and that you're able to present back. I'm excited. This is my first time getting to see this. So I look forward to just continuing to grow. I will be reaching out to you because I think that's just my love, to really be in touch with educators and supporting our educators best way possible. I think also we have to talk about anti-racist teaching as well, policies that we need to bring into case. We need to really talk about cultural competency as well. As much as teachers come to this program that want to do good, or they've had parents who are teachers, when they get into challenging situations, they revert to some ways that, they didn't know they had inside of them, and so all the great things you're doing, I definitely would like to, continue to talk to you about how do we incorporate that. When I was on the campaign trail, I've talked to a lot of parents and they was like, yo, teachers, they was a little bit beside themselves, right? And they didn't know how to, they didn't know how to really do that. And I said, well, we have to talk about really adding more professional development that would support comfortable spaces to talk about race, culture, and cultural identity, competency, and what does being anti-racist really mean. And so I think there's some places that we can go there. But other than that, I think you've just done a really great job. That's what, I'd like to talk to you more about it. Also, I think, your presentation is so great, but I think our biggest perplexing problem is the high turnover rate in our most marginalized communities, right? So you've done everything that you could, and then we still have high turnover. And so the question is, how do we address those particular things? Like, you're like, what else can I do? I've done everything else, and I still have this, I just don't get it, right? And folks are just running out the door, in the middle of the year. And so I think that's the next part that we got to look at, because I think that, myself, I've worked in a vulnerable community, marginalized community, and it was such a challenge. It made me a better teacher to try to figure out other ways, alternative ways to engage my students and really just challenge them as well. So I really feel like that's kind of my real focus, and I call that the sense of social equity. I don't know how much time I have left, President Gonzalez, so please.
You are out, so let's wrap up.
Okay, I'll wrap up then real quick, because I'll start going somewhere. But, that's the conversation I'd like to have with you. And lastly, I think the biggest challenge we have with retention is, what I've read is Oakland school district teachers are number 30 in the state in actually salaries. Where we live in the Bay Area, where our living is up in the top 5 most expensive cities, but our educators are getting paid at the bottom, at the 30th percentile. And so we really have to rectify that. One, we can actually provide stipends for teachers to go into neighborhoods that really need them, or two, we really just have to reimagine how to actually provide additional monies. And I think everyone is always cringe. We always cringe when we say pay teachers a little bit more, but we really going to have to be bold and courageous to really make that a priority, to really move this idea forward. If we really want our teachers to stay in a place that they can afford to live in, we really have to do something. I'm sorry. Ooh, I got a little bit carried. Hey, thank you again, Ms. Gard. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Williams. Director Eng, would you like to say anything or have any questions?
Thank you for the great work and the great presentation. As President Gonzalez said, it's great to see it grow over the course of several years, and just really building upon a really great foundation. So thank you all, to all of your staff.
Thank you.
I think when Director Eng and I joined the board, our white teacher percentage was somewhere between 60 and 65%. So now to be at 47% is a lot of progress in 6 years. So I really want to just recognize and acknowledge that. This represents big progress. I would agree with almost half of our students being Latinx that we have to continue to focus on growing the percentage of Latinx teachers. And so I know that we have some strategies we have to figure out how to scale, how to get those up to scale. And of course, Director Williams' pay is a big part of that, right? Why would you choose teaching if almost any other profession with the BA is going to earn you more? I also want to plus one what Director Williams said about focusing our retention efforts on high need schools. It's great that we've made a lot of progress on retention across the board. And, I still have schools that have almost, 50% turnover, right? And so we just got to figure out, okay, now we've made a lot of progress, and what are some strategies that we're going to use to target retention at our highest need schools? I wanted to know more about the retention incentives that you mentioned, because I didn't know anything about that. So I'd like to know more. What does that mean? Who's eligible for that? How, what is that? Yeah. So I want to know more about that. And then also, what percentage of our teachers are working on emergency credentials? And what kind of credential does a TFA teacher have? So those are my questions. What are the retention incentives? Who's eligible? What does that look like? What percentage of our teachers are working on emergency credentials? And then what kind of credential does the TFA teacher have?
Okay.
And one more thing, I didn't know there was a baby glass band, so congratulations, very exciting.
Baby glass band, is the baby on? Yes. Okay, sorry. Why don't I I'm going to answer about the teachers with credential and TFA, but can I let Sarah Glassman talk about the retention?
Sure.
And then Ms. Gard, may I chime in after Sarah? Hello, Sarah. Good to see you. Is that possible? I'll be quick.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Good evening, directors. I think you can hear me. Yes. Okay. Happy New Year. We, through Salesforce at the middle schools and through the Local Solutions Grant for special education teachers, we are actually able to offer up to $20,000 for Local Solutions special ed, and up to $7,500 for middle school, because those are typically the areas where we are losing teachers the most. So we're able to pay for debt relief, and that is a retention incentive. Today, I was actually reviewing the applications. Some of our educators have $100,000 of only student loan debt. And so it is crippling our educators. And it's, we're doing that work in partnership with a union, an OEA-led joint committee, and reviewing applications and then awarding money directly from the grants to the financial institutions that are holding the debt.
So the incentive money is only available to pay off student loans. You could not use it, for example, to get a master's degree or get, some other kind of.
No, absolutely. You can pay it directly for education costs. So I would call that something else. Like we're actively paying for tuition for people who are getting administrative services credentials and master's degrees, teaching credentials and master's degrees. And that's a cross-cutting effort that exists in the classified teacher program, that exists through Salesforce, that exists through the Local Solutions Grant. So that feels like more of an aligned goal across some of our pipelines and pathways.
Oh, no, I was just talking about the retention incentives. Can retention incentive money only be used to pay off student debt?
No, no, it can also be used to pay off tuition.
Great. That's awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I'll also just say that we specifically are looking at data for our hardest to staff sites and hardest to retain sites. And the team that I'm lucky to lead is actually spending a disproportionate amount of their time, so a larger amount of their time specifically supporting teachers and leaders based on data related to retention and attrition.
Thank you, Sarah. Superintendent? Sorry.
Yeah, one, I want to just publicly thank Lisa and Sarah. Both are former teachers actually within our system. Just a lot of the work that they've done actually in the midst of multiple rounds of cuts over the last 3 years to still prioritize some of the work that we need to do and to continue to do around teacher retention and specifically mentoring, and the work that they've been doing with the new teacher center to really look at that work. And just want to recognize the point that Van Cedric made, because that really is the connection of where we need to go next with the work of the Office of Equity, coming back to the George Floyd resolution, which is what we hear from students and parents is we need to have more intentional training around how to be anti-racist and not just assume because somebody's Black or brown or they've worked in an urban community that they understand how to build authentic relationships with students. And so that is the next pathway. And there were some community members earlier talking about our lack of attention to that and figuring out how to do that well is our unintentional building the prison to pipeline. We see it in our disproportionality data from some of the community that engage, particularly our Black parents that have special education students. That was just loud feedback. So we know that's a connection point and its work. I think someone mentioned Taj Brown with the early literacy work. We just need to continue to accelerate that work. However, my conversations with Tara have been, we need to understand where we're getting the return on investment because we have limited funds. So I will say, as an example, I became a teacher as an emergency credentialed teacher. Why? I needed to work. Luckily, I was able to stay at home and I didn't have to pay rent. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Grandma, former teachers. And so we've been talking a lot about really understanding what are the best initiatives, what are the best models that are really going to help us accelerate growth versus just putting together a lot of pilots. We've been doing a lot of work. I want to give a shout out to Rochelle Rogers-Ard, who helped bring in TTTO, the African American Achievement Office that helped to kind of spawn the Office of Equity. But the point of bringing research into this now is to take a step back to really figure out, where does it make sense for us to invest long-term? Does it make sense to invest in residency programs? Maybe not, because you actually have to economically be able to not work to be in a residency program. And we're trying to get folks from the community to be teachers. So I just want to bring that into the conversation. That's where we are now, is we've done, and you can see it from her slides, lots of different pilots, but now we really want to get clear on what works for some of our schools that have had attrition for over 10 years. That's a MAC, right? Both teacher and leader. What is it that educators need, particularly in McClymonds, right? So that folks stay for a longer period of time. That's like targeted inquiry work while we're figuring out what we need to do for everybody. So I just wanted to make that point, that that's really the push now, is to make sure we're understanding the data. So the grants we're pulling in and our own dollars, we can get a higher return on investment. So thank you all for the work. We're on the call and the questions.
Thank you, Superintendent. Ms. Gard, are you able to respond to the other questions now, or should we follow up offline?
I can respond with, we have 170 teachers on emergency credentials, 140 have mentors in the district, and we have 2,300 teachers.
Okay. I will get out my little calculator to figure
out. We have a dashboard I'll share with you based on credential, and it'll show you.
President Gonzalez, can I just make a comment on the numbers on emergency credentials? Ms. Gard, is the reason that many of these teachers are on emergency credentials is because of the subject matter competency test?
That is part of it, but that's not the whole story. Okay, so I mean, it is oftentimes, like the superintendent said, teachers who are from the community who need to work and go through their program at the same time with supports. And then, I'm sorry, for TFA, they typically start with intern credentials.
Okay. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. I'm just curious, maybe we can follow up offline. It's 7.3% of our teacher workforce. I'm just curious how that compares to other Bay Area districts. But we don't have to go into that right now. I'm just wondering, is it high? Is it low? Is it disproportionate?
It's high.
Okay.
I can answer it.
Okay, colleagues, any other questions or comments for Ms. Gard?
Just the one thing, since it came up in this conversation, I would like to see sometime injected into this conversation, kind of the back end, also having a conversation about teachers who get non-reelect letters every year, and how we've had this churn that's coming from the district side, also forcing out of a lot of the new teachers, instead of maybe giving a probationary year or some other ideas to see if we can pay off from the investment that we've put in new teachers. And the other thing that I'm going to be really interested in kind of going forward is any ideas to create better working conditions for teachers as a way to incentivize it at some schools. Like, is there a way that we can lower class sizes at for example, Kleinman's that was brought up as a way to incentivize teachers going there. And maybe it would be more cost effective than, you know, pay bonuses or those sorts of things. So I'd be real interested in looking at a variety of packages to see if we can entice people to come to Oakland and stay in Oakland, knowing that pay is always going to be a difficult factor.
Thanks, Director Hutchinson. We can talk about those things when we start to talk about bargaining parties in closed session. I don't see any other hands, so let's go to public comment. Mr. Seyfried, can we do 1 minute? And Ms. Floyd, can you call the public speakers?
Our first speaker is Melisha Lindsay.
Hello, it's me again. Hi, Tara. Your presentation was just great. I was trying to take notes, but I couldn't keep up. It's good to see Sarah. Hi, Sarah. I just wanted to comment about the program and just, I don't know much about everything what I heard, but what I do know is about the CTC program, which I'm a part of. And also, let me just give you a history. In 2015, when we redid the para salary schedule, we wanted to line it up as the teachers where the parent had the opportunity to take classes and grow within the district. So once they got to the range 5 and the 8 step, which was the AA plus 45 units, they were able, most of our parents would go to become a ISS, Instructional Support Services. And that was with SEIU. And then from there, they would go from there and go to a teacher. So when I do our Ask Me audit, I have at least like 10 to 20 or 30 people leave and ask me to further their education or further another job, which is nice, you know, because as the union, we're not here to hostage anyone. We want them to grow and learn and be trained. So I appreciate this program and this pipeline. Tara, one thing you forgot to say that you do collaborate with Ask Me. So I just wanted to let you know, you forgot to mention that you do collaborate with Ask Me about this topic here. And also I took some notes. Let's see what
Thank you, Nancy. That's your time, unfortunately.
Oh, that's my time. Okay, sorry.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is David Castillo.
Hi, good evening, David Castillo. Regarding the new teacher data that was included in tonight's report, I'd like to offer a few observations. While looking at retention data, and it looks promising in Oakland, so thank you for that, we've got to also look much deeper. In addition to retention and diversification, we need to look at how this is all impacting student outcomes. So it's not about having a teacher force that looks like our kids. It's about having a teacher force that is actually helping our children be successful. So given that, recent reports, especially for African-American and low-income SPED students that have a 30%, who are 30% more likely to be suspended by teachers and administrators in the current system, we just have to be looking deeper at both inputs, which I appreciate, but we have to tie those inputs and investments to student outcomes. Otherwise, my fear is that we are far too focused on adults and nowhere near focused on children, especially during this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ms. Alvarado. Excuse me.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, my name is Mayra Alvarado, and I'm a 5th grade teacher with Manzanita Seed. And I really appreciate, Tara, this presentation, and it just brought a couple of thoughts to me, especially after hearing the director speak, that I'd like to share with you all as possible ideas to support with retention, especially of Black and Brown teachers. You know, I'm a Latina teacher myself, and this is my 6th year teaching in Oakland, 6th year teaching period, but 5th year teaching within Oakland, which I'm very proud of, right? And I keep thinking, like, what keeps me coming back? Especially because these years have been tough. Like 5 out of these 6 years, I've been working in Title I schools. And first of all, I think that as being a teacher, a Latina teacher who has experienced many of the things that our students have experienced, there's that vicarious trauma that comes with it. And so how could we provide the supports for mental health for our students and our staff, especially in these times of COVID, that I know that these stressors are going to be just a lot more elevated, right? So that's one. Oh, sorry, my time is up. But then, sorry, just real quick. Two, I think it's important. I want to give a shout out to my principal, Miss Diane Lang, for doing the anti-racist work that I think all principals should be doing, right? And how do we elevate that work and recruit and retain, not the educators, but principals, and help other principals also become invested in that? Yeah, sorry, I'm
Thank
you so much.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Asada Olabala.
I don't know if you're aware that last March, the Black Police Officers Association filed a grievance of racism with hiring, promotion, and discipline. An investigation revealed that those facts were in fact true. My question is, are you able to determine if there's any racism related to African Americans within this school district? The other thing is the statement about African Americans teachers 20%. You need to have more African Americans, not only with Black children, but every ethnic group needs to be exposed to Black people, because we need to have some kind of embracing of appreciation of Black people, not just among Black people, but with other racial groups. You need to determine if there is implicit and explicit bias with all of your teachers, and don't retain them, eliminate them. The other thing that I'm concerned about, I didn't hear anything about Teach for America. And if you are having Teach for America teachers, you need to look at the retention, because that's always been an issue with Teach for America teachers. Is my time up? Is my time up?
That's it, Ms. Olakbala, thank you.
Okay.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Nida Khalil.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gard and your team for the wonderful report and great information. I would want to also thank the directors who mentioned the pay of teachers and how important and detrimental that is to the health of our district and to the health of to the future of our students in this district. I also want to suggest a way to work on retention is to work with the city of Oakland and make it affordable for our teachers to live in the communities that we are trying to teach and uplift. And if our teachers cannot live in their communities, as much money as you give them, as much retention programs, we need them to be able to afford to live in the communities that they are a part of and they are uplifting. So I think that should be a priority. I would love to see that become something the district works with the city to create a program for our teachers to afford to live here. Thank you so much.
Khalil, next speaker.
Next speaker is Kampala.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Tara. That was a really detailed, lovely detailed report. I got to see some of this data earlier on, and now it's in a pretty report. It's very much easier to digest. OUSD is often depicted as a district of white educators, really making teachers of color invisible. It's really great that this is being made public. I appreciate you demonstrating the fact that the bulk of OUSD teachers are really people of color. As you pointed out, though, there's still a lot of work left to do. One area I would like to have seen in this is like some retention data disaggregated by race. It's our experience that Black educators in particular are non-reelected at a disproportionate rate than other teachers in the district. The other piece that I really thought that might be an interesting thing to talk about is in the appreciation and recognition section, that recognition shouldn't be a cake or a celebration or a certificate, really, right? Like focusing on giving us tools to do our work and respect us as professionals is the best way to appreciate educators in this district. And engagement is amazing. And oftentimes, we feel like what our input is, it falls on deaf ears. We'd like engagement to be much more like shared decision making, right? Like take our input as professionals. We're in the classroom. Oh, but wait, I only have 3 more comments, Shanti, I promise. And then like then a healthy like workplace again is not around like wellness, right? It's like it's not only about wellness. It's also about making sure that our teachers are being respected and that administrators that are in these school sites are actually being trained, as Director Davis said, to be respectful towards our educators. Last thing I'm going to say, and I promise is the last thing I'm going to say, I want to push back a little bit on the notion that our numbers have to match our student population when white educators far surpass the students enrolled in this district. Somebody said it, every student needs a Black educator, right? So we need to continue to recruit and retain Black educators as well as our Latinx educators. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ashley McBride.
Ms. McBride, you need to unmute.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I'd raised my hand. That was an accident.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
All right, Jim Mordecai, retired Oakland teacher, substitute, speaking as an individual about charter schools were not included in this a great presentation, but how do you compare to the charter schools is important because you're in competition with them in so many ways, and one of them is you're competing for teachers and the most qualified teachers. Yet it's not part of this great presentation. So when I say there's a war between the two, there is, because it's privatized versus public. You have a public school that is in denial that you're in competition, and it's all about partnerships and ignoring it and saying that you're the same, you're brothers. Well, you might be brothers, but you're more kin and able.
That is your time. Next speaker, please.
Ismail Armendariz.
Hello again, directors. This is Ishmael. I'm the first vice president of OEA. I just want to say yes. Yes, yes, yes. This presentation and this conversation is a breath of fresh air. I do appreciate the comments by Director Davis, Director Williams, and I know and Shanti, we had a conversation. This is something where I know OEA is wanting and willing to partner with you, and we are partnering with you. The one thing I do want to raise is not just about investing in teachers and keeping teachers, but what are we doing to retain teachers in our highest need schools so that we don't have retention issues there? And doing that through the collective bargaining process. Part of it is money, but part of it is looking at other opportunities and ways to keep teachers there and improving working conditions and access to decision making. Those are the things that we know will keep teachers in our highest schools that have the highest retention rate or the lowest retention rate. So we're here to partner with you on this. This is huge and a priority for us, but also a priority for our students, because if we can't keep teachers and we constantly have churn, they're not going to learn. So this is not about investing in adults. This is about investing in our children, because we need quality teachers in every classroom.
Thank you, Mr. Armendariz. Ms. Khalil, I believe you already got to speak on this item, so we will not be calling on you at this time. Colleagues, I think we need to move on. I know that there's a lot of energy and excitement about this, but I think we still have a lot of agenda items and only 45 minutes left before we're going to have to take another vote to extend the meeting. So if folks can live with it, I'm going to recommend that we move on. I want to thank Ms. Gard, Ms. Rothbard, Ms. Glassband, and the rest of your team for the great work that you all are doing. And with that, we will move to item T3. I believe this is Ms. Grant Dawson who's going to walk us through this process. There she is.
Hey there. Good evening, everyone. So just a bit of a backdrop for the community as well as the board members, and thank you, President Gonzalez. We've been walking through this journey with our budget development process since late last spring, when at the May revise, as a component of the pandemic, we learned very specifically that the state was going to be in crisis, and in addition to that, looking for other options for school districts to be funded. And so with that, the initial communication was that we were going to experience a 10% deficit to our LCFF dollars. And then later that turned into, we're going to fully fund you, yet we're going to defer your cash. And so what you are seeing in front of you this evening is, okay, and I think I'm supposed to be sharing right now. Just a moment to make sure it's, oh, there it is. Okay, so to catch you up, this is the presentation about the why. The district will need to look at other options to support the deferrals, which are approximately $85 million. That will begin in February. So next month, we will begin to see a reduction in the amount that we will receive in cash. That will not equal the amount that we've earned. We do have, and we'll talk more in detail about the way our funding, especially from the local control funding formula, which is, again, is our base funding formula, works. And so with that, this resolution is requesting authorization, and this is after applying and providing all of the documentation necessary to the California School Finance Authority for us to have what is called a state intercept loan. We commonly call it also a tax revenue anticipation note, but it ultimately is a municipal funding strategy, of which in this case, school districts, California School Finance Authority created this mechanism so that school districts who were in need of cash flow would be able to borrow from the state. What's beautiful about this option, one, we would be, this note would be drawn against the state's credit rating, not the individual districts that are applying. The state credit rating, in our case, being better than ours. And so therefore, the interest rate and the cost to do this would be significantly lower than if we were to go out and secure our own note. The other thing that we appreciate about this process is we do not have to, and if we find that we did not need the cash, we don't have to trigger this trans. So what is currently impacting us that may change this? We do have, and we do not think that we need the full 85 million. Our current projection, though that's changing as a first interim, was 14 million that we'd be short. However, again, as we continue to modify our projections and to look at where our spending is, that would impact when we reach out, and if we complete this process, as this is approved, we'd have the ability to say, if it's April, if it's May, yes, now we're seeing that we may be negative or very low cash and unable to make it through the remainder of the year into the new fiscal year. And so with that, it provides a good strategy and instrument for the district to be able to utilize if it is required to do so. Some of the things that are changing that, again, as we're preparing for all of these cliffs and hurdles that we're reaching is, you've probably now heard, if not known, and we're going to talk about it in more detail, that there, again, is additional one-time funding that is coming to the school district. So there's some unique challenges with that. That could be a way, for instance, for the district to bridge its cash flow. However, there's some new components that are also potentially challenging that, because this ultimately is our revenue that we've earned for 2021. And so we need to make sure that we're able to pay and support all of our liabilities through the end of the year and as we prepare for the new year. We have shown in previous presentations what the deferrals will look like, but again, they start in February, and February through June, of which in June, 100% of our funding will be deferred into the new year. So essentially this summary, as well as the numerous documents that accompany it, are the communication, which will subsequently go to the county office, of our intent and our ability to issue these notes through, again, the California School Finance Authority to support the district very specifically in the current tax deferral that will be applied to school districts in the 2021 year. And so what we're asking for in this case is the approval of this resolution so that we are able to initiate this process and be able to have the eligibility to trigger these intercept notes. What would happen if this is approved and we determine that we will need to borrow cash? We would still continue to communicate and notify the board as such. But again, this gives us the ability to do so in the manner in which we need to. And again, we will not need the full 85 million, but what we did is noted that is how much out of the 381 million that we're projected to earn that we will not receive from now to the end of June. So President Gonzalez, I will turn it back over to you at this point, and hoping that provided a good
Thanks.
summary.
Vice President Davis is going to facilitate just for a minute here.
Okay.
Great. So any board comment?
Do we need a motion?
Yeah, I will just say that this is just to make sure there's no confusion. This is not related to our budget. This is nothing substantive with regard to the operations of the district, just making sure that we're able to cover cash flow needs over the next several months. Is that correct, Ms. Grant Dawson?
Yes, I would offer as a point of clarification, it's substantive in that our only other resource without this of utilizing any cash flow would be from other funds, of which the only fund that we would have available, and we did do a resolution at the beginning of the year as we do annually, primarily would be our bond fund to have that much in resources to support the district.
Okay.
Can I so move?
So Vice President, you want to take over here?
Yeah. So I believe that Director Yee moved the motion and Director Ng seconded it. Do we have any board comment? Yes, Director Hutchinson.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry, I tried to find it in there and I couldn't. Is there a cost involved if we draw down any of this money? And if so, what would it be? Or is this going to be kind of interest-free for us just to bridge us through this period?
It'll be extremely low interest rate due to the state's credit rating, and it depends on how much we borrow, which is why when and if we come back with, here's the documentation and what that cost would be. The other key thing I didn't mention verbally is that the state would receive the money back through our apportionment. So when the state gives us, it comes right off the top. And so it's a real fluid, seamless process. That's why it's written the way that it's written.
Great. And just for context, is this how a lot of the larger districts are bridging this period now? Is this kind of like the model everyone's using to get through this?
Absolutely. So in the event that, so I will say that during the, I keep saying, what are we going to call this period of time? The Great Recession. What are we going to call it? And in the county in the district that I was in, then the county did it, not the County Office of Education, but the county. They had the municipal funding to support and bridge school districts, especially their June to July deferral. So each county has over time developed some mechanisms. We're in these cash crisis periods. In this case, the cash crisis was so significant across the state This again was a way that one entity. The Alameda County Office of Education is also initiating a trans process for districts as well. We were already down the pathway with this one. And so in the event next year with the budget development process, right, we will see what is needed, but definitely want to make it firmly clear that despite the upside that is being projected for the 21-22 budget, it did not preclude this tax deferral from happening to us this year. But thank you for the question.
Yes, Director Thompson.
Just a quick question. Does have our reserves been any way affected as a result of any of this?
So just to clarify, any of this meaning the entire budget crisis?
Yes.
Yes. So yes, in good and bad ways. So one, we did have some one-time resources that, again, from our CARES funding, but were for very specific activities. So now that we've finished that round one, there is some upside to our general fund. So for instance, the amount that we would have spent in the general fund, for instance, for materials and supplies and PPE and things like that, we're gonna hold that and reserve that, because prior to that period of time, the second round of stimulus was not known. And we knew that we needed to be able to navigate through the spring. So now that the second round of stimulus is here and all the parameters that come with it, again, that specific, those specific resources that we budgeted, it would impact our general fund because it will show if we didn't spend it, it will increase our fund balance. But it's still based on a one-time money, one-time incident for this year, while we continue to pivot through what is the spring going to look like? Are we going to be able to reopen schools? Are there going to be additional investments? So the answer is yes, it can and will impact our general fund currently in a positive way, but it is for a temporary period of time.
So just a quick question. Are we going to have any kind of state repercussions as a result of not maintaining our reserves?
No, so we've maintained our reserves and we're above our reserve. Yes, we have. So we're above our reserve requirement. So as we move forward in the budget development process, matter of fact, tomorrow we'll start talking about this process and where we are.
Okay.
So, but good question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Further comments or questions? See none, I'll just ask real quick. So Ms. Grant-Dawson, it is entirely possible then that we wouldn't make use of this loan at all if if we receive one-time funds and we're able to kind of bridge it on our own. And
it's possible, yes.
And if we don't use it, then we don't pay anything. If we don't borrow any money, we don't owe any money. So that's
correct.
Good.
But this is put us in a situation where we are prepared.
Exactly.
And so that's a big part of this, with the unknown constantly staring us in our face. We are prepared, and then we'll make the best and most effective recommendation and decision about how to proceed with that. The other component that we've discussed over time, so prior to you being on the board, but many of you are active participants, we do also have some additional one-time money with our AB 1840 dollars at 16 million. So again, 16 million, it's still one-time money, but it also, our anticipation is we could use it for cash bridging during this period of time as well. So that may be, if we need more than 16 million, we would borrow less, but we are placing ourselves in a strategic position to be able to support the district accordingly.
Right, and my last question disappeared from my head. All right.
It'll come back.
Director Williams.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grant-Dawson, for this. I just want to ask when you're going to actually start talking about, the budget. I'd like to actually see the numbers, because I want to see, where our cash flow has went. That we're projecting that we don't have enough cash flow to make it through, or possibly not enough cash flow to make it through, because what happens is we're going to be stuck in a particular period where we're going to be paying back the loan, but we still won't generate any more cash flow We have all the charter schools trying to get some of our students. We have so many other issues going on. We won't ever be able to generate enough cash to actually keep our cash flow going. So I kind of want to get an idea, you know, like this is good. It's a just in case measure, but we will be in a just in case measure all through next year. Like we won't be able to increase our cash flow enough to not depend on this loan. And I just want to see, you know, like where this cash flow is all went so we can actually start making some real decisions there. So, I mean, I'm in support. It's an emergency in case we need it. It's great. My concern again is we will pay back the loan. The state will take it off the top. That doesn't mean we're going to have any extra more money. We're just going to be surviving where we have what we have left. And so we really have to like really look at the budget to see what is really going on to try to make the best decision. So please incorporate me in that next budget decision. I'd like to definitely be a part of that because I want to read it and really understand where our cash flow is going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Williams. Ms. Grant Dawson, can you stop screen sharing so that I can see everybody? Colleagues, okay, I see Director Ng, and then I think I'm going to cut off conversation because we have 27 minutes until we are supposed to adjourn. We still have to take public comments.
This was just a quick response to Director Williams' comment, is that Ms. Grant Dawson, you did go through the cash flow sheets in the fall. Would that be a relevant recording for him to go back to watch? Because you went through in pretty good detail how the deferrals would impact the district, but I'm not sure if that's relevant. I know that it's been several months since then, so just wanted to.
So actually, it was
Director Williams back. Yeah.
Right. The last presentation was actually last month when we did first interim. What we did along the way from budget development forward is we were projecting prior to and as we adopted the budget what the cash flow would look like and what months we would start to see that drop. Again, as we revised our budget a few times based on the state's budget. So actually we've presented that. The latest would have been first interim, which would have been December 9th. And that's when we presented that current projection was 14 million that we may be short as far as cash flow. So it would be December would be the last formal time, but was all part of this process.
Great. And since we have a new board, maybe we could also, we can talk about this offline, but maybe we could also, since we have that already agendized from December, we could agendize it as an item at the next budget and finance meeting since Mr. Williams is on that, just to be able to have him be able to ask questions. That's another thing we could be able to do.
Right.
Director
We
Williams.
also at the budget and finance did a lesson, so we can link that video on how to read the cash flow report.
Yes.
So that may
It's
also be
very,
helpful.
very helpful. I know for myself to be able to be walked through that by Ms. Grant Dawson. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Ng. Are there public speakers on this item? Please raise your hand if you would like to speak on this item. I see Mr. Mordecai. Ms. Floyd, can you call the public speakers? We'll do 1 minute.
Yes, Jim Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual and opponent of charter schools. So how does it apply on this situation in terms of cash flow? Does the governor's only cut public schools, or do charter schools, are they cut equally different in the competition between the two? I'd like to know that, but I do know that in terms of the federal government, that small business loans were applied to charter schools, and Education for Exchange, I think, got over $1 million. So I guess that's great for them. But if you're in competition, you're Pepsi or Coca-Cola, that's not great for you if you're not getting the same amount of money. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mordecai. I am not seeing other public speakers. So colleagues, we will move on to item T4, which is
No, ma'am.
take a vote on this matter.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Extra. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's take a vote.
On the roll call, the student director still with us? No? Okay. Director Ng?
Director Ramos is here.
I'm sorry, which student director?
Director Ramos is here.
Director Ramos, do you wish to cast a student preferential vote on this matter?
I'll abstain.
Thank you. Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Davis?
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
The
Thank you,
motion-
Ms. Grant Dawson. We will now move on to item T4, which is a application for a provisional internship permit. Is there a motion?
Move.
And I second.
Thank you. We will take are there any board comments on this item? Are there any public comments on this item?
There are no public comments.
Thank you. Let's take a vote, Mr. Rakestraw.
All right. On the motion to adopt this item, Student Director Ramos?
Yes.
Okay. Director Williams?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Vice President Davis?
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. Colleagues, we'll move on to item T5, which is the approval of a application for a variable term program waiver. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
And second.
Thank you. Are there board comments on this item? Are there public comments on this item?
There are no public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Floyd. Mr. Rakestraw, can we take a vote on this item?
Yes, Student Director Ramos?
Yes.
Okay. Director Thompson?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Vice President Davis?
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. We will move on to item U. Mr. Rakestraw, can we take these three items up as one agenda item?
It is a consent of 3 items.
Great. So item U is the adoption of the pupil discipline consent report. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay, I will second. Is there discussion on this item? Are there public comments on this item?
There are none.
Thank you, Ms. Floyd. Mr. Rakestraw, can we take a vote?
Yes, Director Williams?
Yes.
Director Ng? Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Yee? Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Davis?
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Pupil discipline consent report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. Colleagues, we are now on item V, which is the adoption of the general consent report. However, not including items V1, V6, I believe, and V31. Those items were pulled by Director Hutchinson, so we'll take those up later on.
President Gonzalez.
And this is the one of 2 general consent reports, Madam President.
That is right.
President
Go ahead,
Gonzalez.
Director Williams, I see you.
May I pull V41? Is it too late to pull V41?
Not sure, Mr. Rakestraw, it's acceptable to still be modifying the agenda at this point?
Yeah, you can permit it.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
We'll add V41 to the items to be considered later on. Is there discussion on the remaining items on the first general consent report?
Yes, I just want clarification on what something means. In V11, they talk about an unrest supplemental service. V14, the same thing, but under concentration support. And then in V51, complete one, there's one sentence that needs to be completed, and it starts with I'm basically concerned about making sure that when we have an agenda, that it is complete. So, but those are my only concerns.
Okay. And colleagues, just so you know, when you review the agenda, you can also ask questions about the consent items. So I asked questions, for example, about the student program for academic and athletic transitioning, because normally that's associated with student athletes, and we don't have athletics happening right now. So you can always submit those questions to Ms. Talkington, the same as with any other agenda item, just so you know.
Great. Okay.
Okay, colleagues, is there any other discussion on this first consent report?
We need a
Go ahead,
motion in a second.
Director Hutchinson.
Yeah,
Need a motion in a second.
I'm sorry.
I will entertain a motion.
Second.
We need a motion.
Okay, I move it.
Okay, Director Thompson moves, Director Yee seconds. Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
And I'll address it more directly just with the items I pulled and actually with the item that Director Williams pulled. But I just want to flag that hopefully as a board, we can do a lot of work on the consent report, so it's more manageable both for us as board directors and for the community. I would love to see this organized a little differently, and hopefully we can even move to getting a lot of this work done in committee. And my real concern with the consent report is there has to be a way for some of these contracts to be vetted, discussed, and get some public comment on them without loading everything into one consent report. And I just don't really think it's a good way to do business, and it's led to, in my opinion, a lot of some of the financial questions that have been ongoing. So I just want to flag it, and I'll talk about it specifically with the items I pulled, but hopefully we can do something about this so we don't have a consent report with 100 items on a regular basis.
Okay, is there any other discussion from board members? Is there public comment on this item?
There are none.
Thank you, Ms. Floyd. So we will vote on this first general consent report at this time.
Yes, on the roll call for the first general consent report minus the items that were pulled. Student Director Ramos?
Yes.
Okay. Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes.
Vice President Davis?
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. At this time, we'll move on to item B1. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Great, I will second. Is there discussion on item V1, which is the Measure ABJ General Consent Report?
Yes, well, I'll lead it off since I pulled it. You know, for a lot of us who have been really—
Mr. Hutchinson, sorry, we're on the second consent report. We are not on item V1. Sorry, we are on consent report V1.
Well, shouldn't we do the pulled items from the first consent report before we go on?
That's not how we do it. We take them up at the end. Is there discussion on the second general consent report, colleagues?
Did someone make a motion, Madam President?
Yes, I believe, yeah, Director Yee, and I seconded. Okay, not seeing discussion on this item. Is there public comment on this item?
There are none.
Thank you, Ms. Floyd. Mr. Rakestraw, can we take a roll call vote on the second general consent report?
Yes. Student Director Ramos?
Yes.
Okay. Director Thompson?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes.
Vice President Davis?
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Adopted.
Great. Colleagues, I have a feeling we're not going to finish by 11:30. So I will move to extend the meeting to midnight. Is there a second?
Yes.
Thank you. Can we take a roll call, Mr. Rakestraw?
On the motion to extend the meeting now until midnight, Student Director Ramos?
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Thompson,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Hutchinson,
Yes.
and Vice President Davis,
Yes.
and President Gonzalez.
Yes, at this point, we will return to item V1 from the first general consent report. Mr. Director Hutchinson, you pulled this item.
Yes, and I just want to say, kind of off the top, since this is the first meeting that I've been on the board, I didn't want to vote no on anything in the consent report and throw a wrench in the works. But as we start to stack up some meetings, I'm going to be a lot more stricter with how with what I'm willing to vote for. But in V1, this
President, before he proceeds, you need to put a motion on the floor.
Okay, I will move adoption. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Yee.
Great, and I just want to point out in this contract, and this has been an ongoing problem. You know, it says specified for the period July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. We're now in January, halfway through the contract length, and this is a really bad way to do business that's been ongoing. And so I'm not going to be comfortable voting for contracts that are backdated 6 months and just coming for board approval now. And we as a district have to be able to do a lot better than this. And so I've heard this brought up by various board members over and over, but there are a lot of contracts in this consent report, just these top ones totaling over $1 million that have backdated contracts. And so going forward, hopefully we can do a much better job, because it's going to be harder and harder for me to approve something that's backdated by so many months. And we have to have better business practices going forward.
Thank you, Director Hutchinson. I hope that you will take a time to talk to our general counsel. We've made significant progress, still have a long way to go. But he can tell you more if you're interested about what steps the staff are taking to prevent this from happening in the future. Is there any other comment on this item? Okay, I think we have a motion and a second on the floor. Can we take, is there public comment?
Yes, it is. We have one speaker. We have two. Asada Olabala.
Yes, because of the lateness of the evening, I'll be very, very brief. I'm in total support of Mr. Hutchinson has said. I have said it repeatedly about this. It's something that's very serious, and it's almost on the verge of being incompetent. So thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Nida Khalil.
Thank you. It's Nadat Khalil, and you can just call me Miss Khalil if it's difficult. I am also in agreement with Mr. Hutchinson, Director Hutchinson. I'm sorry, I struggle with using this word, but it seems a little bit fraudulent to approve a contract 6 months in rears. So I'm in approval with Mr. Hutchinson. This does not seem correct or the proper way to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khalil. I'm not seeing additional board comments, so we will take a vote at this time.
Student Director Ramos.
Abstain.
Did you say just abstain?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Director Thompson.
Yes.
Director Hutchinson.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
Vice President Davis.
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. We'll now move to item V6. Mr. Hutchinson, Director Hutchinson. Need a motion and a second. Thank you. I will move adoption. Is there a second?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Director Hutchinson.
Yes, trying to speak quickly here and pick up the pace. I'm building off of the first one. For V6, this is another contract that's dated August 1st, 2020. And this is part of the contracts that started out as contracts to after-school providers. And they've gone through a series of amendments. And I know when I was still a citizen and would go and ask questions at the school board meeting, I asked various times about what these changes in the amendments were going to be, because these contracts were approved for after-school providers, and then their job description changed and turned into this, where now they're providing instruction through pods. Using amendments to change the fundamental tenets of the contract, I have a lot of issues with. I was told and heard that this was done to ensure that these after-school providers still had contracts. But again, I don't think it's a good way for us as a district to do business, where we are changing the scope of the work in a pre-existing contract. And so between backdating the contract and changing the scope of work, again, I think we need to have more sound business practices, and we really need to do a better job of clamping down on these contracts. And so, again, hopefully going forward, not only do we not have backdated contracts, but I would like us to seriously consider how loosely these amendments have been used, and even request, if it's going to be a continued practice, that we start to have an accounting of how much these contracts have changed through the amendment process. Because the amendments almost always go one direction, where they're becoming more expensive and a lot of time providing less services through their scope. And so again, hopefully this will be a practice that we can collectively work on changing. And going forward, I'm going to be less and less inclined to support contracts that look like this.
Thanks, Director Hutchinson. Are there other board comments or questions? Not seeing any. Are there public comments on this item?
Yes, we have one, Asada Olabala.
Again, very quickly, there were a number of contracts on the agenda that call for in-person accommodations by individuals, in some cases group in-person participation with the vendor. So, Mr. Hutchinson, thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Olubala. We will now take a vote on this item.
Director Ramos?
Yes.
Okay. Director Hutchinson?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Davis?
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Okay, we will now move on, colleagues, to item V31. Is there a motion and a second?
V31.
I will move adoption. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Ng. Director Hutchinson.
Yes, and this contract's a little different than the previous two. To me, this represents another one of the problems that we actually have ongoing in the district. And this is a professional services contract for almost $200,000 to help support Lockwood Elementary and some of the LEA. This is something that we should be doing in-house with union district employees. And I want us to end the practice of outsourcing professional contracts to non-district employees. You know, it's a one thing when a school is contracting a professional services contract for $5,000, $10,000. The presumption is that the school's contract isn't big enough to hire somebody as a district employee. But when we see some of these professional service contracts and consulting agreements, these jobs and tasks should be performed by OUSD staff and done internally. And as a practice, I would like for us to really look at our over-reliance on consultants and see how we can bring this in-house. Not only is it more cost-effective, but that will help us to start building up our internal capacity. So in the end, we're less reliant on these outside contracts. And so as a practice, I'm gonna really be looking at this and see where can we hire our own staff instead of relying on these contracts, which are more expensive and we don't get the same bang for the buck in the end. Thank you.
Okay, are there other board comments on this item or questions? Okay, are there public speakers on this item?
We have one.
Okay, let's hear the public
Jim
speakers.
Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I just like to put a historical context in the statement that Board Member Hutchinson just made, is that when the state takeover took over, came with it was a philosophy of running public education like a business. And that's why you got so many outsourced contracts. And it's difficult once you are in a big district or going in one direction to turn it around and go to another direction. This is going to be hard to do, but it's important to do because it's a philosophical change that will take place, is that you're going to use the people in the district before you go outsourcing. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Mordecai. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kim Davis.
Just briefly, I want to thank Director Hutchinson for raising these issues as to the consent agenda. This has been a source of frustration for those who follow the board meetings carefully. That there's so many things in the consent agenda, I don't think half the time the board members even know what's there. I do think it's a significant problem that we have backdated contracts from before, and also that we have this over-reliance on using consultants when we don't need to. I don't know whether this is one of those cases. This is a SIG grant. Maybe there was something particularly associated with that, but I would love for the district to keep moving in the direction of bringing this kind of work in-house. I think it would be in the end beneficial, and I certainly appreciate Director Hutchinson bringing all this up. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Davis. Colleagues, any other comments on this item? Not seeing any. Mr. Rakestraw, let's take a vote.
Student Director Ramos?
Yes.
All right. Director Thompson?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Williams? Director Williams? Okay, absent.
Yes.
Oh, you say yes? Okay, all right, thank you. Vice President Davis?
Yes.
And President Gonzalez?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. We will now move to item 41. I will entertain a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Okay, I will second. Director Williams.
Thank you very much. So V41 is paying a consultant to continue to oversee Central Kitchen. The Central Kitchen is fully staffed. The consultant's been there for 3 years. As a constituent of mine spoken earlier today, the custodian is only there for 3 hours a day. The challenge that we have here is that we have 29 vacancies in the nutrition services department, and the nutrition services hasn't hired anyone in over 3 years to actually service Central Kitchen. And so it's a concern that we're continuing to fund the staff at a full rate as well as the consultant, but we're not actually taking care of the folks who clean the building. And if we are going to be a social equity, socially conscious organization, then we want to really go ahead and take care of the people who are doing the real work, the essential workers. I would like to propose that we postpone the vote on this particular until next board meeting. I would like to talk to Preston Thomas as well as Irene in regards to seeing how we can move forward to lift up our custodians and the folks who are doing the work that is necessary. We have a fully staffed individuals at the kitchen, and we're just continuing to give more money away to consultants. Let's try to work that out and piece some of that to our custodians and our essential workers. Thank you.
Superintendent, is Mr. Thomas available to speak to the impact of postponing this contract?
Tell us at this time, Preston Thomas. Here they are, for him to be able to speak to this item. Thank you.
Look at you,
Good
still
evening.
wearing a suit at 11:30 at night. That is
Good evening, directors. Yeah, I'm more than happy to meet with Director Williams and kind of walk through kind of the need for this specific contract. It is really around kind of the opening the operational side of the central kitchen. For example, the shift to a new system, Titan, that will do all of our production, that we don't have the internal expertise to do that. So anyway, more than happy to, like, if we wanted to postpone it to the next meeting to go in a little bit more detail about the contract. Curtis Saricki is also available, who has, you know, a lot of experience with Ms. Fowler, who has a lot of experience opening industrial sized central kitchens like we have at West Street. I don't know, Curtis, did you want to add anything, or?
I mean, if we're going to postpone it, I'll hold my comments around some of Director Williams's concerns until then. If we're going to take it up now, I could answer some of the specifics and address some of the comments, particularly, for example, the length that the consultant's been here and others that, you know, I could speak to that isn't the full amount of information, but I'm happy to go either way. If we postpone it, I'm happy to join that conversation.
Okay, so Mr. Saricki, Mr. Thomas, I think I'm hearing you guys say there's no significant impact on district operations if we are to postpone this contract in order to get more information.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Williams, would you like to make a formal motion to postpone this item to the January 27th meeting?
Thank you very much. Board item V41. I don't know what the.
You just say, I move to postpone to.
Okay, I was thinking. Okay, I move to postpone to
January 27th.
January 27th. I move to postpone item V41 to January 27th.
I believe it was my motion, and that's a friendly amendment, so you can just.
Okay.
We're not amending here. So we, you check, because it's a different type of motion. It's a procedural one.
So I will second Director Williams' motion.
All right.
Is there any are there any board comments or discussion on the postponement? Go ahead, Director Ramos.
I would just want to say thank you to Director Williams. One of the things that I've noticed is that we just really don't involve our community, and especially when it comes into our nutrition, and especially our children who are eating from that central office. And actually, my uncle is a custodian at the central office, which is he usually helps out during his free time. He doesn't get paid for it, so which is amazing to that you bring that up.
Great. Are there other board comments?
Yeah, I would just request if we're gonna push that onto a further, I assume maybe a little bit more in-depth conversation, to also include what other outstanding contracts that we've made around the central kitchen. I know there's been a lot of resources voted into the central kitchen over the last few years. And it seemed like every time it was hiring a new consultant and the kitchen still wasn't open yet. And so hopefully when we have this conversation, it's not just this contract in isolation, but we can really look at the whole picture of the central kitchen and kind of what's happening there. If that's not stepping on what Director Williams was asking, but I would like, you know, to get into the full picture.
Yes, sir. That's an unfriendly amendment. I'm just focused on moving it to Wednesday. The other conversations occur when they.
Hey guys, one at a time. Go ahead, Director Williams.
I just want to thank Mike, Director Hutchinson, for that proposal. But for this particular item, V41, I would like to just focus on this particular one issue. There may be extended other issues that deal with the particular central kitchen, but adding that on here is unfriendly. I cannot accept that at this present time. I just want to focus on
Then I would like to ask as a board member, if we're going to have a further discussion, that we also talk about the other contracts and consultants, because there's other ones involved with this. And if we're going to talk about the central kitchen in this one contract, and you mentioned the staffing going on there, that involves other contracts. And it would be nice if we have the picture of the whole thing. So if not as part of this, if we're going to really discuss the central kitchen, I would like us to discuss it in whole so we can have a clear picture of what that kitchen is costing us, how many meals they're providing, and
Thank you,
what.
Director Hutchinson. Superintendent, I hope you will take
So
that.
I'm more than happy to make space for our team to do that. I just want to note that the central kitchen was part of an original bond voted by the community. So I'm happy to give all of the background in terms of why we are where we are now and the work that's going to need to be done to get us where we need to go. We can separate to deal with Board Director Williams' specific questions around this contract and provide more background knowledge.
Thank you, Superintendent. Colleagues, let's take a vote and then we need to keep moving.
On the procedural
President.
vote,
We have public comments on this item.
The motion to postpone,
yes.
We have comments on the item itself.
but the item's being postponed. So how does that work, Mr. Ray?
We don't know what the public comments are, Madam President, so they should be allowed.
Okay, take the public comments.
Our first speaker is Asada Olabalo.
Just wanted to thank Mr. Williams for letting the people who work for OUSD know that board members will speak to their concerns. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala.
Our next speaker is Nidat Khalil.
Thank you. My comment is, I wonder if Mr. Preston and Ms. Gard can get together and work on retention practices for our custodians and our kitchen staff. If we don't have the expertise in-house, why don't we uplift our staff so they can be experts in this field instead of hiring outside consultants? I think that would be a great way to uplift our district as a whole. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Khalil. So colleagues, we're going to vote now on the motion to postpone this item to January 27th.
On the procedural motion to postpone consideration of the item that was on the floor, Student Director Ramos.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes.
Director Ng. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Director Hutchinson.
Abstain.
Okay. Director E.
No.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Director, Vice President Davis.
Yes.
And President Gonzalez.
Yes.
The motion is postponed.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. Colleagues, we will now move on to items under new legislative matters. To be very clear about how new legislative matters works, we are not going to have a discussion about these items. We're not going to discuss the merits of these items. It's simply an introduction of a new legislative matter. All that you do is you say, speak for 1 or 2 minutes about why you believe this policy is necessary. So with that, we're not going to vote on anything tonight. So just to be really clear, I am introducing a draft policy called enrollment stabilization. I wrote a lengthy memo, so hopefully folks will have a chance to take a look at that. But basically, we have gone from 52,000 students about 20 years ago to projected 35 to over 35,000 students this year. Had a lot of impact on our district, a lot of things that people know about, in terms of budget cuts and school closures and consolidations and lots of other things, and including low pay. Our district staff pay has gone down over that time as well. So this policy, I believe, is a step in the direction of addressing the need for us to stabilize and then regrow our enrollment. So yeah, I will leave it there. We will bring this back. I'm doing several community engagements, and I believe Vice President Davis is going to do one as well. And You know, obviously all of you are more than welcome to talk to your constituents about it. And we'll bring it back in March. So we have 2 or 3 months, so no rush, to talk to constituents and get their feedback and their input on how to make it stronger. Yeah, and that's it. And let's see, W2 is a material revision coming from Aspire Aries. I don't know if Ms. Mararka is on, or Superintendent, is somebody going to speak to item W2?
I can speak to that. I mean, this is our normal process for putting into the record submissions of material revisions, and all the information is included in the item. And it is currently scheduled for an initial public hearing in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Item W3 is, I believe, from Director Williams. So Director Williams, would you like to tell us why you're introducing this? You are on mute.
The original and native lands acknowledgement. So at the beginning of the meeting, I appreciate President Gonzalez allowing me a few minutes to just share this moment of healing. I think where we are is we do a lot of talking about equity, and we do a lot of talking about social justice, but you know, I really want to use this as a first step to actually repair some, you know, long broken relationships. And this is, you know, we have a long way to go, but I think this is a good first step to acknowledge the peoples who've been here for the longest, and let them know that we see you, that we will support you, and that, you know, if it wasn't for them originally, we wouldn't be here. So this is where the movement is. I would like our district to start to think in terms of healing relationships that may have been frayed at one time. This is a great first step.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. And I believe item W4, Black Lives Matter at School Week, is also your item.
Yes, thank you very much. So this is the second one I wanted to put forth. As President Gonzalez had spoken earlier about the turmoil that went on in Washington, D.C. earlier, you know, there's many comments came, if that was actually Black folks doing that, they would all have been shot down and killed. We've seen many different incidents where Black and brown folks have been killed for no reason, for just being the color that they are. And so what we're trying to do is to really try to bring some better understanding, some clarity to our educators, to our staff, to let you know that there can be a time that we can really say it's okay to talk about Black lives. Our students are 1/4% of this district, and we can't just ignore them. They're not invisible, but we have to actually engage and build relationships. This particular resolution will allow us to take first steps. It's allow educators in schools to talk about the spaces that our young folks are growing up in and feeling the way they do, and look for solutions to really connect with them. Thank you.
Great. And is it your intent, Director Williams, that both of these items will come back on January 27th, or what is your thinking about the timing?
Yes, it is. This was a first read. Just wanted to share it with everybody. And January 27th, I'd like to have a discussion, really get what board members are feeling, and ask for your vote. Thank you.
Great. And Director Williams, just to be clear, it's not a first read. A new legislative matter is just a new legislative matter.
Okay.
But we can do a first read and an adoption at the same time. We don't usually, but we can.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam President, and Director Williams, forgive me if this is speaking out of turn. I believe on the Black Lives Matter at School Week of Action, given the timing of that bringing it back for a first read and action on the 27th would be appropriate, although the land acknowledgement would not need to be so timed.
Correct.
Great. Thank you, Director Williams. We'll now move on. We don't have discussion on new legislative matters.
I just wanted a point of clarification, because this is a new process that hasn't been on the agenda before. And so I would just want to know, does this mean that any board member can submit something and then we wait for the board president to tell us when they will agendize it, or is there going to be an automatic process? Because I just heard that you'd agendize yours in March and that you'd agendize Director Williams, maybe at the next meeting, maybe in February, is there going to be a set process for this as more board directors start to submit new legislative items?
The agenda setting is the discretion of the board president. So I'm interested in when you guys want things, but I also have to consider everything else that's on deck for specific meetings.
So that's a no. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item X, which is regular board member reports. Does anyone have a board member report they'd like to make? Go ahead, Director Eng.
This isn't a board member report, but I just wanted to confirm that we have scheduled our budget and finance meeting pending participation by Director Hutchinson and Williams for next Thursday, January 21st at 6 p.m. It will be 1 week later than it typically is, but that is the tentative date so long as we have quorum. And the items I mentioned earlier: governor's budget, budget development calendar, and perhaps we could entertain also agendizing the cash flow conversation that Director Williams wanted to agendize. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Eng. Who else has a board member report? Go ahead, Vice President.
Yeah, real quick. So just as your liaison to the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee, or CBOC, I attended their meeting, and among other things, they reviewed the changes to the bond fund spending plan that we had also reviewed as the Facilities Committee the previous Friday. But under the bylaw changes for the CBOC, they have the authority to issue a recommendation about approving or denying major changes to the spending plan. And due to a quirk in how the matter had been put on the agenda, it wasn't listed as a voting item. So they're going to try and have a special meeting so that they can give us a recommendation before the spending plan revisions are slated to come to the board on the 27th. So just wanted to give you all a heads up about that.
Thank you, Vice President Davis. Go ahead, Director Hutchinson.
Yeah, and hopefully we can do these committee reports a little differently than in our director reports, because hopefully this would be a time for us to reach out to our constituents and tell them of upcoming events. And I think for our responsibilities to the board, I would like to embed these reports a little bit more. I had my first meeting with the CAC on Monday. It went really well. They had a very interesting presentation about suspension rates for African Americans, and then specifically African Americans with special needs, and had a really good breakout discussion about that. And you could see on today's meeting that many of the members with the CAC were here with an item to present. So I'm looking to help them facilitate that. Last night I had my first meeting with the G1 committee, and I don't know how this feedback is going to work, but after attending that meeting, I think there were quite a few questions that I would like to take to the board, because that committee was deciding on spending plans. And so I would either like some more direction from the board on what's happened in the past, and have a conversation about, do we want some of these committees deciding if a plan is okay and if these schools apply for the money, or do we want to set some of those things from the board? And lastly, I had the opportunity to visit Fremont High last week. For those of you who have not had a chance to go visit the new facility at Fremont High, I highly recommend it. It is beautiful. And so it took way too long for it to get done, but it is amazing. And I really think that Tim White left us a beautiful monument and testament to his work. So any chance you get, please go see it. You all are gonna be jealous because there's even a video screen in the gymnasium. And the point I really want to stress about Fremont is two things. For one, they have construction spaces which are fully stocked. It felt like going into Home Depot, which was beautiful to see. And then they have a new building that has 2 stories. On each floor, there is a full computer lab and a full science lab. And so again, it was a beautiful site. Hopefully that's how more of our construction will look going forward. And for those of you representing other high schools, look out, because Fremont's on the move now.
That's great to hear, Director Hutchinson. Other board member reports? Director Thompson, Director Yee, Director Williams.
Yeah, I can jump in if nobody else.
Go ahead.
Real quick, I attended my first audit committee meeting. Great. I think there's going to be some appointments that we have to talk to you about, or maybe it's already in the works. So just like to get some clarification on that. Really excited. Second one is I attended the Community Police Advisory Board, and it's just want to tell you that those budget cuts that the mayor is talking about is affecting the police immediately. And they are cutting back a lot of services. The patrols, the bike patrols have been cut out. Some of the youth services will be cut out. And so we're really gonna have to try to double up our support for our young folks and try to do it on our own, because they definitely are cutting back all services. So thank you again. It was a great meeting. Look forward to the next one.
Great. Sounds like you guys are already really busy. So buckle up. Let's see here. So I do not have a regular board member report, but we don't need to, so we'll move on to item Y. Does anyone want to talk about, somehow the work plan didn't get attached, at least not for me. So I don't have it handy, but does anyone have questions about the work plan or anything related to the work plan? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to item Z, which is additional public. Oh, go ahead, Director Yee.
So I wasn't quite ready to do the report about the committee, but we did have a facilities committee meeting, and in reference to CBOC and the spending plan, I just wanted to check in with Vice President Davis if he was referring to the ABG spending plan, not the Measure Y spending plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, just the
Right.
bond spending plan, right?
So I didn't want people to be alarmed that there was somehow a mysterious Measure Y spending plan that was going to come to the board on the 27th. We're talking about the cleanup money at the end of Measure ABJ.
Thanks for the clarification, Director.
Okay, thank you.
President.
So we will measure, sorry, Esther Rexha, were you saying something?
Yes.
Go ahead.
All recommendations from the commissions, the voter commissions, are recommendations to the board. So on the 27th agenda, you will have recommendations from the Measure G1 and possibly Measure N as to whether or not you will approve the spending plans that they have approved in their committee meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Rexha. Okay, so
Gonzalez.
Why?
We have a Mr. Mordecai has been waiting to speak. I'm not sure if it's on the board members report or.
We're about to get to additional public comments, so we'll get there in 1 minute.
No.
If
he was waiting to speak on one of the agendized items, you can't just wait until it's time.
That's not how we do it now. Okay, so I didn't see anybody wanting to speak about the work plan, so we'll move on to.
So I clearly said I wanted to speak on item Y.
Okay, please go ahead.
And this is gonna get real difficult because this is kind of part of the problem. Last week at our first inauguration meeting, there was a consent report that everyone voted on that had the work plan in there. There's been no discussion about the new board about this work plan, even though everyone signed on to it. And if we're gonna be doing business as a board collectively, it really sets a bad precedent. At the meeting last week, not only that, there was board assignments made, which is a violation of board bylaws. And I cited 3 bylaws that it violates. But more than that, it's the spirit that everyone keeps citing that we're in this together and we want to work together. Well, then when can we have a collective conversation as a board about strengths and weaknesses, where people want to work plan, what we're going to be doing going forward? And to just hurry through and skip over these things is really not acceptable. So I just want to state clearly, there was no way that committee assignments could have been in the consent report last week and written ahead of time because we hadn't elected the president yet. And that was clearly a violation of the Brown Act and maybe other things. And we cannot do business in a way that's going to violate either the Brown Act or our own board bylaws. So I would respectfully request that the first thing that needs to be done for us as a board is we need to have some collective conversations about what our work plan is going forward. And it is a mistake to assume that the 4 new board members are just gonna automatically slot in and decide to continue the work of the people who preceded us. And so please, as soon as we can, we as a board need to have some conversations collectively about what we're going to do going forward. I was hoping that that would happen in a closed session last week. Usually the organizational meeting is either connected with a retreat or at least a closed session. I didn't want to have to bring these things up in open session to start off, but I am publicly asking that we as a board start to have some conversations about what work we want to do going forward. Thank you.
We actually covered the work plan at the first orientation meeting. So if you want to have more conversation.
No. We didn't have any input on it. You told us what the work plan was, and then you threw it in and asked us to vote for it last week. So I don't understand what the problem is for having a conversation of a board about what our collective work plan is going to be. It says 2021, we are now into the 21 part of that. And so as a board member representing District 5, I expect to be included in those conversations because I represent 50,000 people who need to be represented on this board.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Director Hutchinson. We will now move on to item Z, which is additional public comments on agenda items. I see two speakers waiting to speak. Ms. Floyd.
Jim Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. The Brown Act, if you make some changes, you would be aligned with it. You have to, because the basic principle you keep violating is that you set it up so that after the board has covered an item, then you can go back and allow public comment. Now, you get around that by on measure L, you get to talk on all items, but that's not that's a fantasy because there's so many items to talk to. You're now limiting the public to only a few items they can speak to in a minute. So it's just a fabrication that you're inviting public involvement in the decision-making process. So you need to deal with that right away. You can't go on.
Mr. Mordecai, thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, Mr. Williams. I'm not from here. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. I moved here as a result of Katrina in 2007. I never had the experience in New Orleans of addressing issues related to Black people like I'm having here in Oakland. And I have brought up consistently at every meeting I can, police commission, the meeting you were in, the advisory board of the police advisory board, every entity that bring issues of Black people's concerns, nothing happens. I can't get a discussion on gentrification and how it's impacting. We're the #1 gentrified city in the United States, San Francisco and Oakland. Thank you for the effort to bring it forward, and good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. Ms. Floyd, are there any other public speakers?
That's our last speaker.
Great. With that, colleagues, we'll move on to adjournment. And for adjournment, we want to adjourn in memoriam of Ms. Uridel Del Patterson, Mr. Curtis Mackey, Ms. Dorothy Span Agee, Lee Etter Butler Mouton, and of course, former Superintendent Carol Kwan. That is it. We're right at midnight. Thank you, everybody. Great first meeting with this board. And I hope everybody gets some good rest. We got a long meeting next time. Good night.